What's up, y'all? Welcome. Today I am going to be working on my Game-like Jam game entry. Puyo Puyo is the game. It is also known as Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. What do I mean by it's a game in a game jam about a game that you make that's like a game? Well, okay, so the idea is that you make a game similar to another game. It's a way to not have to worry about scope, and you can just focus on the building of a game instead of what to build. And the particular challenge for this one is Puyo Puyo. Also known as Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, also known as Kirby's Avalanche, also known as Kirby's Ghost Tribe. It goes by many names. And I think I think this turned out to be kind of a difficult one. Oops. I have a feeling we're gonna get the least amount of entries in this Game-like Jam than any of the previous ones we did. Before this, we did Bloons Tower Defense. Before that, we did Frogger. And I think this one actually might be one of the hardest ones that we've done, even though it's a little deceptively simple. So the idea is you stack these little Puyos, you can rotate them around, they're little blobs, and when you make a match of 4, then you get, and I just did not get that. Wait, look at this combo I'm about to get. Bam! Bam! And then you send a bunch of garbage. Once you get like chains of 4 together and you chain a bunch of them into combos, it'll drop garbage on your opponent, and the more garbage that gets dropped on the opponent, the better chance you have of winning. And so yeah, it's you know, to me, I was like, this game seems doable. It's doable, but it's hard. This has been a month-long game jam. I have been doing a bunch of live streams, sharing my progress, sharing my own devlog journey working on this game. We are right here, May 22nd. The next one's gonna be tomorrow. We're getting down to the wire. There's only 9 days left in this jam, and I have a feeling there's not gonna be a lot of submissions. So if you're on the fence, you're like, I don't know, my game's not looking great, you should probably just submit, because there's gonna be pretty low competition, I have a feeling. You've probably already accomplished a lot. That's really amazing. But if you're sure, mine's not good enough, here's a place where you can share it. This is the Bloons Tower Defense Game-like Jam community page. So this is the last Game-like Jam we did, and there's just this extra page where I put my entry. I don't like to submit mine for ranking, it just feels weird because I'm hosting the jam. And then all the extra games that didn't make it in as submissions, just go right here. So it's a nice little community post, so you can still share with us that you made something, and that's right on the main jam page here. So yeah, please consider joining. Even there's only 9 days left, you might be surprised what you can put together. Maybe you're a genius. I know I've been struggling with this, but maybe you're able to pull it off in 9 days. So I'm gonna continue for the rest of this stream working on my entry. And how is my entry going? Where am I at? Well, on Monday, during the member stream, so every Monday I do a stream exclusively for members of this channel. Thank you, members, for supporting the channel. I appreciate y'all so much. Ignore the debug. That was actually something I started to set up, was sound stuff, and that's a sound debug. But yeah, so my game is coming together, right? We can place pieces, we can rotate them, and they're relatively bug-free. There might be like a bug in there that I'm not showing you right now, but there is one very notable feature missing from mine, and that is, I'm about to get 4 in a row, the matching doesn't work. Today, without any doubt, the matching will work. Last Friday, I put together some of the foundational code to get that matching to work correctly, and now all I gotta do is just put it into action. It's gonna work. I'm guaranteeing you, in the first few hours, hour of this stream, I will have matching working. So that's what the stream is going to be. It's going to be hours of me game deving. I'm probably going to be here for 11, maybe even 12 hours. So buckle up. And hey, if you're not subscribed to the channel, I hope you will think about subscribing. It's okay if you don't want to. I get it. You know, who am I? Why are you asking me to subscribe? I get that. That's fair. But I do stream pretty often, and you can find out about all the game jams that we do and the events that we have if you do decide to subscribe. All right. So, great. I think that's all I need to do. I'm going to start working on my matching. I do have a new character that I modeled on Monday. And that was kind of also what I worked on in the member stream. So we got a tarantula. So the idea for mine is that you're actually digging deeper and deeper underground. And I need more monsters, technically. If you noticed back on Puyo Puyo in the example over there were some, like, characters that started out the game, and you would have a little dialogue with them. And so these are my little characters with the dialogue. Now I don't have like AI stuff. Welcome, Barts. But I was thinking as a stretch goal, I would add in some uh, like an idle mode where an AI plays the game, because I want mine to be vertical. I don't think I'm going to have time to like add proper mobile features, but at some point in the future in my life, I'd love to have like a good mobile template that lets me add those mobile features in. So yeah, so I'm gonna get matching done. Hope yours is going well, Barts. Barts has been sharing some work of their own in the Discord, and wow, it's coming along amazingly. You've got a great theme, and your gameplay is looking really good. So definitely, if there's any competition in this jam, it's gonna be with Bartz's game. And Bartz has quite an impressive thing coming together. All right, so I'm gonna try matching this. And by the way, if you guys like have like progress you want to share, just let me know. I'd love to pull it up in the Discord and show it off. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to. Well, I guess I should show you this. So how does the current matching code foundation actually work for my Puyo Puyo-like? Well, I gotta make sure this sound debug doesn't keep popping up. We don't need it. It's not necessary. So currently, a cat has joined us. So I feel like it is my duty to introduce Travi the cat. Welcome. I'm not sure if I'm going to be saying your name right. Zebrangine? Love that name. Yes, so this is a cat, and this cat is named Travi. But I have a feeling that's not what you meant, but I like to tell you about Travi because he's a very good cat. Yes, so this is a live stream where I am doing game dev. I'm going to be here for like 11, 12 hours working on a game that is similar to Puyo Puyo. So there's a game like Jam that is hosted by this channel, myself, every other month. So we do one in January, March, May, July, September, November. This is the May one. The January game like Jam was Frogger. Then before that, in February, we did, or not February, in March, we did Bloons Tower Defense. So Bloons Tower Defense was the last one. The one before that was Frogger. And the whole aim of the Game Jam is to make games like other games. So we had some amazing, awesome entries. Some of them are more similar to the original. Some of them are the creative twist on the original. Really, really awesome games that people are submitting to these jams. Same thing in Bloons. We had a winner that was the most like the original and one that had a creative twist. And we have those same categories for this current jam. Puyo Puyo is the game. And then there's also Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine and Kirby's Avalanche. This game goes by. How do we make? So I'm using Godot Game Engine, which is a open source game engine that has a nice interface and built-in stuff that makes making games a lot easier than, I don't know, coding it from scratch or something. And I really love this. I recommend it. There's a link in the description box to Godot if you want to download it and check it out for yourself. And then it uses GDScript. Well, you can also use C#, but I like using GDScript. And it's a coding language that lets me interface with things in the game, so stuff works good. And yeah, I'm still working on my game to make it quite a proper Puyo Puyo-like, but it's getting there. And so today specifically, I'm focusing on getting the matching working. So in Puyo Puyo, when 4 of a similar color pieces stack with each other, they make a match. And then you get like a chain, which gives you like points, and the pieces disappear and things happen. So that's if 4 of the same color match up in a row. So I'm just gonna go ahead and find a match of 4 here. So let's see, not yet, but we're getting there little by little. Next piece. Come on, give me a match. Almost, almost, bam. So you can see there's 4 like sand colored blocks in a row there. Let's bring Travie back in. His head's a little cut off. So now this isn't matching, right? It's not going poof and points aren't happening and there's no effects. I am going to set that up today and it's going to happen and it's going to work. So the way, and you can kind of see under the hood a little bit here, the way that the matching is going to work is like this. So there is an array down here. Now you can imagine that all of these rows are the columns. So like when we're looking at this full version, these like 2 bedrock columns, imagine rotating it like that. Boop, just like that. Yeah, I'm kind of taking some very direct artistic inspiration from Minecraft blocks, because my idea is that you're digging deeper and deeper underground, and so I just quickly decided, you know what, let's use Minecraft block colors. They were kind of like placeholders, but at this point, the game jam is only 9 days till it's over, so I need to just keep it the way it is and not try to make it fancier. So yeah, it's kind of like got a voxel theme overall to it. Yeah, that is sort of where I'm going with it. So yeah, there's obsidian, we've got sand, stone, dirt. The dirt's a little oranger, and then this is supposed to be like a mossy cobblestone. I kind of went a little off of the normal Minecraft style just to like make them look different enough from each other. So it's a little different, but yeah, the obsidian is unmistakable, right? But they are like different textures that I made. All right, so this, again, remember this is like rotated this way. So this row corresponds to that left column with the mossy block, the green one, and the stone one, those 2 right there. So each block color is associated with a number. It's a little crazy, but it's a number between 3 and 7. Just take my word for it. That's the way it works. So the stone block is number 6, and the mossy block is number 5. And you can see the rest of these are zeros. That's because there's nothing in those spots. Now, if I were to spawn a piece and then drop it on top, and then we print the array again, you'll see that this is going to change. So now, it went from 5 to 15. There's 2 different, there's 2 new pieces in that column or in that row. And instead of being 5, it's 15. Now the stone is still 6. That one's still 6. Why is this 15? It's 15 because I multiplied it by 3. Why is it multiplying by 3? And you'll see the dirt is 4 here. Why is this 3? The reason why I multiplied that by 3 is because if I multiply the lowest possible number, 3, that a block color can be, if I multiply that by 3, then we'll get a new unique number. And that new unique number is generated when the game detects that 2 blocks that are the same color are next to each other. And this is how we're going to find matches, right? So remember, this was 5, that was 0, now it's 15. So what the game is going to do is it's going to say, okay, everything that is 15, every number that is 12, that is 18, that is 21, and that is 9. All of those colors are going to be those they're not really the colors, they're the matched colors are going to be tracked. And if there is more than 4 of those colors, now they also have to be seen next to each other. So that's going to be well, they actually don't. Well, they do, right? So there's going to be a little bit of a trick there to make sure that they're actually either in an adjacent column or an adjacent row. I feel like we only need to make sure they're in an adjacent column, though. But if they are, and they have that number that is 9, 12, 15, 18, or 21, then it's a match, and it can pop those pieces. So that's kind of the way it's going to work. I know it's a little weird, but it's a way that I think is going to work, and I'm excited to show you how that goes. And I'm going to try to do it right now. I'm going to try to get that. I guess first I want it, so I needed to like look through that data, and it needs to not only find all of them, but let's say we have two 15s here and two 15s there, right? It's gonna need to know, well, that's not a match because those aren't right next to each other. So that's gonna be something to deal with. Bartz wants to know if I used a voxel program or use the remesh. I use the remesh. Yeah. So I probably, well, we'll see. I might make some extra ones here in the main public stream, but I've been making these in the member stream. Join button is below if anyone didn't know. No pressure at all. I just look, I'm trying to like make some kind of living doing this, so hey, I might as well tell you that there's a join button and it helps the channel out a lot. But I do art streams, sound, game design stuff over there. I'll pull up Blender right now so you can kind of see. But yeah, so I modeled these using primarily like the skin modifier first, which let me kind of trace and draw the general shape of what I wanted it to be. So you can see this is what the tarantula looks like normally. Or in the final version, and then it started out like this. So this is when I used the skin modifier. Let me get out of the way, and this is all in Blender, by the way. I didn't, and for me, I didn't really want to do the voxel program approach because I just don't like making things pixel by pixel. I really enjoy doing 3D modeling, so this works for me. So there's this thing called a skin modifier, and basically all that this is kind of creepy that way. Looks like a walking stick. All that it is a bunch of points with lines connected between them, right? And then what the skin modifier does is it wraps a mesh around those wires, and then I can say like how thick or not I would like that to be, so I can make the abdomen wider or whatever, and that's just kind of how I sketched it to begin with. Then I go in and I try sculpting it a little bit, so I'll show you the step that had. I use the remesh as a way just to kind of visualize where it's going. You'll see there's kind of this red means that this is inside out, but it doesn't really matter. So there I kind of had like the leg go up, and I just sort of nudged it and adjusted it in little ways with the remesh on there so I could see how the blocks were turning out. And then, I just kept like adjusting it little by little, and finally I would go in, oh, you got some repeated edges there. Go ahead and fix that. And then I just would go in and draw some of these blocks by hand, like adding the fangs on just to get those like final touches in. Oh, I see, it's double verts. That's why. No problem, we can fix that. You can especially tell that I made these by hand. And then I'll just like fill in the faces, thanks. Stuff like that, some more hand-made blocks just to touch it up. Because I don't really like building things like pixel art from scratch. I enjoy the 3D modeling approach. And then I separate them into different like colors, which is pretty easy to do in Blender, just different like materials essentially. And then those materials in Godot are quite easy to adjust later, which is always nice. Hey, what's up, Jonas? Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Thank you for supporting the channel and being a member. And thanks for telling me in the member stream about that orchestral pack. So far, I've only used one sound from it in the game, but I have used it in the game. Basically, whenever the enemies enter, when the game starts, I'll show you. So if I move to the next level, yeah, a little like, I don't know what you call it, a little cymbal sound when the enemy appears. It's nice. So yeah, that was really helpful. Appreciate it. Sending good vibes. Thank you for the good vibes. I appreciate it. I hope other stuff is going well for you. Very good, Zabren J. Leader Jord, welcome back. How you been? Thanks for stopping in. So that's how the tarantula turned out in Godot. You can see the colors look a lot different because I changed them once I got it into Godot. And so it's just a nice, easy thing. I can come in here and adjust these materials to be whatever I want. And I decided this kind of gave it like an underground creature sort of appearance. So yeah, so that's how that came together. All right, so I'm gonna get into some coding, but if you guys have other questions or you wanna tell me about your own balloons like I'm still in balloons mode. Your own Puyo-like. I'm here. I'm gonna be hanging out. I'm gonna be playing some music. Hit that like button if you haven't yet. If you hit that like button, listen to that music. Don't you like the music? Like the stream. Thank you if you're willing to hyper smash the thumbs up button, guys. There's so many ways you can help out, and I understand we can't all be a member, but we can all press the like button. I bet you. All right. I love the skin modifier. I made all of these characters with the skin modifier. I love them. I'm obsessed with the skin modifier. It's so convenient because it's basically like drawing stick figures in 3D space, right? So I did my jerboa that way, or this little creature, and again, just so easy, right? And it's really quite a simple process. I mean, I'll show you like how I would do it. So the way I like to get started with it, he's all over the place. I can't keep up with him. The way I like to get it started is like get rid of all the default stuff. I like to create a plane first. And again, this is skipping over a lot of like how you do things like shortcuts and stuff in Blender. But if you're remotely familiar with Blender, I create a plane here, and then I loop cut. You don't have to do it this way, there's other ways, but I loop cut through it. I select the point in the middle, I invert, and I get rid of every other vertices, and then I just have one single point. Then I will start adding my modifiers on. We can add the skin modifier, and you can see immediately it creates this block. And then I can click on that point and extrude it with the E key, and now I've got a whole length of a thing. Merge at center. Oh, okay, wait. Oh, wait. So if I press like M, merge at center. Oh, whoa, thank you. Well, that saves me some time. All right. Revised advice. Add a plane, press the M key, and do at center. Nice. That's a hot tip. Let's go. Wow. So then we add a skin modifier. Look at you helping me. And, you know, just to make it like a little nicer, I'll add a subdivision on there. So it's like kind of rounded and you can increase the detail or whatever. And then I always add a mirror generally. Like it depends. It depends what you're making, obviously. But usually I'm making like a creature that benefits from having symmetry. Then I'll start in edit mode, building it out, you know, and whatever. You can make a person. Again, I am not a great visual artist by any means. So if I can make something using this method, you can make something using this method. So we'll just make like a little person real fast. Oops. And it's something very fun about it. I really enjoy it. I just love 3D stuff. It's the best. Let's see, it's already a person. Do some loop cuts in here. So I have some more. I like to do X-ray mode so I can see my points really easily. And then we're already almost making a human being. Or an alien. It's kind of an alien. A mushroom character. Yeah, really fun, really satisfying. And it can be kind of weird. It definitely requires some, you know, nudging around to get it to behave. but still a really good tool. Welcome, Kai Guy. I expect to be in and out today too. Cool spider. Love the music today. Let's go! Thanks, Kai Guy. Appreciate it. And thank you for supporting the channel. I appreciate you so much. I'm glad. I love when you guys are in and out. I'm gonna be here for 12 hours. What, are you gonna be here for 12 hours? Like, you don't deserve that. I mean, I deserve it. This is my fate. But for you guys, you know, pop in when you can. All right. So if I'm gonna make some. Oh God, oh geez, it's loud. I feel like what I'm most afraid of is determining what row it's in, but I know we can do it. We got this. So I'm gonna go show you a little bit, or just kind of familiarize myself with the project again, so I can easily make all these things happen. So this is like the default grid, the empty grid array. Again, that is the play area rotated like this. And then this is just the one that gets modified. So the x-axis, if you will, of the gameplay grid is represented by the main array index, or rather, yeah, it's a little confusing. Technically, the x-axis is. Yeah, no, that makes sense, right? So this is, well, it's a little, anyway, I don't know how to explain it right, but hopefully it just makes sense. That's the bottom, that's the top, this is the left, that's the right. Right, left, bottom, 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 top. Okay, and then over in, I want to say the main game scene logic? Somewhere. Okay. Oh, I pseudo-coded. I just wrote it out. Check for 9s, 12s, 15s, 18s, and 21s. Identify which have more than 4. For the ones that do, divide by 3, iterate through the grid nodes, pop the grid nodes. But you need to also say, if, this is what this is missing, if the match numbers are in adjacent columns. Okay. Then pop the grid nodes. Okay, for X in global's grid array size, for Y in global's grid array X size. And then we can just print Y on timer pop countdown. When does that timer start? Nowhere. Okay, so I actually need to have that timer fire. I don't think, I'm gonna search my whole project for that. Oh, we do have it somewhere. On piece placed, when a piece is placed. Okay, cool. So that means when a piece is placed, what should happen is it prints out, I mean, it's just gonna print out every single number, I think, but let's see what happens. Just kind of need to familiarize myself with what I'm doing next. Okay, so there, you can kind of see on the left there. Let me see if I can zoom that in. Okay. That is not what we want. No. Incorrect. Not correct. That is just printing out every index number. We want the actual value within the index to be printed, not the index itself. So I would want to print, global's grid array X, Y. I think that might work. Okay, so we're gonna place a piece, or at least see what doesn't work. Okay, so there's a bunch of zeros now, and there should be 2 actual numbers, if this is correct. They're kind of hard to see. Let me just do another. Oh, there we go. There's 12 and there's 7. Okay, so it is finding all the numbers and it's printing it. So it's actually printing it over and over again. You can see that it keeps happening because the timer is like looping, I guess. So that's not great. We only need it to happen. Well, we actually do want it to happen multiple times, but not because of this. So I'm gonna go to that timer, which is in the main game scene. Today's your off day? That's awesome. And tomorrow? Wait, that's like a 4-day weekend. Wait, is there also like a holiday on Monday? Do you have a 5-day weekend? That's amazing. Yes, get those chores done. Get those chores done. You got this. You got this. Look, and even if you only get one chore done, that's more than you would have if you hadn't had any time off. So like, we got the ADHDs, so it's good to be gentle with ourselves. And also, you know, if you've got multiple days off, like, it can be nice just to like enjoy it. Oh, you work on the weekends. Okay, all right, I'm sorry. Well, 2 days off is still good. But yeah, you know, sometimes it's nice to like enjoy at least one day, right? And then maybe work too. You know, mix and match. Just take care of yourself. Yeah, I don't know how I do it either. I just love doing it. It's just like, it's freaking passion, man. I mean, if you think about it, you hear a lot about how game devs, especially in like the corporate world, or even like you know, small indie studios, you know, people often are working extra hard. They're doing crunch, they're doing overtime, and they're not getting paid that much for it. And I think like a passion for making games is such a powerful driver. And I certainly feel that. That's what keeps me going. All right, there's my pop countdown timer. And over here, thanks for letting us know what you're up to. Okay. Over here, we need to make it a one shot. That's the setting that I want, because, oops, I didn't mean to make myself invisible. I meant to make this super visible. That's the one shot property right there. That will make sure the timer doesn't keep running, because I don't want it to. Okay. Slept/chilled all day last Thursday. Okay, all right. Let's still try to be kind to ourselves. Come on, you deserve to rest. Maybe it's nice to rest again once a week. Maybe once a week you deserve to rest. Not that you're not saying that, but okay. So that prints all of them. Now, I don't actually want to print them. I want to iterate through them. And I wanted to find, this is kind of the tricky part, right? Because I almost need it. Okay, let me draw this. Because once it finds the matches, it needs to know where back to look for them. And so a part of me feels like this is gonna be difficult. Because I'm sure I can have it just match any old place. But if we imagine this as it is, you're gonna need more space than that. Okay, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, not the most even columns, but you get it. So it's going to need to somehow check, like what, like 2 at a time, right? Like check, look at this, are there matches? Then look over here, are there matches? Now look over here, are there matches? And somehow like kind of keep track of that. Game dev fuels me. It sure does. But you know what else fuels me is being here with you guys. Like if I have been able to get a lot of work time when I'm not streaming, but when I'm streaming at the same time, that definitely like injects the energy into me like threefold. It really helps a lot. So thank you, you coming through and checking in and saying, hey, like, it helps me stay focused, which sounds crazy because it sounds like a distraction. But if I'm not streaming, I get way more distracted. I'm like, ooh, I wonder if there's a new video from so-and-so, or, I'm like, I start looking up at a wiki and I'm just like, wow, this is interesting, and I just get sucked away from what I'm focusing on. But just, chatting for a second and then being like, oh yeah, this is what I'm doing is so helpful. So yeah, thank you for helping me have that fuel. Yeah, so somehow and I could just go through, right? And my original idea was just go through and find all of the matches. I kind of have this wild idea. I think I have a different idea here, and this bear with me. Do I have a drawing of like the way that it works right now? Kind of. Checking matches. So this is sort of the way that it works right now. So if these are all the pieces, these are all matches, a piece will say, hey, does the one to the left of me match? Does the one to the left of me match? Yes. Okay, got it. My left match is true. Does the one to the bottom of me match? Yes, my bottom match is true. And then this bottom one down here says, does my top one match? It does. That's true. Yeah, this is Excalibur. I love it. Seppi, welcome. And then so on and so forth. So they all just communicate. And when this true happens, it multiplies its number in the array by 3. I kind of have this wacky idea, all right? As a way to keep distinct, because if like, for example, we were to have a bunch of whatever, blue, not that there's blue, but if there were a bunch of blue matches, so these are 2, and then what if we have 2 blue over here as well, right? So if both of those are marked with whatever number that they are gonna have, let's say it's 12, and we just iterate through, and I say, which ones have 12? Is it more than 4? Then pop them. Well, now we have a match where they aren't supposed to be a match. So if there was some way that we could say, when this happens, it marks these as 12, but it marks these, it could multiply it by 3 again, which could get quite large, and then those are 34. I feel like this is a bad idea because you're probably gonna get some that match again in a way you didn't mean to. I don't think this is a great idea. And so then it could it would need to check nearby, like, what are the numbers near me? So somehow I think maybe it would be easier to just iterate through a row at a time, or 2 rows at a time. And it has to, so if there are, okay, and put these back to 12. It can say, oh, there's 3 here. In these 2 columns, there's 3, which is great and all, but that's not a match because it's not 4. It can go here and check, well, there's 3, but that's not a match. Right, no, yeah, that'll work. Okay, this is going to be kind of wild to try to code, but I think it could work. No match there. It would come here, no match there. And then if I wanted to make it match just for the sake of example, so there were all these 12s, it would still see no match because there's no 12s altogether. It'd come here, this actually would be a match, right? So we wouldn't want it to pop all of these, right? Because then it would have left these behind. Technically, this is a match that goes across columns. So that means it needs to keep track. It needs to say, oh, I have a match here. I would say that if it this is going to be crazy, guys. We're going to get into some deep crazy coding today. Like, this is wacky down. If it sees that there's a match, I think it should change these to something else. Some number that would never be in there. Maybe 666. I don't know. Just some nondescript number or whatever. Right? Something that isn't going to appear in there. So it makes those 666, and then we get to the next one, and it makes all of these 666. Okay? Because it sees that there's a match. And then once it's done looking through all of those, now it will say, okay, which ones are marked 666? Pop those. And of course, that means everything has to readjust, and it has to run it through again and check to see in each one. It's a little evil. Oops. Don't come for me, Illuminati TikTok, please. All right. And this was the most crazy code wacky town. Yes, 1 ticket, please. No problem. Here you go. Enjoy. Yeah, I'm very much coming up with a unique way, all my own, of making these Puyo Puyo matches. Here we go. Welcome, IAB. Good to see you. All right. Well, so the first thing I need to do is I need to get this thing that iterates through 2 columns at a time, always including the last column. And yeah, I just kind of want to print those. If we could just print those. So that would mean there's going to be, so there's 6 or 12 times 6. So that means it should print 30, no, 60, no, 72 numbers. Really? 12 times 2. Sorry, 24 numbers. It should print, there's 6 rows and 12 rows and 6 columns. So that means we should get 24 numbers printed out. And then I would just need to be able to verify that the next 24 plus the last 12 are printed out and keep going through. I think that's the first step. This is going to be heavy duty. Oh man. All right. So if right now I'm just printing the entire array, but I specifically want to isolate and be able to iterate through certain ones. So right now it says for X in global's grid array size. So it's looking at the entire, well, and then this is, so Y, okay. In the global's grid array, hey Timeless, welcome. Thanks for stopping in. How you been? When it's iterating, when it's saying for X in grid array, it's this. So this is X. So if I were to say print X0, because remember, arrays start with 0. So this would be 0, 1, X1, X2, X3, X4, X5. So if I were to say print X, or print 0 in the X place, as it were, then we would get this entire column printed. Row, it's technically a column. If I did 1, it would be this. 2 to be that, 3, 4, 5. So that means we definitely want to do a 0 through 5. We want to start with 0 and 1. I guess what might unfortunately make the most sense is to create a new array, right? To construct a brand new array that contains just the data that I need. So in theory, it would take like this stuff, right, and create a temporary array in here, right? There we go. So we create this temporary array that just looked at these first two. Heck, I mean, well, you could. And so I just need to, yeah, I guess I just need to find a way to do that. And then through all of that, it would look for the numbers 12, 15, 18, 21, oh, and 9. And if there are those matches, it would need to, in those places, identify them and update them to 666 or whatever. Thanks, Roger. I appreciate it. Welcome, good to see you. Thanks everybody for stopping in. Y'all are the best. I'm nervous. We're getting close to the end of this jam. Like, I only got 9 days left. It's down to the wire. So, I mean, I may be scheduling extra streams. I'm gonna be here today and tomorrow. This is a tough game to make. I way underestimated how difficult it was gonna be. I actually think this is gonna be the least submitted to game like Jam. The last one, we had about 20 entries, minus a couple, minus one. And then in the previous one, we had about 30, minus a couple. And I would be surprised if we get 10 entries. I actually think we might get less than 10 entries for this jam. I really do. Because I think this game, I again, underestimated how difficult it was going to be. We got people tapping out saying like, I can't submit anymore. I can't do it. It's like, oh man, it's quite scary. Seppi, it's fine, it happens. Seppi really wants to work in Godot again at some point, but you're already busy with a team project in Unreal Engine 5. Well, that's fair. That makes sense. You're spending most of your free time learning C++. Hopefully I can find time to join a game jam soon. Heck yeah. There's always going to be the game like jam every other month. The next one's going to be in July. But yeah, there's so many great game jams on Itch. Now seems like a great time to join. I know, right? I mean, look, there's at least one person who had most of the mechanics working within a week. But I don't think we're all that person. So, you know, yeah, it's, I look, if you try to, you're gonna have to scope down. You're gonna have to scope way down, right? Maybe take out the AI player, maybe have no characters, something, you know? But that's still, here's the other thing, is like, since I think there's gonna be so few people joining this one, I think you have a good chance of winning whoever you are, right? Of getting a top game. And I'm gonna put your game out there as often as I can. It's gonna be on the main page of the Hyper Game Dev Itch channel on itch.io, and then it's also gonna be on the Jam page for perpetuity as long as itch.io exists and the internet exists and our world exists. So, you know, there's a good chance. And there's a third category that isn't mentioned here, which is overall runner-up. I should probably put that on here. It's not really a judging category, but it is a category you can win. So, I mean, at this point, we might get 3 entries, and they all are just three ones. So be the third one. It could be you. Bartz wants to finish your last Beetle, make music and sound effects. You think it's possible, but we'll see. Yeah, it sounds like you've got good like stretch goals in mind, which is so important. So important. It won't let you log in because the email in your account doesn't exist anymore. Oh no. They won't let me fix it without the account messaging them. The account that no longer exists, the reason I need it. I've found Itch staff to be very like, you know, communicative if you reach out to them, but it sounds like you have reached out to them and it's not going well. Damn, I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, at least it's pretty easy to just like make a new account on itch, but that kind of sucks if you have like games on there already, and you know, they like have certain popularity and analytics that you want to maintain. It does kind of suck. They ghosted you twice? Oh no, I'm so sorry. You have a lot of games, oh, that you've bought on there, right? Dang. I don't know how it happened to you, but that's almost happened to me because, like, you know, I've made like websites, right? And I'll have my own domain, and then I'll make an email address with that domain, and then the domain will like expire, and then I can't use the emails anymore. So I always try to make sure to go through and quickly update those emails for those accounts before it's too late. But that can be easy to make a mistake for. I know that's right. But that may not be your situation. Maybe it's something else. That sucks. That just sucks, Roger. That would leave a bad taste in my mouth. I would be like, you know what, itch, forget you. I mean, there's other places. There's Game Jolt, you know? It's like, I'm moving to Game Jolt. Take that, itch. Although the games are quite different there, so. The problem with your game, it's too easy? That's not a problem. I mean, maybe it's a problem for if you're releasing it on Steam for $15. But that's a good problem to have. I love that problem. That's awesome. Let's go. Maybe we will have more entries than I think. I don't know. I might try to put like an exit survey out to find out what people are experiencing. Okay, so this is going to be tough. I got to wrap my head around how to actually do this. For X in the grid array size. So that means we're iterating through each column. So this would be 6 times. So we probably want to put it in here. If X is set to, and we need this to increase all the time. So I'm going to create a variable for current. It's weird because it's like, it's a row in the array, but it's a column in the game. So I'm going to say current column. Current column, integer, we're going to want to start at 0, but we actually want a pair of them, right? So I'm just going to say call A and call B. So it's just not too many words. So too many characters. So 0 and 1. If X is set to call A or call B, then I want it to, just for now, print I guess I want to print, well, I guess we'd want to iterate through. I would say for Y in, we just do this right here, right? So that's like on a per column basis. All right, print globals grid array XY. So I should see 24 things, 24 numbers print. And just to help, well, it would be kind of nice if it like counted it for me. I would really love that. That would just help me a lot. So I don't have to count that. I could look at the number in the print messages, but I actually think it's just going to be easier if I just say, we're just going to do number. Integer equals 0. And so for each one of these, I would want number to get increased by 1. And then say number colon space comma. Okay, let's see what this is like. They're analyzing Hypergame Dev into AI to find out what ad it's fit for. Wait, what? Oh, I messed up. Side rail, a hilarious ad just now played for me. Thank you for keeping ads on and watching it. I appreciate that. Oh, I just realized my UI is off center. We can't have that. Ad had a Minecraft theme. Switch from your laggy Minecraft server to us. Blah blah blah. Interesting. They might. Yeah, they probably are. Try to topic match. And even besides that, Minecraft is doing a lot of ads right now. You know, with the movie and everything. I think just in general, I'm seeing Minecraft ads friggin' all over the place. I guess I should put more Minecraft stuff in my... I should probably say my Minecraft style. Maybe I should put that in the title. Interesting. Thanks for letting me know that, Kai Guy. You got one of my 3D printers? I want a 3D printer. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. The ads, it helps so much just to like behold an ad on this channel. Thank you guys. Yeah, probably coincidence. It is funny. It's like fits, right? You never know. Use your 3D printer to print 3D printers? Nice. Do I know where the UI lives? I don't actually remember where the UI is. Let me collapse some of this stuff. Characters, level shiftable, canvas layer debug. Where does the... Oh, it's label... I know it's label 3D. Okay, there. Oh, it's in the camera. Got it. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Much better. Alright, anyway. Testing this out. So, I'm going to start the game. We're going to put some down. It printed 72. That is incorrect. So we got 12 at first. Oops. Hey, I'm really large. I guess I'll stay big. Why not? So over here, I got... No, it's a little too big. So I've got 12... 1 through 12 here. So that's one whole column. You can see 6 and 4. So that's semi-correct because there's 2 pieces that I put over here. And then it printed it again without the number. I think that's an old... Oh, that's another print that I left in there. So ignore that. Then it did 13 through 24. This is correct. And those are all zeros. But it kept going to each and every... So it is it's basically printing one column at a time right now. Soon as shall be all that remains. Using your 3D printer to print 3D printers. What? Wouldn't you just have like infinite fractal of 3D printers at that point? Okay. So this print needs to die. Now I thought I was saying if... Oh, because you're saying 4Y in the entire size. So you would want to say... Well, but I thought I was just saying in X. Iterate through them all only if X equals column A or column B. So I must be misunderstanding what the X and its relationship to that is. Can we get a print here? Here, let me cut this out. This is gonna be confusing. Can we get a print of X? Just do that for me. If X, don't even do that. Let's just pass this for now. So if it prints every, but that's doing the whole size. That's going through everything. That's okay. All right, let me just see what this yields. I'm confused. We only need one 3D printer ever. Each new one multiplies. Whoa. It's got ace reproduction. Yes, tomorrow the world will be overflowing a mile deep in 3D printers. What have you done? What have you done? 3D printers for everybody! Free D printers. Okay, that printed 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's what I expected. This is good. That's correct. Good. So it only printed 5 values. Okay, so that much is correct. 3D print a 3D printer that is currently 3D printing a 3D printer, and it goes on as far as your eye can see. I love that. Non-Euclidean 3D printer. 3D printing the motors and wires because why not? Wait, literally? Wait, are you serious, Roger? Are you actually 3D printing a 3D printer? Wait, that's so cool. Okay. So if it's 0 or 1, print X. I wonder if it must be that other for loop that's getting crazy. Metallic filament is very fun if you have a nozzle that won't kill itself from it. I'm impressed. What? It's still printed 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I think my OR statement is... Oh. I think you need to say if X is set to column A or X is set to column B. I think that's how you have to word it. I'm not sure what it thought I said, but I definitely didn't communicate to it correctly. Okay, let's try this. There we go. Now it's only printing 0 and 1. This is how I'm gonna get this code made. It's just little by little chunking away at it until it exists. Okay, so now do the number print, iterating through all of the columns, or all of the rows in those columns, or whatever. All right, 24. Perfect. It's Dr. Leave Octopus. It is. It is me. I don't know any quotes from that, but I know that I look like her. From Spider-Verse. Welcome, Rorik. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for supporting the channel. For real, you be supporting the channel so well. Thank you, Rorik. How you been? How's your game coming along? We already got somebody dropped out. I feel like this is a hard one. I'm really worried I picked too hard a game. This is my pledge. I said this last time and I made a mistake. My pledge is that the next Game Like Jam, here, it is being said here and now, the next Game Like Jam will be so easy. I don't love to do that. But I feel like I have to make it easy. And you guys can build on it. The reason why I don't love to do that is because it means that we're all going to overscope our games. Because we're going to want to expand on it and make it even bigger and better. And part of the Game Like Jam is to not have you worrying about scope beyond the game itself. But when the game is so hard, the scope is like already too big, we have a problem. So yeah, I'm gonna make it an easier one next time. I already have some easy ones lined up. I've just been like, nah, they're too easy, skip them. No, next one's gonna be super easy, relatively. Don't sing, don't sing, don't sing, don't sing. You want me to sing? So here's the thing. I used to sing to members when they enter. It is always there. That's true. You're right. It is always there. I used to sing to members every time they joined, but I realized it was distracting me too much from working on the project. So now I only sing if you donate, renew your membership, use your highlighted message. Use your highlighted message, Rorik. Every month, members get a free highlighted message. So it's kind of like a super chat without a super chat. If you send a message that's highlighted in the chat, I will not sing you a song. I will sing you a song per your wishes for me not to sing, because I know what you really want. I know what you really mean. Donos gifts, highlighted messages, renewed memberships. Please sing to Rook. Now I gotta sing to you. That's Jonas's message. All right. I don't know if this song is singing appropriate, but we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. Oh, hold on. Let me let me do something. By the way, I don't sing well. Please understand. Oh, Jonas, oh, the onus is on Jonas to get a song today. Oh, Jonas, you got the onus to have a song sung to you. I know this, Jonas, you get a song sung to you. The onus is on me to sing Jonas' song, and we know this must be true, 'cause you renewed your membership, which got you a highlight. Oh, Jonas, do you know this? It's what you get now. Reversed card Uno, sing to Juno. I mean Jonas. Oh. Oh man, it's embarrassing. That's what we do here. That's what we do here. It was worse before, you guys, when I sang to members every time they came in. Oh wait, Rorik did. Wait, Rorik's got one. All right, another member song. Here we go. I see it's a. Here we go. All right, it's a highlighted message. What's this song? Can I sing to this one? Oh, ooh, it's a different vibe. Rorik, oh, I think you're fantastic. Rorik is full of fantasticness, I can tell. Oh yes, Rorik is full of fantasticness, I can tell. Oh yes. Oh, don't you know I appreciate you? It's true, Rorik, you're full of fantasticness. Yeah. Okay, there you go. Whoa, that's kind of a vibe. I like the chill songs. It's like, what's the golden buzzer? Does that mean I get dunked or something? Oh man. Thank you guys. Thank you both for supporting Hypergame Dev. I'm a lounge singer now. Yeah, these were newer songs that I've added. They're actually really, really nice. It's different than like the hype vibe. I love it. Chills me out a little bit. Thank you guys. You're the best. I always love a little. Oh no! Hey! Oh no! The floodgates are open. Oh man. Okay. All right. Okay. So here we go. We got a gift membership. Who got it? Joe Schmo. Congratulations. You are now a gifted member. That means you are going to get access to a Monday member stream every Monday. And that is like Blender, music, game design, sometimes hanging out. I did a cooking stream once just for members, so kind of some fun stuff can come from that. So you'll also get emotes that can show up on screen and special other ones, special access to places on the Discord, and more. So thank you, Rorik, for gifting that to Joe. Sing to the new guy. All right, I'll sing to Joe. I will recognize your request. Sing to a random person in chat, regardless if they're a member. Oh, not timeless? All right. Oh, no. I will sing to Timeless and to Seppi combined. How about that? That will be the random person that we do. All right. All right, here we go. I'm going to pick a different song. I just feel like it would be nice. I don't know if this song is going to be good for singing, but we're going to try it. Oh, Joe, don't you know, now you're a member, and I think it's so fantastic. I will remember that you're a member, Joe, because of Rorik, who is fantastic. Oh, yeah. Yo, Schmo, don't you know you're a member? Oh, 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 Joe Schmo. Oh, Rorik is fantastic, giving Joe Schmo a gift membership. Oh, 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 Joe Schmo. Don't you know now you got some access to some new things? Yo. Okay. Timeless, oh, timeless. You made sure that Seppi can be so happy, 'cause Seppi gets a song now. Timeless is so timeful, because now the time is being dedicated to you for your gift to Seppi, who might not be happy about getting a song for them. Oh, Seppi, you get a song. Does it make you happy? Game dev, no, you subscribe because of the songs. Oh, Seppi, I guess you must be happy. Thanks to Timeless, who put the time forward to help us sing a song to you. Timeless, you're so timeless to me with your generosity. Oh, Seppi might be happy now. Seppi might be happy now. I can tell because you said so, and now we feel good and everybody's happy like Seppi. Oh man, you guys. You subscribe! You subscribe for this! For my crappy singing! Thank you. Thank you for supporting. Thank you for the $10, Timeless. It means the world. You guys are the best. Oh, man. Ooh! A little embarrassing, never hurt anybody, right? Timeless is a mean person. I've punished you with music. It worked. Yeah, we'll make it work. We'll make it work. The 3D printed song Avalanche has begun. Oh no, song, a fractal of songs. Don't let the doctor finish her game. No, no, no more money. I'm just kidding. I mean, I'm not kidding. Look, it's true. You will distract me. That's what it should be. It should be like donos for distractions. All right. Thank you guys. Y'all are the best. Truly appreciate you. Great. What the heck am I doing? I need to. Okay. Right. Well, we were in a good place. I had a success. That's the best point to take a distraction break, is when things are going well. Although it's also nice when things aren't going well, because it's like I get some relief. So I guess it's always okay. So I got 24 numbers to be printed, because the thing, just gonna recap what the heck I'm doing. The thing I'm trying to build right now is a way to check for matches. And currently the way we're checking, so imagine this red box is like a for loop that's iterating through, and this is the column, the board of columns. There's no rows, but you can imagine them. And so what it's gonna do in theory is it's gonna look at 2 columns at a time. So it's gonna start with the first 2. This is column 0, this is column 1, and it's gonna see, are there 4 matches within these 2 columns? If there aren't, or even if there are, it'll move on. Well, if there aren't, it'll just move on to the next one. So it'll just move 1 up. So that means if it was doing 0 and 1 before, it's now going to do 1 and 2. So it's gonna look through here. Are there any matches? If there isn't, it's gonna move on to the next one into 2 and 3. Are there any matches? No, there are not. Move on to the next one. Are there any matches in 3 and 4? Yes, there are! So it's going to upgrade those from whatever number they usually are to some other one. I guess 666. So it's gonna make them all be 666, and then it's going to continue to the next 2. So 4 and 5. It's going to say, are there matches? Yes, there are. They're all 666. Great. So then it's going to move out here. And then once it's not going to move out there, but it'll stop iterating. and then it's going to go through and it's going to make sure it matches, or it pops and gives you points for all of the ones that had matched when it iterated through. Now, there's a couple things that this is missing. So in Puyo Puyo, the original, you would get scored differently. So if you got like 4 pieces in a match over here, but you got 6 over here, you would be scored differently for those 4 than you would be for these 6. So if I really wanted it to be as accurate as possible to the original, I would take that into account instead of, because otherwise what I'll in theory be doing is if there are some over here that are matches and these all get to be 666, then that means they're all going to be scored together. So it won't necessarily check to see if you got 6 together and you got 4 together separately. See you later, Rorik. Thanks for coming through and injecting some fun into the stream. Appreciate you. And, you know, I feel like I'd rather kind of just, like, not care about that. You know, like, scoring them differently, right? Like, it just feels like, a lot of extra work. So because, and so I guess the way that I would do that, I don't know. I mean, okay, the way that I would do that is I would pick multiple, basically. So instead of it being 666, we could do something like 111 or whatever. So it marks the first set of them as maybe I will do this. It marks the first set of them as 111. Okay, this is just random whatever. I'm just doing some chaos coding here. And then by the next one, it'll do the next pair that it finds, or the next patch it finds, it'll make them 222. So it'll just add 111 every time. It's kind of arbitrary. And so it'll just, but that's kind of sucks, doesn't it? I mean, it kind of doesn't matter. You might as well just make it like 100, right? And then just say if it's any number that's higher than 99. And so it could say, okay, of the ones that are higher than 99, and it's a lot of extra coding, but it could be nice. Of the ones that are higher, so this will be 101, higher than 99, how many of them were there together? And depending on how many there were together, that's how many points you get. And here's the thing, I could always I can code this in now and not worry later about making it all matter. So if I can still consider that a stretch goal, calculating the points, but I can go ahead and just set it up to just increase by 100 every time it makes a new set. Now there is a bit of a problem there because, okay, if these are whatever they are, 6s, or these would be 12s or something. Hey Ocean, welcome. There's no cat right now, not that that's necessarily what you meant, but I think my singing scared him away. He didn't like it, but we'll sing some more. We're gonna sing some more because Ocean, the singing will continue because Ocean has used their monthly highlight. Oh, and then it tells you, I forget that it shows you how long you guys, 9 months, dang, you've been holding it down. And then what did Rorik say? Rorik was 7 months, love it. And then Jonas had, I forgot to celebrate that. Jonas had 4 months. Look at that spectrum of months. Appreciate you guys being here. Ocean, 9 months. Let's go, almost a year. Okay. Let's do the next song. Let's change the vibe up. So, yeah, but I'm gonna need to think about that, right? What happens? How is it gonna know? Well, because it's already gonna have the 101 in there from before. So, no, it should be able to connect it. Maybe. You already know, Barts. You already know. Let's see if I can think of a different one. Okay. Alright. I feel like this song is very chill. Oh, ocean has got me doing a quotient calculation in my brain, so I can come up with a new rhyme to sing. Oh, ocean has got me coming up with a new quotient, so I can have an equation to sing ocean a new song. But I'm not gonna, that's just wrong. Oh, ocean felt the motion and the notion to go ahead and support us. Thank you, ocean. That transition was smooth like lotion, smooth like ocean. Go ahead and feel the motion. Take the notion to go ahead and help me do a quotient to have an equation, so I can figure out what to sing to you, what to sing to you. Oh, ocean, thank you for just being. Oh, ocean, thank you for just being you. Yeah. Thank you, Ocean. I appreciate you. There's some really good background music to listen to while you write your C++ turn-based battles to the game. I hope you mean the music that I'm playing, and please not my singing. Nobody deserves that. I'm glad to hear it, Sephi. I'm glad to hear it. And again, thank you, Ocean, so much for being such a long-time supporter. Kai Guy 2, sing tribute to Travi, the anti-song cat. Oh! Oh man, I told you guys about the monthly highlight message, and it's like, let's go! Singing is perfect for motivation. Oh my gosh. Gonna run a new singing function to send the enemy to sleep. I love it. Alright, sing one try. Now Travi is gone. That's alright. Kai Guy. 9 months as well. Dang, look at that. What happened 9 months ago? That was like a big moment, I guess. Okay. Kai Guy would say hi to Travi or Trav. I know I wish I could, but I can't, 'cause Travi left and ran away. Oh, he did. Kai Guy wants to say hi to Travi, or should I say Travi? I can't say hi to him either, 'cause he ran away. I say hi to Kai Guy myself, 'cause I like to see this cool guy who gets me high in the sky. Maybe Travi is off getting high himself before he comes on back and hangs out with us in coding hell. Whoa, it got dark. Kai Guy wants to say hi to Travi, or should I say Travi? We won't know 'cause he's gone, but maybe he'll come back some other time. We may never know. Kai Guy wants to say hi, he wants to say hi, he wants to say hi, 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 hi. there's your song to you and to Travi. 9 months. Double 9-monthers. Love that. You guys are the best. I don't think that made Travi want to come back. I probably should have sung a song saying his name and making like the sounds that he hears when I feed him. Like maybe I get some food and jingle it around. Maybe that would make him come down. He'll be back. He always comes back. I feel like there's probably some mistake I'm making here in the way I'm designing this. It's just a hunch though. It's just a hunch. But I think if it goes through each one, I think it'll always find the ones that are connected. All right. So now that I've actually found all of these, imagining Travi getting off screen, getting high. so why did I go there? I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to freestyle when I'm trying to censor myself, advertiser friendly wise. But sometimes I gotta let a little chaos leak. Oh man. I don't think cats are supposed to get high. Maybe there's some catnip. He actually doesn't like catnip, which is a little sad. Our other cat loves it, and it's such a joy to see her have catnip, but he like actively dislikes it. So I don't think he's getting high anytime soon. He's high off life. So it's going to look at our column A or column B, and it's going to iterate through the size of either column A or column B, depending on which iteration it's going through. Currently, it's just printing which one and the location. So now what I want to do is not actually print, but I wanted to identify the ones that are matches. So let's add that in. Now I'm going to need to actually set up a list of what would be matching pieces. So I'm going to go to globals, and we're going to make a constant. This is going to be match values or something. Did they name catnip after cats or cats after catnip? It's actually a good question. It is a good question because I feel like catnip, I don't know why I'm following this distraction right now. Because catnip, it like is a plant. It's a really good question. Late 18th century from cat plus nip. Variant of dialect nep-nept from medieval Latin nepta. From Latin cat mint. I'm gonna need more than that. It was first described by Carl Linnaeus in 1753 with no subspecies but multiple botanical systems, and its name, derived from medieval Latin, reflects its historical association with cats. But that's not helpful. That's not helpful at all. The species Cateria means of cats. Derives from medieval Latin herba catae or herba cateria, used by medieval herbalists. The English common name catnip is first recorded in 1775 in Pennsylvania, but now has worldwide usage. The first usage of catmint was in 1300 in the form of cat's minty. It continues to be used since. I don't know if we have an answer to that, whether which one it was known by first, at least not yet. In medieval England, it was known by various names in botanical manuscripts. It was called Calamentum minus and Nasturtium muraligi. So it sounds like it was definitely named after cats and not the other way around. It was also called Nepida or variants. Horsemints? There's horsenip as well. Wow. So, yeah, my guess is that it is named after cats. Solid question. I'm gonna make this an array of integers. Capital I. 9, 12, 15, 18, and 21. No meg is neither a nut nor a meg. Discuss. That's true. That is true. Why is it called nutmeg? I mean, it does kind of look like a nut, right? Like a whole nutmeg is kind of like nut shaped. So I can see why they would. I think a lot where we call like, I can't think of something. Like cashews a nut, but cashews are like legumes. I feel like we're very liberal with what we call nuts in English anyway. Okay, so we need to make sure if it matches any of these, that it's considered a match. If y is set to, so it's actually going to iterate through. So, well, no, we're iterating through right there. Well, we're going to iterate through again. So many for, this is getting crazy. For, we already knew that. We knew it was going to be crazy. That was the whole thing today. For, it's actually getting even crazier than I imagined. I'm gonna say for piece in, I mean, whatever. Can we just say Z? I don't know. For the in. I'm gonna say call piece. I don't know, I'm trying to name it like semi-descriptively. So the piece in the column being currently examined. For column piece in, but that's not really true, is it? Oh, we can't use match. I think for now, what if we just say for, I could do I know I is a popular thing. I'm gonna say for val in globals, I need to save it so I can reference it. Oh, I know. Okay, fine. It might not let me because we have an error. Can we just say this so it doesn't have an error anymore? Okay. Okay, there we go. For val in globals match values, if y is set to val then we want y, so this is where I need something else still. We need to say, now technically I'd only want this to be is if it's a chain, right? Only if it's a chain. That's gonna be a little tricky because it has to count how many are in there. So that means every time we check it, oh my, I need to start, this is getting really confusing. For x in globals grid size, so iterate through every column. This one, what is this doing? This is saying iterate through 2 columns only. This is saying iterate through rows in those columns. This is saying check for matches. If cell is set to a match. Okay, so I would say while we're iterating through the rows of the columns, I'm going to create a variable for... Now, what if there's multiple matches? Well, that would need to get its own number. That's crazy. So how do you create a variable for that? I don't think you should create a variable for that. Oh, this is gonna be really hard. This is gonna be really hard. What you need to do is you need to iterate through them again. Is there like a for loop? I don't know what you call them. Keywords? I don't know. GG script. So there's like continue, break, return. But is there like one that like tells you just do it again? I don't think so. I think we would just have to like, we probably want like, So it goes you to search for Puyo Puyo piece matching algorithms. Okay, all right, that is something to giggle about. Wow. Teehee, that's complex. Teehee, my brain hurts. It's concept of breadth first search and depth first search. Okay. Yeah, I wonder what other people are doing. Test whether value is within a string, array, range, dictionary, or node. When used with for, it iterates through them instead of testing. What? Whoops, I lost my place. Oh, we could actually use this. We wouldn't even need to do that. We could say, if... It's interesting, Kai Guy. I'm not interested in clogging my brain up with whatever that all is. But somebody might be helped by that. If you guys are making your own Puyo Puyo-likes or thinking about it, you should look into what Kai Guy is doing. Bart's read those two, didn't understand a thing, drew it out myself and understood. Oh, really? So you drew out, like, similar to what Kai Guy is talking about, and then the things that you read made sense. Yeah, I do find it hard to, like, read those kinds of things. Yeah, I'm definitely being a bit of a weirdo by trying to make my own, like, algorithm. Although it might end up actually, it most likely already is similar to another one. Yeah, I'm way past the point in deciding what it's gonna be. You know, unless I get to a point, and that's not necessarily true, right? You might find me scrolling back up to look at this message, but that's only if I hit a point in this where I'm like, oh, okay, I can't do this. This is going nowhere. Then I'll come back and look at that. But I think this will be okay. I feel like the worst that this will have, I might just have to say, okay, we're not going to check for how many pieces are in a match, you know, and it's just blanket however many you got is it. You understand your own algorithm and your works maybe like depth first search. Oh, yeah, right. I'd be kind of curious to look back at those after I've made mine to like figure out if it fits within any of those. Nice. Yes, own algorithm. I mean, at least for me, like, I don't know. It's just, I'd rather just like go in and heuristically or like do like brute force, like just brute force it and just keep trying stuff until something works. I never said it was the best strategy, but it's mine. So I could say if y. Oh, I guess it got confusing. If y in global's match values, like that, that'll like work. Which it looks horrible. Like you want to say is or something, but I don't think that's gonna work. If y in globals.match values, I feel like we could just say that. So I'm gonna need to test that for sure. We could test that actually right away, but I'll set up a little bit more before I do that. Hey, welcome back, Rorik. You skipped 2 songs, yes. Lucky you. This is gonna be tough. This is gonna be tough. Because if it sees 12s and 15s, right? Like, let's say there's 12 matches and there's 15s. So those are 2 different possibles that could be in there. So it's gonna say, okay, in there, in the match values, we found a Y that was 12. In the match values, we found a Y, 2 Ys that are 15. So 2 Ys are 12, 2 Ys are 15. And we'll I guess we would just want to record which one it was. So here's what I would recommend. I would say this is kind of crazy. And I think you would want this higher up as well. I think you want this on a per check basis. So we're gonna say this is gonna be a lot of variables. Variable match 9, which is just terrible. Can I say 9 matches? Nope. Match 9s. This is awful. Match 12s. It looks like seconds. Match 15. Or match 18s. Or match 21s. So we're just gonna keep track of how many of each one had a match. Okay, so we need to know which one it matched. This is crazy. But if we just say if, well no, because it'll be, well, but then how do you route that? You'd have to do like a match statement, which is pretty terrible. So can we say match Y? Oh God, what am I doing? If Y is 9, then we would say match 9S plus equals 1. Okay. If it's 15, here we're gonna do it like this because it's gonna take up less space. Then it needs to match 12s plus 1. You forgot to add 12 in. Oh God, I'm so scared. But I'm excited. I'm scared in an excited way. Hey, Joe! What in the world? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Joe, for the $10. Oh, thank you. Thank you. What in the world? Joe got gifted a membership by, ooh, I want to say Rorik, by Rorik. Joe got gifted a membership by Rorik and then gives $10 to the channel. Oh man, thank you. Those gift memberships, wow. Thank you so much. That means we got another song to sing. That's the way this works. Donos, gifts, renewed memberships, or highlighted messages. Welcome back, Joe. Hope the game's jam's going good. It's going good. I think it's gonna be the least entered of all of the game like jams, because I think I picked too hard of a game. Again, I think I actually picked an even harder game than the last one, and I thought it was gonna be an easier one. I solemnly swear, that the next game like jam is going to be the easiest one yet. It's going to be easier than Frogger. It's going to be easier than Bloons. It's definitely going to be easier than Puyo Puyo. I promise. I just want to see something. I want to see if that helps more people get involved. But it is going well. It is going well. And I'm really enjoying working on this. I love the challenge. By the way, is the latest Godot version way better or mainly a lot of small quality of life improvements? Just curious. I kind of think it's the second one. There might be some things that I'm not thinking. Here's what I would say. The embedded game is awesome. Like that is a quality of life improvement that is hard to, it's hard to undersell how awesome it is. I should probably comment this out so I don't get any errors. I don't know if this is gonna work. Like, and again, there may be, oops, there's still an error. There may be something I'm forgetting that's in the new version that's super awesome. But in the experience that I've had with it, and I didn't like go through every single new thing in the new version, but as far as my experience goes, the embedded game is awesome. It is so nice, and you get so many more options, and it is essentially a quality of life feature. It really is. But it's really nice to be able to pull this up, right, and have this and be able to click on things like in here and get information. Like I mean, I don't even know how to. Oh, there we go. Look at that. I can click on stuff. Look at that. Look at that. We're clicking on the game as we're playing it. You know, super, super nice. So yes, it's mostly quality of life. But I guess I wouldn't say it's small quality of life. There's stuff like this that's like a massive quality of life improvement. That's what I would say. But yeah, I don't. If you, especially if you're already working on a game and you're worried that something is gonna break something. You know, if you're like relying on UIDs and it's gonna break it because of the way they changed UID stuff, then maybe stay on the old one. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it. All right, let's get Joe that song. Let's get Joe that song. What's the next track? It's like, it sounds like a Christmas song. It's not really a membership. You are a member now. It's your member song and your dono song. Oh Joe, you get a whole new song. Because you came on through and you aren't a schmo at all. It's true. Oh Joe, I think you're so special to me. Oh Joey. Yo schmo, don't you know that you are no schmo to me? You're so special, Joe Schmo, because you came on through and you did some things that I think are cool. Joe Schmo, Joe Schmo, you're not a schmo to me, don't you know? I think you're special. Oh, Joe Schmo, you're not a schmo to me, I think you're really special. You got a specialty for putting a smile on my face, Joe Schmo. Joe. Thank you for the $10. You guys are the best, and enjoying the new membership as well. That's gonna get you those Monday member streams. And you got dancing emoji on screen. Hey gamer, you're broke. That's okay. That's okay. You hit that like button. Hit that like button. Cause honestly, the more you engage with the channel, the more likely you are to get a gift membership. As long as you're allowed to get gift memberships. If you are, you know, if you're like an underage channel or something like that, then you can't get them. But yeah, hit that thumbs up, helps a lot. Thank you. Welcome gamer, hope you're doing well. Forgot about the Unity style runtime. Yeah, right. It's just like kind of catching up back to what other engines already do. Yeah. Super nice. It makes a huge difference. And it's not even just embed. Like I can have it. I don't think it's editor settings. Maybe it is editor settings actually. Actually it is. You can have like set like a specific screen that it opens up in, which I think is really cool. So I have like a third monitor, which is currently just like splattered with windows. There's like not much good going on over there. So like this is just my other, I have 3 monitors up, right? And this little square here is part of what that other monitor looks like. So I can actually set the screen, okay, you can't see. I can set the screen as or where it puts the gameplay. I can have it open it up in a specific screen. So it sees that I have 3 screens. I can say, make sure you open it in screen 3, right? And you can just sort of customize some stuff. And I can say, always make it floating or whatever. And so now when I run the game, it's just these like little things that are just kind of nice. So now when I run it, okay, I need to click on that. Now when I run it, okay, great. It's over here on my third monitor screen. So I can, which is nice, like just even like for me as like a content creator, like it's just kind of, I can have it like out of the way over there and like do coding stuff and like pop it up and then come over here and test the game. So it's just like these little things. These little things that really do help a lot. And you're right, it is still kind of a small change, but it makes a big difference. All your money was stolen? Wait, really? All your money was really stolen? Oh no. Are you gonna get it back? Maybe you mean like not literally stolen. I hope not. That's scary. So I'm keeping track of all of the matches that are happening here. I guess it's time to just check this to see what these numbers are. So I guess what I'd like to see, I don't think for now I need this number. That's enough work for today. You put it in Games by You forum? Oh, I am curious. Yeah, so if you guys add updates on there while I'm streaming here, just let me know, and I would love to, show it off. Sometimes it doesn't like update right away or something. Let's see if I can find it. Maybe you were like, you hadn't pressed enter yet. Maybe I'm not seeing it. Let me know how I can find it. Oh, you put it in Games by You. I see. Okay. So, for whatever it's worth, and where you put it is also okay, but there is technically a special Game Like Jam section. No pressure to put it there. You already put it where you put it, but, you know. It's a little confusing with there being multiple places, but maybe you're saying it's a totally different game. I don't know. But for the Game Like Jam games, there is another place. You can put them wherever you want. Yeah. It doesn't matter. It's all good. And if you think about it, after the jam ends, you might want to create this anyway. Something I've been working on to learn C++. Nice. Dude, and you know, the nice thing is, now for like jams like mine, where we say you have to have browser games, you can actually put C++ stuff. I love your avatar, by the way. You can actually put C++ stuff in the browser now. I feel like it's still like from Godot. Oh, not C++. Oh, C#. Whoops. Okay, just ignore me. All right, I'm bugging. I see. So this is okay. Everything makes sense now. I finally understand everything. You are not using Godot. You are not using C#. But anyway, that is news, by the way, if you didn't know. I'm just gonna divert on this real quick, so that way I can finish what I was saying. But technically, if you were making C# games in Godot, you can now put them in the browser. That is to say, you can do... yeah, I see that now. You can now have an embedded game in HTML if you have a C# Godot project, which is pretty awesome. So you do have to use like a beta version of Godot, and I think it's still like a work in progress, but something to think about, because I know some folks have not been able to submit their entries before because .NET didn't have a version that allowed for you to put the Godot C# stuff in the browser, but now that's more possible. But anyway, so you are working on some raw C++ stuff, which is awesome. I think someday I would like to do that. I think I would like to learn that one day. Today is not that day. I don't think this year is that year, but one day I would love to do that. So it's cool to see other people doing it. Here's a little turn-based battle system. Let's make that a little bigger. Turn-based battle system I wrote in C++ to teach myself some of the fundamentals of the language. Neat. Wow, and you've got an open source here for it as well. Again, that's in Games by You. Here's just the main script file and exe if you'd rather. Oh, I have to download it? I can't download an exe on stream, but I'll take a look at the code if you want. One thing, if you're interested, Seppi, in terms of me checking it out on stream, like fully, there is this event. And let's actually just copy the event link. There is this event. If you're not on the Discord, that's probably not going to mean much to you, that link I just put in the chat. But every week before the next Game Like Jam. So the next Game Like Jam starts, let's see, July 1st. So that's going to be when the next Game Like Jam starts. Tuesday, July 1st. So the Friday before that, the Friday before the next Game Like Jam, I do a unlisted live stream where we check out your guys' projects, your games, whatever that you're working on. So I'll be down to download stuff at that time. No problem, all good. So June 27th is when that is. So if you join this event, and all you gotta do is become a free Patreon member. It doesn't cost any money. I just use it like a newsletter service. And then you get that newsletter sent to you, and it comes with a link that has the live stream in it. It's a little out of the way, just to like keep it more of like a private event, so we can give feedback without worrying about it being like public and putting your game out there in a super public way. And it's a secret live stream. And then specifically, as early as you can, join this queue. It's the most important thing you can do, is join this queue. And there's more instructions about what this is and how it all works. But join this queue before anything else, so that way you can have your slot in that stream. And so it's like a good long stream where we do everybody's projects. Anyway, thought I'd let you know about that. Runs in the terminal since you're not clever enough to make a GUI yet. I mean, but that's a good way to start, right? I mean, I'm out here printing all my code. It's kind of like a little terminal. I get that. I think that's smart to start there, you know, instead of pushing yourself to do something that is, you know, quite a bit more challenging. You gotta start somewhere. This looks awesome, though. I assume this is like good code. Silly, goofy global variables. These should perhaps be a class/struct or something, but I don't really know how to do that properly. That's it though. Sometimes you just gotta brute force your way through it. I get that. You know, because you're familiarizing yourself with so much of the language. This looks doable. Look at that. I feel like I already understand this code. And then, you know, then you can start looking at other people's code and tutorials and stuff and like see the like elevated way that they do it. And you can realize, oh, I did it like this. They do it like that. Maybe I'll do something in between. And then you start pushing yourself and getting better. This is the way to learn. I love turn-based. That's a really good idea for a game. Dude, we gotta do a game like Jam turn-based game. It just has to have a small scope. That's the tricky part. Cause a battle to cease, provide a message depending on the victor. Nice. Use to return a boolean, which decides if attacks miss or not an attack function. This looks very succinct, honestly. This is really well, this looks well made to me. Like, I love the way you're commenting everything. Really helps me like understand what things are doing. Things look named well. It strikes me as very readable. Super awesome. And then if you guys want to dig through Seppi's code, it's all right there. Love that. Nice, Sep. Good work. Sounds like you did good work today. High five. Yeah. No, I got you. It's not personal. It's just like a blanket rule, and I know you know that, but just to restate it, blanket rule. No download stuff on stream, except in that secret stream, and even then, I try to make sure I check them out ahead of time. Rorik is excited to see a C++ game running on web for this jam. I don't know. I don't think that's what this is. But that would be cool. I don't even know how it would work. That would be very impressive. Yeah, I think one day, I mean, the next one next language I was gonna start learning was JavaScript, because I feel like it has such a variety of application. But that could change. It could be something else. I do want to explore other languages at some point on this channel, for sure. For whatever that's worth. Sebby put quite a bit of effort into trying to make the functions reusable. Oh, nice. Smart. Like helper functions and stuff. The player and enemy both use the same functions and just input their own values. Smart. Love that. Very good idea. If I tried to make this a year or two ago, you'd probably hard-coded every interaction. Right, you gotta start somewhere. So you're already, and I don't know where your experience lies outside of C++, but it sounds like you've already got a good amount of experience, which is nice. Yeah, I love using helper functions. It feels so good. At least I don't know what it's like in C++, but at least in GDScript we can make those like static functions, which is just like, yeah, it's a static function. Sometimes, not all, it depends on what it does, but I feel very proud of the like couple. Oh, I got 3 static functions, although this one isn't being used, so technically 2. Okay, pretty much 1 actually. I have 1 static function. Still, there's some other helpers in there. Good job. Progress. Let me see if I can get some progress. I don't want to print a number this time, because there is no number. We don't want this to be a match statement. I want to, honestly, can we just print, can we say, it would be nice if I knew which one it was. Do it here. Do it. Well, yeah, I guess we could do that. Print, because it's gonna do it multiple times, which would be kind of annoying, but I really just want like a quick check here so we can move on. So we'll say 9s, and just tell me what match 9 is at that point. Or how many match 9s there are. Oh, I see. I have to, I guess, oh dear. Okay. It's a little frustrating. That's alright. No problem. No problem. You know what? It's no problem. It's a bit of effort, but it'll be good testing, right? Right. Make those 12. Oops, forgot to update that to 15. Hey, at least I caught that. That's a good thing. Make that 18. And make these 21s. Okay. Now what I'm hoping to see is if there are matches, it is going to print every time it updates that match. It's going to print out how many of the match that it found. I have a feeling this might not work, but we'll see. So I have some debug tools that I'm going to use here that should help this go a little faster. So down here at the bottom, I can actually tell it what type of pieces to spawn. So I would like them to already be a matching pair. So if I click that, now when I start the game, we'll get a matching pair right away. So slam that down and let's see what we got. Nice, nice. So it found 2 matches. It first updated the 9s to 1, and then it updated the number of 9s that it found to 2. But that's not right, because Obsidian is number 7, so it should have found 2 21s, not 2 9s. So that's not right. It's incorrect. So what happened there? I feel like maybe my if y in match values. I don't know if this in is gonna work like I thought it would. So I'm just gonna do it the crazy way. And we're gonna iterate through for val in global match values. If y is set to val, then match the y with these and do that. Oh, globals. Yeah, I think this is how I use in. I think I was just using in incorrectly. Would be my guess. Okay, we're gonna spawn a pair. Great, it's the obsidian again. I think it's always gonna be obsidian. So we should see 2 21s. Nope, saw 2 9s again. All right, cool. So let me look at this. See what we got. That'll be in the game scene. I actually don't know, since that's probably in the stack trace. So I'd probably need like a breakpoint to actually see what those values are that it's assigning. But I don't think I can look at the stack trace that way, unfortunately, unless I add a breakpoint, right? It would be really nice if I could, though. Just like pause it and get like a stack print. That would be awesome. So let's say after it matches just one of them, do a breakpoint. I'm gonna say print break, and then we'll break it right there. So I can just try to see what these values are. I can also change the inline potentially. Okay, make sure it's a pair, start it, slam it down, Let me hit the breakpoint. Now I can look at the debugger and the stack trace right in here. The stack variables. And it did find it, yeah, it found a 9. But it did not find any 21s. Y is 9 and the value is 9. Right. Well, yeah. Well, no. Why wouldn't... Right. Oh. Wait, what? Why is Y 9? Okay. I think I'm starting to understand what the problem is. Well, it's only supposed to be if Y equals one of these. So that's iterating through all of the rows in those columns. But there is no 9 in those columns. There's no... Really, it's iterating through the cells. There should be absolutely no 9 there. Obsidian is 7, and then I can even prove that out here. If I load the game back up. Let's skip the breakpoint. I'm just gonna get rid of the breakpoint. Continue. And then if I print the array, I mean, look at those numbers. Is 9 the index of that value in the array? Just spitballing, could be wrong. It is not. That was a good guess. But there's only 5 in there. So it would only go up to like 4. So you can see there's 21s right here. And everything else is 0. So there's literally... So it would be a 3. Is what it would be looking for. Because 3, it's going to multiply the 3 by 3, and that's going to equal 9. But it's only 7s, which equal up to 21, that are in there. So I don't really know why it's seeing 9s. I guess it'd be kind of interesting. Let me try this. Before we even do any of that matching. And even before we check this if statement, I would be curious. Let's print these values for me. Well, we know what those values. No, we know those values are going to be. Let's do the if statement. Print everything that matches the value that it thinks is set to a value that it finds. Maybe I need to do global match values. Like maybe there's like an array method that I need to put onto global match values. That might be it. Wow, it literally only saw 2 9s. Comment out multiple lines at once. I want to say Control K. So I select all these, Control K. Yes, Control K. Oh, I need to put that in my list of things to either add into an existing short or to make a short about itself. Thank you for that question. That helps me. Script maneuvering. I don't know if I have Control K in here. Nice. Control K to comment out lines or multiple lines. Nice. Noted. It's good to know. I need to memorize some of these keyboard shortcuts. Yeah, I love them. One of my favorite ones is Alt-Shift-O. So I can like navigate the project really easily. I just use it all the time. So I can just go to so many different scripts and just open them up like very quickly. I love it. I also love me some Control-Shift-F so I can search my entire project. And there's others, but I think I use those the most. I had to create this shortcut because it didn't exist in a way that worked for me by default. But I also do this. I don't know if it has a default shortcut. If it does, for some reason it doesn't work for me. I can't remember. But this is for this distraction-free mode. I've set it for myself to Control-Shift equal. I don't remember if it has a default one. Oh, I've never used that. I should remember that one. I've never used it. Nice, Joe. Boop, 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 boop. Love that. Dude, I need to use that. I'm very much in the habit of doing like Control X and Control V, but dude, I can also just do that. Good looking out. All right, I gotta credit you at least with that one. So maybe in the description box. Alt plus up slash down to move lines. Thanks, Joe Schmo. Yeah, there's so many to remember. so many. Oh, and then also Alt O is nice for collapsing this, so I get my full thing. Yeah, that's a good one, Joe. I'm honestly, I'm gonna try to make an effort to remember that one. I could probably save myself a lot of time. I think I use it a lot. Well, I don't use it. I could use it a lot if I remembered. I think I need to do something else to get through this array. I often forget all of the methods in arrays. Like we could maybe, oh, wait, but how are we iterating through the other ones, right? Just do it that way. You're saying for y in the size of that, but that's not checking what the values are. That's iterating through the number that exists, which is 6. So it's iterating through 6 of the columns. Actually, Joe, you might be right, now that I think about it, because I think you might be right. Because there are 12 in there. I think you might be right. So like if I were to say, yeah, I think you're right, Joe. I think you're absolutely right. So this isn't, okay, so then tell me what this is doing. Print val. I think you might be right. Gotta break out some flashcards to memorize some of the keyboard shortcuts. Yeah. It tends to be like what I end up needing to use. It is a lot of nesting. I know. You know, I think that nesting can be okay. I think that it makes things harder to read. I think that it is a red flag, and it's probably better to just separate them into functions. But you know, especially when I'm just trying to like figure out what it's going to be, I tend to allow some of the nesting, and then once I'm like, okay, now that this kind of works and I understand what each level is, I'll start breaking it up into separate functions. I'll start thinking of how I can make it better. But you know, I don't even know what I'm trying to make yet. So yeah, but I agree. We are getting into some serious nesting, and it's only going to get nestier. Okay, so I'm going to put this down. Doesn't really matter what it is. Okay, this is interesting. So we get 1, 2. Can we just search this? Oh my god. I mean, it is going through the values correctly. Hey, Dungeon Martian, what's up? The birds are nesting. Yes. Good to see you, Dungeon. I know. So many nests of birds have a better home. I know. They're all migrating to my nests. Depends on the project scale. True. If it's a game jam and you're limited on time, it can be easier to just do whatever works. Yeah, if it's a big team project, it should probably be avoided. Yeah, I agree. Agreed. Yeah, context is important. But, you know, the other thing, too, with the game jam, I would even sometimes disagree, because I think getting too many nests and getting too overly complicated, if you don't break it up and make it neater, it can make it hard for you yourself to go back and look at it and figure it out and make changes. So by breaking it up, you know, that allows for potentially easier fixing, debugging, scaling later on within that game jam time frame. So it could save time, but still, I agree with you. You want to know if Seppi has gifted memberships turned on? Yeah, there could be lots of reasons. If someone has, again, an underage YouTube channel, or there's I don't know, there's weird edge cases. It's hard to know for sure. But yeah, so there's a setting that you can find if you would like, which is over here on the stream. So if you go down to the join button right under the stream, you click on that, there's 3 dots up in the top right. And then if you click on those 3 dots, there's gift membership settings, and then allow gift memberships. So what Rorik is talking about is making sure that that's turned on. If you don't have that option, it either means that you're fine and you will get gift memberships potentially, or it means you have some kind of channel that's not allowed to get gift memberships, which is a very unclear thing. So yeah. So it's either you have an underage channel, which is fine, but that could be it, or it could be that, who knows? Like, honestly, because folks have said they don't have that option. Yeah, not underage. So people have said that they don't have that option, and they've still gotten gift memberships. So it's kind of like a, maybe you will. It means you're good or not. Yeah, but that's where that option would be, if possible. You can try Rorik, but you'd have to gift like 5 or 10 for a better shot. I'm not going to discourage you from gifting, but just be ready for disappointment. It works in mysterious ways, unfortunately. I wish you could gift to certain people. It's a very nice sentiment, Rorik. It's a very nice sentiment. I love that. The community's like, hey, we like you. Come join us. That's awesome. You guys are the best. So, and this is printing multiple times. It's printing so many times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20. So it looks like it's printing about 24 times, which means it's going through each single one. What? Say what? What? Seppi joined up as a member. What in the world? Let's go. Oh, Rorik. Oh, man. Thank you. Thank you for encouraging Seppi to potentially become a member. And thank you, Seppi, for being a member. Let's go. We got to give Seppi a proper song now. Easy, it's easy. I know an easy solution. Become a member. Awesome. You're gonna get access to Monday member streams. They're just like this one, super long. I'm a little more willing to be distracted in those streams too, which can be fun and interesting. And you never quite know what they're gonna be like, but they're always gonna be some kind of game design, art, music type of vibe. So I look forward to seeing you there on Mondays. You get access to emotes. All your emotes and emojis appear on the screen. Secret places on Discord. Make sure your YouTube account and your Discord account are linked if you want those benefits on Discord. Let's get you a song. Is this a singable one? I don't think this is a singable one. No, I can't sing. I can't sing to that. I'm getting a lot of abstract ones. Okay, I can sing to this one. Oh, Seppi, you got me feeling kinda peppy because Seppi became a member, and for that we're so lucky. Oh, Seppi, you got me feeling kinda peppy because you became a member, and I'm so happy. I'm happy about that. Oh, Seppi, you got me feeling kinda peppy because you became a member, and now I'm so happy. Oh, don't you know I'm feeling peppy and happy because of Seppi. Oh, take a sip of the happiness. Take a sip of the happiness, cause Seppi got me feeling peppy, cause Seppi became a member. Oh yeah, take a sip of the pep juice, cause Seppi is a member, and you can be too, but mostly Seppi. Thank you. Oh, Seppi, 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 Seppi. Sip some of Seppi's pep juice. I don't know. All right, thank you. Thank you, Seppi. I appreciate you so much. Welcome in, and save that highlighted message that you get every month as long as you're a member for the next song. Become a member or else we'll force you to be a member. Oh man, you're a real one, Seppi. Rorik says you never land those shots. Yeah, it's tough with the gift memberships. It is tough. Still nice to give them, because you might not hit the person that you meant, but generally still somebody who deserves it will get it. Joe feels like the initial setup for your code is the hardest part. Right. It is for you, at least. Like planning everything from a high level conceptually before you start coding. Yeah, I know. I find it very difficult for me to like actually like pseudocode a whole bunch, like UML style, like actually plan out how it all connects. I find that really difficult. So, you know, I kind of just draw some pictures that generally have the idea, and then I just start chunking it together little by little and see what works. If it doesn't work, go back, fix it. Keep doing that. Some things are easier than others, you know, and ideally I'm like, oh, I've done this before. I'm gonna go look at how I did that and paste it in. But in this case, it's quite a unique situation. So yeah, you know, I gotta find the flaws in my very barely high level thought concept, kind of the hard way. But to me, that's also part of the fun. You know, it's like solving puzzles. Puzzle of my own making, which I really, really, really enjoy to do. You enjoy it? It's kind of fun, right? Weirdly enjoying that setup phase for new projects, creating all the base classes for future stuff. Wow, getting the structure going. It's kind of satisfying when it all works. It is satisfying when it all works. Totally. I mean, it hurts my brain a little bit to like actually zoom out and make sure I'm planning every single thing to definitely work. So maybe I could try to appreciate it more. You know, I think a general sketch is nice, personally. Sometimes I just have to get started, though. I feel like that's also like a practice thing, right? Like the more you do it and see what the results of your plan are, the better you get at being able to predict what problems might come up and what class structure would go well. I actually, for this one, I had a whole other plan for it. I don't know if I still have it drawn. I think so. I had this whole entity component system figured out where like every piece would have these like different components attached to it. And I drew out like this whole way that the structure would work and the order they would spawn in, and it just kind of like, I didn't realize it until I started actually trying to get all the rest of the mechanics added in, but I had kind of boxed myself into this corner that I couldn't code my way out of, and I just had to like scrap all of this, just throw it all in the garbage and start over. And I just like reimagined a whole new system, which I don't even think is on here, but actually I had some help from you guys to help me rebuild that system. So, you know, it was very satisfying when it came together, and then when I realized that I actually planned, I built myself into a corner. That felt really bad. It felt really, 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 really bad. But I will say, before it felt bad, it felt amazing to see it come together. So I actually understand now that I think about it. I understand. Until it stops working. But we're good now. We're good now. We'll see if this stops working. I think this will be. I think it'll probably be okay, right? Yeah. Big rest in peace. Not as familiar with godot and making components. I know in UE there's literally a component object you can attach to stuff. Yeah, it's more manual. I mean, Godot, you know, has like nodes and scenes you can instantiate. You can see it's very object-oriented looking, but they have like classes that you can make. So like I had like a piece. Let me pull that back up. So this was like a its own node, a 3D that just had like a mesh in it, and that's it. And then I had this component class that I created, and from that component class there would be, and this is like a script basically, and it had some stuff, some code that was shared by all of these components. They all had some code that was in component. And then, so there'd be a top piece, you know, the piece that rotates around the bottom piece, and that would have some of its own code. And it was a node similar to like piece is, and then that node would be this node that derived from the component class would be attached to the piece. So the piece could either have a bottom piece attached to it, a piece area attached to it, and or a placed piece attached to it, and then this would be different. So for example, the top piece and the bottom piece would both get piece area attached to it, so that way it could see stuff and see collisions and stuff. And then whenever it hit the ground, I would remove the top and bottom components from that piece and then attach a placed piece component to it. So now it had that component. So it's not like true entity component system, but it was sort of like generally working under this idea of, and by attaching them, I'd instantiate them. So I'd instantiate the scene, and the piece area would include a bunch of collisions. Placed piece had some other types of collisions. These were mostly just code that were in them, but in theory I could do other things, and I would just add them and remove them as needed was the general kind of idea. So in a way, I think Godot lends itself to that kind of system, since you can just instantiate scenes as children of nodes, and then you can have those scenes like apply code up the chain, and then if you remove it, that code won't apply anymore to it. Yeah, pretty similar then. It looks like it's just a difference where in UE you make something inherit a component in the UI, whereas in Godot you attach it in the script. Yeah, I mean, you can attach it in code as well, or in the UI as well. So like if I were to have a new script, I could say export component, and this could be, or export variable component, this could be a packed scene. So it's still kind of through code, but, and then we get this little option. So I could take my component, whatever it is, and I could drop it in here, and then now that component is on there, and there could be a script already on that too. So I could attach this through UI if I wanted, and then through code I could remove it. So I could have something, you know, whatever the heck. I mean, we could just say it removes right away or something ridiculous like that. You know, component queue free or whatever. And then that would be removed from the thing. Or, you know, alternatively, you could just instantiate. So this wouldn't actually be, it technically, it wouldn't actually be attached yet, because that's not instantiating it. Really, this is just a reference. So actually, I guess there isn't a way to instantiate it through UI, now that I think about it. You can reference it through UI, but that doesn't automatically instantiate it. So I would actually have to still say component like add child, or rather just add child component instantiate or something like that to get it to be on there, and then just immediately queue free it. So it's you do pretty much have to do it through code. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I could be saying something wrong, but that's the way I would do it. So that's 24 times checking through all of these, which is correct. So the val is correct. So now at this point, print the y's for me. What do all the y's look? I feel like I'm messing up my y's. I think I know what the problem is. I know what the problem is. I love Godot. I love it so much. I mean, it is like pretty much my first true coding experience. Like I tried Unreal Engine, I tried Unity, GDevelop, and some other like non-real game engines before that. Dreams and HypeHype. And by real game engines, I mean like ones that actually let you export your games that aren't walled gardens, basically. And after trying those other engines, and I finally got to Godot, I loved it. And the thing was, that was all about visual scripting back then. That's why I loved Unreal Engine, and Unity had some visual scripting too. GDevelop has kind of a sort of visual scripting language. So that's why I was using all those other engines, was specifically because they had visual scripting. And Godot didn't at the time. They still kind of don't, but they do have like plugins that let you use it. And I actually ended up really falling in love with coding, text coding. I was like, dude, forget visual scripting. This is amazing. I think part because GDScript was such an accessible language that I wasn't as afraid of learning text code. And then I just loved the Godot. And just after using the UI, which I just found like very cumbersome, I found Unity to be a bit muddled, and GDevelop, I just didn't really find GDevelop was addressing the kind of game design I wanted to do in general. But when I got to Godot, I was like, yes, this feels like cohesive. It feels approachable. It's just like everything feels nice and contained, and I like how GDScript interfaces with its own IDE. So yeah, it was just kind of like, this is it. I love this. I think Scratch is an engine. I mean, you can export games, right? If you can build if it's not a walled garden, yeah, I'd say it's a real engine. You know, to me, a real engine is anything that you can actually take your game and externalize it and monetize it and all that good stuff. You can make it your own product outside of, that is to say, you don't have to use Scratch to run it or whatever. To me, that's a real engine. Not to like make some kind of like tier system, like this engine is better than that one because it's more real. Just like for my own personal interest. Scratch was your first interaction with the development tool. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, not saying this is true for you, but I know a lot of folks run into Scratch from school, or if they're just looking for how to get into game dev, it's often like recommended as a first thing, especially for young people, like very young people. You have the only real game engine. So I think that's a very common first engine to work with. And look at you now. It's doing C++. There actually is block style coding in Godot. You have to get a plugin, but it's really good. It's one of the best visual scripting languages that exist for Godot plugins, because it can actually be transferred into GDScript and back into block code, so you can actually like learn GDScript from it and get GDScript code from it, which is pretty cool. I think the other visual scripting language doesn't actually... You can't actually turn it back into GDScript. GDScript is nice. I like how it takes a lot of the good aspects from Python. Yeah, very Python-like. Yeah, it's nice to, like, kind of understand another language, too, now. All the other ones are fake! I need to say, if... So, not why. That is a mistake. We need to say, if globals... grid array X, Y is set to value. That's what we need to be checking. Then do all the matching. You don't even say what it is. You must be Godot. You must be talking about Godot. C++ is both really fun to learn and really painful to learn at the same time. I'm at the point where I'm learning pointers and... Oh, pointers. I keep hearing about pointers. I see a lot of videos about them. Pointers and memory management. My brain is a puddle. Computer science students still don't understand pointers. I'm just thinking of like a YouTube video title I saw recently. Senior devs still don't get pointers. And I'm like, oh man, there's no hope for me then. Yeah, I just hear awful things about pointers. Okay, let's see if my matching works better now. So it should see 221s, assuming I've done this remotely correctly, which I may well have not. Oops, I didn't spawn a pair, so we're just gonna start over. It wouldn't have mattered. It's okay. So C++ is probably... Oh, I forgot to do a pair. It doesn't matter. C++ seems like one of the most valuable... Oh, I keep forgetting. Languages to learn. Okay, do pair. Now spawn a piece. Put it down. Ooh, it did not see any matches. Okay, all right. No problem. Let's do a fake break. Print, break. Break it and try it again. I get the concept. Points to an address in memory rather than specific data. I just struggle to understand how to actually use them properly. Gotcha. Sounds important. Sounds like using them would be nice. Y is 0. Why would Y be 0? Why would you do that? What was this old thing I had on the clipboard? Okay, alright, fine. You know what? Fine. No, it's fine. Here's what we're gonna do. But this isn't, but here's the thing, Lees, is that's not gonna iterate through. I mean, I don't know, do I have to iterate through again? But that's what Y is. Oh, I'm very confused. A way to use C++ in Godot? Yeah, maybe. Godot is written in C++. I've never, like, I don't know if I've specifically heard about anyone doing that, but that, you know, I just saw a video about Bevy can be used in Godot. So, you know, I bet it's true. It might have some weird limitations, but could be a nice way just to like build on the learning you're already doing on C++ and start to get familiar with Godot. Honestly, Dungeon, we're probably gonna learn that here on this channel one day soon. I might do it in the member streams though, but I want to try that so I can try obfuscating thieves of games. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think next month I'm gonna do member streams trying to figure out how to do that. So, May and June. Member streams in June. We're gonna figure it out. Yeah, very easy to decompile. Yeah. We've done it here in minutes. Super easy. GDRE tools. Download GDRE tools. As long as you've got the PCK file of a game, drop it in. Yeah, from an itch page if it's embedded. Super easy. I have some custom function you make heavy use of that's in C++ and isn't easily replaceable. Nice. Yeah, it's really easy. And I'm glad more people are like learning about it and there's more attention to it. I think that's really good. I feel like also I know like the problem that I'm solving is probably really easy. I'm just like enjoying chatting with you guys, which is like not good for me getting this done, but it is good for just like vibes. Make it do a bunch of pointless math to do something very simple. Wait, what? I don't know if it's the same for C#. Probably. I think in the end it would still be a C# or a PCK file. So yeah, my guess, I don't actually know. That's maybe someone else knows. That is a bit out of my wheelhouse. Was I trying to check why? Yeah, what is why? I'm gonna comment out all of this. Oh, wait, right. So I tried printing out all this. Wait, if. Wait, well, do that if statement first and then print. What? But we already did that. That's what we just did. We tried that, and it was bad. What was it? I already forgot. That prints absolutely nothing. Because this is never getting set to that. Oh, yeah, for thieves. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just to, like, add some kind of extra little protection in there. Yeah, there's stuff about it out there. Here, I'll show you a post about it if you guys want to learn more. And again, if you're a member, I'm going to explore it next month in the member streams. But if you're not a member, my hope is that I can get it down and learn it well enough that I could actually teach you guys about it. Okay, here. That I can teach you guys about it in a video or something. An easy way to do it. So this is kind of oversimplifying it a little bit. But this post kind of talks a bit about it. The one I just linked there in chat. And then this one also talks about it here. So check out those 2 links if you're interested in learning more about building from C++ to protect your Godot games. First compile takes about... Alright, okay. Takes about an hour. All future ones go much faster because it only rebuilds the files you changed. Nice. Much faster. Okay. Alright. Yeah, look forward to digging into that next month. Full CPU usage. Oh, so maybe I can't stream while I do it? That'll be interesting. So that's printing, but that'll be part of the discovery process for us, I guess. That'll be very interesting. I might be able to offset it a little bit by messing with the task manager. Compile the entirety of the next 1 hour game jam. Yes, if you want to protect your 1 hour jam entry, which we don't do the 1 hour jam anymore, sadly. But yes, you would have to spend your entire hour protecting it. Yeah, and that's kind of the worst thing, is that's where a lot of these thieves get their games from, is game jam entries. So yeah, your 1 hour jams could be thieved almost certainly. Yeah, we ended them. But there's still a survey that would be helpful if you're interested. If you ever like participated in them or just watched them. If you haven't taken the survey, it helps a lot. It's kind of, I want to make a YouTube video about the 1 hour game jam, just like commemorating what we did. I am in the process of working on it. It's probably gonna take me a while, but I'm working on it. But yeah, we did end it. But I think it's been nice. It's been nice. I'm growing more as a game dev by not punishing myself with 1 hour games trying to make a 1 hour game every week. 5 zeros, 5 ones. So okay, so 5 times. So it's okay. So it's going through. So the match values. Too high pressure. I want to do game like jam. Like I wasn't growing as a game dev personally. Like when I do game jam stuff on here, I do it because I want to participate in those jams. And I loved doing the 1 hour game jam like up until about a month before we stopped doing it. I just really became aware that I wasn't growing anymore. I wasn't getting better at making games in 1 hour, and I wanted to devote my heart to something that was actually helping me get better. Yeah. It kind of your growth, at least in my experience and others too, the growth kind of plateaus at a certain point. Like the first like 10 or 20 of them, you kind of get the hang of it, and you get about as good as you're gonna get at making games in 1 hour. So it stopped feeling beneficial to me. And this game like jam, I'm growing and learning so much. Yeah, it is super valuable to do a few. That's right. But you know, I didn't want to come here and like suffer through it every week just so other people could have that experience, unfortunately. Now the game like jam is easier to actually run if I don't participate in it. I can not do the game like jam and other people can still participate. But the 1 hour jam, it was to me, it was necessary that it all happened within the hour time frame. You know, there's Try Jam, which does 3 hours, but it does it over a weekend. It's just different, and I don't really want to go down that route. I don't want to have this, like, and not saying this is what Try Jam is, but I think Try Jam has a lot more visibility than the 1 hour jam. And so I don't want the 1 hour jam just be like this zombie that gets like a couple of submissions every week or every so often, you know, at like, I don't know. but like nobody's really giving attention to it. Yeah, it just felt better to just move on to something else, try other things. At service level, they had a charm to them, but it was really hard to get any real value from it. Yeah, at least after a while. Yeah, they're valuable to do a few. Yeah. So, but I made sure, you know, the month up to the end, you know, we were like every time making sure we let everybody know that we were getting to the end, so it wasn't like a sudden, super sudden thing. But obviously, not everyone's gonna be there to find out about the news. So, yeah, stop doing it. But we still do stuff every Friday. There's still something. It's giving me room to like experiment with new streams, and I think it's been a good thing. Okay, so 5 times it prints one number from, and that goes up to 11. Right, so that would be the 12 in each cell. That's each cell. So it doesn't even, it just prints the number of the cell, which goes to what Joe was saying, where it's matching with the index, and it's not the value contained in the cell if it's Y. We need the value contained in the cell. And then not only that, but it does it several times. Okay, that's very helpful to know. Now, if I were to say here, print globals grid array. Now that, oh, right, that's not the one. I see, I see. Well, we can finish this anyway. X and Y. Come up here and slap that in. How many different arrays are within grid array? If it's too complicated to explain, don't worry about it. Yeah. So here's what grid array looks like. And grid array has 6 arrays inside of it. And then each of those arrays have 12 values. And the arrays represent the rows, sorry, the columns. I always say that wrong. Each array within the grid array represents a column in the game. And each cell within those arrays, or each index within those arrays, represents a row. Okay, let me see what this is like if I print the XY. Yeah, it's just some little confusing stuff that I'm sure if I had full concentration, maybe we could have figured out. Okay, so now this is actually printing the values. So there's 6 and 5, right? And that represents the 2 different colors. So 5 times it, so it checked against the first match value, which would be 12, or 9, sorry. Then it would check for the 12s, then it would check for the 15s, then the 18s, then the 21s. And so what it should be doing is saying, is this 9? No? Okay, move on. Is this 12? No? Okay, move on. Is this 15? No, move on. So on and so forth with 18 and 21. Same thing here. And now the rest of these are zeros, so those are definitely not matches. Okay, so that's what that's supposed to be doing. So we've got the right value here. And then this is where I'd want to say, if global's grid array XY matches the value. So I guess let me try to check print val. Make sure that's coming out correctly. Would be good to know. So that should, in theory, print out 9s, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, if everything is correct. And it does. There you go. 9s. So first, checks for 9s. Are there any 9s that match? Are there any 12s that match? Any 15s that match? Any 18s? Any 20s? So, I mean, right? Right? That should be correct. So now, if any of those are set to the value at that moment when it's iterating through, print that there's a match. So I guess, you know, if that doesn't work, I could also just have it print side by side and see if I can visually see a match, and then maybe we can puzzle that out from there. Yeah. The idea is to make it for mobile. That's basically a stretch goal. maybe someday, I want to optimize this for mobile. Someday I want to make like a Godot template for myself to use and others, to quickly add in mobile controls, maybe a plugin or something. And you know, it's gonna take some work to get it to be true. So my guess is that I'm not going to get this to be mobile friendly by the end of this jam. But I'll have a project that's already in that aspect ratio, and when I'm ready to like try to add in mobile controls, this will be the perfect game to come back and try doing that for. So yeah, that was the idea. C++ for better mobile. Is that true? Is that a thing? Maybe someday. Maybe when I'm not such a noob. Oh, but maybe you're saying, like, no. You're not saying the decompile, recompile thing. Okay. Build a better mobile as a C++ add-on. Oh. It sounds like something I don't know how to do. Okay, I'm just gonna put this over here, so it shouldn't print anything. I'm gonna make it a pair. So in theory, it should print. Oh, it did it. Okay, we're good. 221s, exactly. All right, finally. So now, put my match statement in here. I would love to be that crafty, to be able to do all that stuff someday. Definitely goals. Speaking of mobile, you're still astonished that Godot runs natively on mobile. You don't know what black magic they used to get that working. Yeah, I know, right? They've had that for a long time. Wait, don't say match Y. Global's grid, array. God, can we please just put this in like a cell? This is getting really annoying. X, Y. If cell equals that. Will this work? I don't know. We're gonna find out. Okay, so it should find 221s again. If you are going to use Godot on mobile, I definitely recommend getting a Bluetooth keyboard and or mouse or combo, because it is painful, because it is truly the exact same thing on mobile. So like that means it is not optimized for fingers. Although there is Xodo, which is only for like iPad, I think. Maybe it would work on like iPad. This is Godot, but it's optimized for fingers and not using like a mouse and keyboard. So if you do have an iPad, this seems freaking awesome. We making tile map code apparently. Okay, let's get a pair. Put it down. And finally, it sees that there are 221s. Whew. Tugging on mobile is horrendous. Yeah, I dread to imagine how much autocorrect would obliterate your syntax just constantly. You'd have to start predicting when it's gonna do it and like get ready to backspace or something. That's awful. Hey, look who's back. Good to see you, Travie. Okay, so now we're actually correctly counting these. I don't particularly want all these match statements taking up all that space. So I am gonna reformat it a little here without these prints. Joe wants to try that. If you make the game on mobile, it's gonna work on mobile. Yeah, I mean, no, that, right? So you can build at the same, you can, I mean, right, well, okay. It won't necessarily, right, it's not necessarily true, but at least you kind of get the feel for it, right? So you'll know if the game feels like it works. If you make it on mobile, it works on mobile. No, I'm going to, when I have more money, which I don't, but when I do, I'm gonna buy a phone. I don't actually have a phone. I do, but my partner and I share a phone. And when I have my own phone, I'm gonna make sure it is optimized for using on stream, and I'm gonna start making my Godot games with the phone right here. I've even got a holder for it for when I used to do this with my partner's phone, which I ended up stopped wanting to do. I don't really like relying on my partner not needing their phone every time I stream. But that way we can literally put the screen up on screen, and you can literally see me change something in Godot, export it to mobile, test it, and go back and forth. I want to set that workflow up for live streams someday. Definitely in the future. I mean, I'd love to do it for when I do the mobile template. Because I think having the shortest pipeline possible between working on it and testing it on mobile is ideal. Even if you can simulate touches with mouse clicks, it's just not the same. It's not the same. Okay, so now that we'll know how many have matched, I kind of need to remind myself, like, what am I doing? So what we're doing is we are looking through, I'm gonna make these different. We're looking through every column, 2 at a time. So look here, are there matches? There are not matches here. So well, there actually are some matches, right? Because it sees, in this case, there's gonna be 21s, right? So it sees that there's 2 21s here, and it takes note of that and adds 2 together. It'll also see, in this theoretical case, there's 2 15s together. So it'll add that together. But just because it adds that together doesn't mean it's a match. It just means these are technically matched, but it's not a chain, I should say, yet. So it'll move on to this, keep track. Well, let's look at one set at a time here. So I guess I'd almost want to keep track of each. Well, no, within that section, we need to do a check. So it's going to assign these. And anyway, so I'll finish my thought here. So when this goes to here, it checks these. It'll keep track. It'll say, hey, there's 2 15s. Got it. It'll come here. It'll say, oh, there's 2 12s. Got it. It'll come here and it'll say, oh no, look at that. There's more than 3 12s in this section. Therefore, these are a chain. And it's going to assign the number 100, just something different. That's what we're doing. It's going to assign those to be 100 now. They're no longer 12s. They have upgraded to 100s. It's going to come here. It's going to say, ooh, okay, that's a little tricky, right? Because if this has already been updated to 100, now it's not going to match with that anymore. Ooh. So it could either, I guess we wouldn't want to replace it. I guess what we could do is, okay, all right, okay, challenge. I really can't like flag them. Ooh, that's a tricky one. Right, but the thing is I need some way to be able to refer back to it. That's the problem. I mean, I guess I would need to somehow be keeping track of the X and Y coordinates. So I would need to do that. I would need a separate array of vector 2s, or even a separate grid array, and use that to cycle back through and reassign these. After I think that is the way to do it. But in order to do that, I'm gonna have to make some more chaos. This is gonna be tough. This is gonna be tough. We didn't get it in the first 3 hours. It's gonna be, I think this is today. This is today's whole task. Okay. Alright. Cool. Good. So instead of just making those be 100, it's going to look for those positions. And we have some new array over here of arrays. And in that array of arrays, I'm going to want to add these positions. Or I can have a vector 2, but I think just the way it's structured, it just is probably going to be easier to do it this way. Oh, it's going to be a little hard. Maybe even it's just actually like a duplicate of the grid array. That way, it's literally 1-to-1. Oh, this is going to be complicated. Okay, it's doable. It's just a little it's a little brain twisting situation. So whenever it sees these matches, it's going to add them in their correct spots in the array. It's going to flag them as matches. Oops. No, stop. I made an infinite curve arrow. So it's going to check all those matches and it's going to add them in here. Then it'll go to the next one. It'll see that there are more and it'll add them in there. Wow. Okay. Oh, geez. All right. So once it's done with the matching, now I'm starting to see where we can start breaking this out into other functions. I think I'm gonna start doing that now. I think it's time. Because this is kind of its own special thing, is figuring out which ones are matches and counting those per each column pair, right? And we could potentially have that return which ones I mean, it doesn't even need to return anything. What's the next step? The next step after that is to actually so technically right now this code is only looking at the first 2 columns. The next step would be to look at the next 2 columns, which we could easily make that be one function that looks through all these, then it runs the function again and looks through all these. So if that's what the function does, I think it would make more sense to just have like a temporary grid array that exists that gets updated overwritten and pulled from, and it goes through it the number of times that there are pairs. So how many pairs are there? There's 1 pair, 2 pair, 3 pair, for 5 pairs. So 5 times we'd want to run said function. So iterate through every column. So right after this, we could run that function. Except we'd probably want to have the column A, column B maybe be arguments in that function. So it'd be like func find matches or update match grid per pair, per column pair. I know, that's what we're doing though. That's what I'm gonna do. So we're gonna have column A, which will have an integer, and column B, also an integer. For now, I think it won't return anything. Now wait, you're not actually using column A and column B in there, now that I think about it. So you don't even need to check those at all. You don't need to. None of that's necessary. You can just say update match grid per column pair. But you want to iterate through 5 times. This will only do it 1 time. So actually I think you do want to put that in there. Hold on. It's confusing. It's a little confusing. I think I want to run the function up here. Have that call with column A and column B. And then after that's done, you probably want to put that at the end. Yeah, put that at the end. But that's not gonna push up to column A or column B. So you'd have to make that like script wide or something. I think you'd be probably safe to just say column A plus equals 1. And column B plus equals 1. Right? Maybe. So it'd iterate through and then advance them and iterate through again, advance them, iterate through, advance them. And it would only do it this number of times, so it should just work out. Although it needs to stop at 5. And this would go up to 6, technically, right? Wait. The 0th time, it doesn't add it up. The first time, it would become 1 and 2. The 3rd time, it would become 2 and 3. The 4th time, it would become 3 and 4. And the 5th time, it would become 4 and 5. No, it'll be fine. In theory. Okay. Then over here, I mean, I guess you could run this up here. You could do this, right? Wait, why didn't we do... No, don't do that, because you want it to go through the whole thing. You don't want it to block it. I think you could move this out here. I think this is fine, because now you're adding 1 to it. I'm not exactly sure. It's starting to get a little confusing, which is not surprising. Oh, right. We need X to come through. That makes a lot of sense. All right. Match 9. Oh. Right. Right. Yeah. Well, you could just, instead of this having updating the match grid, we could have this just updating the matches too. Okay. Another function. Yeah, but again, it has to be able to find this, so it'd have to run out here. So we could do like a return. I hate to push all of this down into it. That feels a little crazy. And it's not like that's gonna go both ways. I feel like it's gonna be easier if I make this global on the script. The only thing about that is I have to make sure I clear it every time, which is a little annoying. But I think that's going to be the simplest way to do it. Which I don't love. Alright, so that'll just have to be okay. So it's going to check for the match 9s, 12s, 15s, 18s, 21s. It's going to add one to them if it finds a match. And it's going to run that every single column. So I guess I'd be interested to see what this prints out. Do we have any printing? No, you got rid of the printing. So we don't have any printing yet. Cool. Well then, I guess what I'd rather it print... Let's go to globals and let's make... I don't really need a new function for this, but whatever. We're gonna say print match grid array, and that's gonna print our match grid. And let's make a match grid array, which in theory would just be overwritten by this constant anyway, but I always like to be able to visualize it, so that's what I'm gonna do. Okay. And then what I'd want to see is that it only adds these in here. Now, does it need to put all of them in there? Do I want it to totally catch up to this? I think we only care about the matches. This is gonna be hard because it has to go back and it has to find those pieces. I think I'm in danger. It has to go find those pieces. And if those pieces are... Welcome back, leader. If those pieces are just integers, well, it won't... This is very complicated. It's gonna have to look through the grid array and say, okay, which ones are multiplied by 3. Okay, I see which ones are multiplied by 3. Oh, man. I think something that's gonna make this a lot easier is if on every piece, it's time like this, you get yourself a nice cup of tea to get the brain juices flowing. Totally. I actually already finished my tea. My tea is gone. I got a drop. Cheers. On each piece, I think we should store its XY position in the grid. So that way it knows which one it is. And we can... Oh, man. Oh, man. This is... Woof. Oh, it's getting complicated. It's getting very complicated. Yeah, unfortunately, this is gonna be a very complicated solution, but I don't know that there is a better way to do it. But it is, based on the way I've already set things up, it's gonna be very complicated. So if the now that I have this information, then I'm planning on tracking this data per piece. So each piece will know. I mean, currently the piece says, hey, I have a match to my left, my bottom, whatever. And it's going to change its number by multiplying its number by 3. In addition, I would be storing its, so we'll say in here, if a match is true, update piece number times 3. And assign its grid array XY position as a variable. So that means I need to have a way to look back through to figure out which piece, where each piece is in the array. So knowing that there is a grid array XY position available, if we come through here, we're counting, saying, is this greater than 3, which is what I need to set up. It's currently, let's go back to the game scene. In theory, assuming I haven't quite tested this, but assuming it works, it's establishing column A and column B. I don't know that we need this chain variable yet, but soon. For X in global's grid array size, so it's going to look through every column in the array, and then it is going to only go through the pair of columns that were established here. And it's going to run update match grid per column pair on the column that matched the pair. And then it's also going to increase the pair number. And then it's going to go through this 5 times for every column that exists. In theory. I haven't quite tested this yet. Now when it goes to update the match grid per column pair, it is going to look through all the cells in the pair of columns, or whatever column it currently is going through. It is then going to look at this list of match values, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21. It's going to look through all those, and it's going to also establish what cell we're currently on. If the cell, the value contained in the cell, is set to one of the match values, it is then going to increase this script variable. How many times were 9s matched? How many times were 12s matched? How many times were 15s, 18s, 21s? Now, if and only if, so after it does all those matches, if I mean, I think that should be a for loop. For matches in range, we're gonna say 5. I want you to run check for chains. Check for chains. And this needs to call with, well, it doesn't really need to call with anything, actually. I think you could get away without making those global variables. Honestly, I don't think I need to do that. I think what we could do is establish them on a per column basis, per column pair basis. Maybe. This is a little crazy, but that's kind of this whole thing. I'm gonna do pair match 9s. Okay. Pull this back. Update this accordingly. Pair matched 9s, 12s, 15s, 18s, 21s. And then after it updates all that, I wanted to put in here so yeah, so if you hold the Alt key and you click, it'll actually add multiple carets or cursors, as it were. So you can just hold the Alt key and click all over the place, and then you can type in all of those places. Super handy, right? So I can go down the line, more pair, just add that in. And then you can move this around too, as a unit. It gets a little messed up, but yeah, super useful. Alt key and click around at the same time. You can also do highlights, like that. Yeah, use it! You're welcome. I use it so much. Now, how are you gonna get to iterate through each one? How are you gonna do that? I would think you might want to run that. But even then, what are you gonna... I think you do need to still have that as a global script. But that's okay. I would think you'd want to run that after each match. It's a lot of times to run it. Probably more times than you kind of need to, but I don't really care. It's okay. Well, that means it'll check for a chain. It can just overwrite it. I don't care. I don't care if it's not perfect. I need to get this done. I just gotta do what feels simplest right now. And then I'm actually gonna put this back up here so we can update it based on the results. Oh, I wonder, no, you can't. Maybe, I don't think you can. I'll just copy. I was gonna try to do them all at once, but I don't think that's gonna make sense. So copy all these, paste them in. It's an error because I haven't set that up yet properly on the function. Okay. And then in check for chains, we want to say matched vals. Match val count. Well, that's gonna be tough, because how are you gonna know which one it is? It's gonna be real tough, isn't it? Jesus. This is a mess. So we're oh no. Can we here, have a call with Val, right? Yes, that'll make it a little simpler. Just a little though. Not a lot, but a little. Have a call with Val. Val count. And then we'll say match Val. If it's 9, then match 9s becomes matched val count. If it's 12, matched 12s becomes matched val count, and so on and so forth. It's a little crazy. I already know it's a little crazy. You don't have to tell me. But I understand if you want to tell me. Now, autocomplete not helping me here. 21, match 21s. Okay. So it updates all of that. It's not really checking for chains there, is it? Technically, this is... Let's update all of these. Technically, this is update match counts. So that will update all of the match counts. Hoo-wee. Okay, then after it updates the match counts, well, we don't even need to really check it yet. We can wait until it gets done iterating through all of the pairs. So once that for loop is done, well, okay. No, that's incorrect. That is incorrect. Because it needs to be on a per pair basis. This is the pair checking code. It updates the match counts. Once it finds every possible match per pair, I would then want it to so it'll have gone through all of these. Right, add it to the array. So it needs to check if the pair that it finds, or the match that it finds in the pair, is the number of matches greater than 3. If it is greater than 3 matches, at the moment that it's I would say at the moment it's updating the match counts, it then needs to update the match grid array. I would think we should do it on a per match basis. It's a little crazy. I already know. God, I hope it works. I'm getting scared. If match 9s, I would say this could be its own function. So this would be check for chains. And that would call with but it needs to know more than that, because it needs to know, I mean, it needs to have already known what that X and Y are. All the way down, it needs to know what X and Y are. So I would go so far as to say, no, don't put this in here. Do not. Instead, you gotta put it in here. That way we don't have to pass it down a bunch of times. So we'll already have X and Y. So this is where I'd want to check for chains. Because when we see a chain, we need to add our chain value into those certain array positions. And we need to even update, oh my god, the piece itself that is contained in there. Dude, how am I gonna do that? I mean, you know, I almost wish I had, like, what if instead of doing, like, this chain value, what if we put nodes in the array? Like, right now, we have arrays of arrays, but we can put anything in here. It's like a variant, right? I could put a float in here. It wouldn't matter. So I could literally put an entire node in there. So we could just say, what is the piece? If indeed it is a chain, just put the piece directly in there. Then I don't have to update something on the piece per se. But I do need to know which piece is the one all along the way. So I'm kind of starting to wonder if this number system is not necessary anymore. You know? Like, maybe no more numbers. I think it's time for the numbers to be retired, which is horrifying. Alright? But I think instead, we just either have null or 0, or the node itself is just in there. And on the nodes themselves, that is piece single? I think it's piece placed. Yeah. So all these pieces just already have these booleans on them? Is there, yeah, there's an error. I very possibly already have an error and we're gonna find it very quickly, but I guess what I'm curious about, do we already have everything I need to do this? Okay, give me a pair, so we know we have some matches. Now, if I open up the main scene, I gotta reconfigure, I gotta backtrack here. It is interesting, right? Yeah, yeah, I know, right? There's something I like about it too. Thanks for saying that. But you know, as I'm getting further down the line, because what it could, if I kept the number system, what I would need is to then cross-check the numbers against the piece. So I would be tracking the numbers and the pieces separately, and then making sure that they are the same. where it's like, well, at that point, why not just have true or false or enum on each piece that checks whether it's part of a chain or not. And then we just iterate through and say which will have numbers, which state of the enum is it in? Is it a match or is it a chain? And if it's a chain, pop it. Yeah, I think realizing that I need the node data, which, you know, one thing about having the numbers is it makes it a lot easier to read and debug because I just see numbers. So I think the numbers solution is actually still crucial for me getting this set up in the first place. Because if I was trying to read like a bunch of nodes, right, in that like whole printed out array, could you imagine? Like this. If I'm looking at that and there's just like node names in all of those spaces, like very hard to look at. So the numbers have been really beneficial to work with. I think now that I know it works with the numbers, I can try switching it out. And or keep both, maybe, for continued debug, maybe. Okay, so now that I put those pieces down, if I check the nodes in the grid, and we look at those pieces, so oh, let's do the clicking. I don't do this enough. Whoa, what is that? Toggle selection visibility. Oh, okay. Yeah, show me what's selected. So if we look at the piece itself, actually it'd be the placed piece on it. Oh, okay, I see. So we actually have to go down in here anyway. Okay, so on this top left one, this one doesn't have any matches. There's no matches in the top left sand piece here. So you can see match left, right, up, down are all false. But if we click on the purple one and look at its piece placed, you can see, oh, that actually should have a match down. So that's concerning. Are you quite sure? I mean, it knows here in the array that it's a match. I can see that it clearly updated the number there. I wonder if this true or false is like a temporary thing and it doesn't stay. I don't remember how that works. Placed. Wait, does it not do anything? Wait, are these not being used? I see. These are not being used. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, so when it checks neighbors, all that it's doing is updating the number. Assign match. Update grid array true. That's where it multiplies it by 3. And this code is on a level up on the piece script. Probably for timing purposes or something, I don't know. So we establish, excuse me, Charlie. We establish the grid array, the piece color, right, so that way we can get the piece color, which was instrumental to the way it was working. I mean, this is just looking at globals. Oh, interesting, right, so this is interesting. So this is finding its X and Y. This is actually already converting its actual position on the grid to a position in the array. Is pretty useful here. That's how it chooses where to assign the numbers. So either it just puts its color in the array, or if it's a match, it puts its color times 3. So if I were to change this, We don't really need its color here anymore, in theory. I think we could keep this as a debug, right? So I'm gonna actually, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna do variable debug grid array. I'm gonna keep the numbers to an extent because I think it's gonna make life a lot easier. Now, some of the stuff isn't going to be cleared on reset, so I do have to make sure we do that. But have it do this on this debug array, so that way I can still keep track of matches versus non-matches. I don't have to fill out the zeros every time, but I do. I do it. That's on single. So if a match found, it can do that to the debug grid array, and then we can also say that in our actual grid array, if a match is found, well, we don't actually really need to put them in there unless a chain is found. Technically, it just isn't even necessary. to look for. Wait, no. Well, we can still use the numbers up until this point. No, because it is going to be easier. Okay, so we'll say at the same time. So we'll keep the numbers at the same time. And this calls with. Right, it's the piece itself. It's the piece itself. Okay. Do I want this to be on piece placed? Technically, I'd kind of want this to be on piece placed. How is it determining match found if it's true or false? So I'm actually going to go back to the piece place. I'd rather it be on this component than anywhere else. So we don't need any of this match left. That doesn't matter. All we need to say is variable is in chain or something. Do we use those neighbor? Yeah, we do use those neighbor ones. Oh, I probably could have checked that too. That's okay. Do we still have it open? I do. Oh yeah. Oh my god, we're already doing this. Well, so it knows that the neighbor, what the neighbor above it is. It knows what the neighbor to the left of it is. They already know that about each other. just like looking through this code that I wrote, like, oh yeah, oh right, yes, of course. They've done all these things. And this is checking to make sure that the neighbors are of the same color. And if they are, it gets the parent and it updates the grid array. And it updates the neighbor's grid array as well. I'm just gonna say, let's make a function here. If parent is matched pair, parent is matched pair equals false. Wait, what is that used for? Okay, I don't particularly want to have to think about that again. I think this is just making sure it double checks the ones that are, because when they're already falling down, it needs to check it extra if they're falling down and they're already a match. I think we don't have to worry about that, so I'm not going to. So now I'm going to create a new function, and it's going to be update grid arrays, and it's going to have this stuff on it. Run update grid arrays, and this. We needed to call with the neighbor. And then we're gonna say, now I actually want this on the pieced places. So that would mean on itself, we would need to mark something is in chain. So is in chain becomes true. Neighbor. But do we have the, what is neighbor? Neighbor is just the parent. What? Neighbor get node piece mesh. Okay, that's awful. Get node piece placed. It's awful. I love it. I love it. Get node piece placed is in chain becomes true. So we'll have to debug that, make sure that works. Not only that, I don't know what the point of setting this variable is. I don't know that I need this is in chain. Because what I actually need to do, let's establish I'll just type it. I'll just type it. Globals match grid array. Okay, but you gotta figure out how to access it, and that code is already over here on the single, which is this. So that's why. Okay, all right. Okay. Hold up. I don't think we need this variable. It's cute and all. I just don't think you need it. I think it's unnecessary. Instead, I think we want update grid array. Well, no, because it's a self. Okay, if matches. This is hard. It's hard to like wrap my head around here. But here's the thing, Lise, is it's not going to be a chain yet. Right, but this is the match array, not the chain array. I think we could potentially still get value out of these numbers beyond debug, maybe. Because again, a match is not a chain. That's okay. Add it to the match array. Just do it. This is very fundamentally changing all the code, but I like it. So match globals. Oh, here, go ahead. Just set it up here. So to the match grid array, we want to do the same thing. No different. Well, indeed different. Instead of piece color, we just want itself to be added in there. Just plunk yourself in there. Otherwise, you don't need to do anything. We don't need it at all. It doesn't even matter. Don't care about it. I don't care unless it's a match. The problem is, though, how am I going to go through and then check if they're in a chain? Well, I think what you do is you add them all in, and then you run the check, and you check to make sure that they're next to each other. If they're next to each other, then we know it's a chain. But you're already doing that. What if match... Well, right. Okay, crazy idea. Crazy idea. Add an extra argument here. And this is... is in chain. Boolean. Oh, we gotta put that first. Oh god, so I have to change stuff. Okay. Oh dear. We'll say false by default. So that does mean I gotta come back to piece placed now. And we have to make this false, so it is not, we have not confirmed that it's a chain yet at that point. This is crazy. If a match is found, add it into the match grid array, I guess. If it's also a match, and it's in a chain, add it to the chain grid array, which doesn't exist yet. This is crazy, dude. What are you doing? Living life, living life. Living my life. If it is in a chain, then we want to do the same thing. We could probably make a function out of this, but whatever. Then we add it to the chain grid array in the right spot. I mean, why even make this? You could just, you're just, at this point, these are just things to run through and delete. So I disagree. You don't need to do any of that. Right? Like, all they need to do is go somewhere. They're just marked for deletion. You know? That's it. So we can handle that on the game scene. Okay. So now that, in theory, I'll have a match array that's keeping track of all of the matches, I'm gonna revise this code to see where it doesn't make sense anymore. So once again, when the timer pop countdown goes through, or when it's gonna check for matches, it looks at the first pair of columns in the grid array. It's gonna iterate through them all, 2 at a time. Once it's done checking that column, it's going to increase the number of columns, and in theory, check the next one and next one. I still technically haven't tested that, so we'll see. When it goes to update them, it's going to create these pair-matched 9s, pair-matched 12s, pair-matched 15s, 18s, and 21s. It's then going to iterate through every cell in each column pair. If it finds a matching... if it finds any matches, it is going to increase the pair matches. Now, this is where something else has to change. Well, not really. I even think this is not quite necessary. We don't need to check for these numbers anymore. Now what I would need to check for is just if they're there, if they exist at all. Okay, I'm gonna make a GitHub commit before I test this, before I gut this. Commit before refactoring column checking. This is chaos. Thanks guys for sticking it out with me. Hit that like button if you haven't yet. Thumbs up for chaos. Appreciate you guys. Okay. 9 days left. 9 days left. Okay. So I'm gonna actually get rid of all of that. It's all gone. I'm glad to have that gone. It was ugly. So yes, iterate through it, except instead of iterating through that array, I want you to iterate through the match array. And instead of comparing match values to what's in the cell, I would want to say if or for. You're using GitHub Desktop? Let's go! Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. I got you into it ages ago. You've been using it religiously for all that time. Yay! Oh, that makes me so happy. I love that. I should make a short about that. When y'all like tell me that I taught you something, I don't often realize that I can like teach people things. So like I forget to like know that it's something I can pass on. GitHub Desktop, easy setup in general. Thank you. Thank you for telling me that. I appreciate that so much. Okay. I'm so glad to hear that. Like, it makes such a difference, right? You just quickly be like, boop, boop, boop. Okay, back to work. Let's go. So after iterating through the pair of columns, I want you to say for node for piece in global's grid array XY. Wait, in X. Well, I think you'd say for, wait. Oh god, now I forgot what things print. No. This is fine. Yeah, you would just do that. And you would say if grid array. Oh, just, yeah, make that cell. Okay, this will be faster. You got a bit too deep. At one point, experimented with self-hosting a Git service. Whoa. That's cool. I mean, that's good to like start to familiarize yourself with. Didn't stick with it for long, but was fun to learn. Yeah, right. That's good learning. Yeah, and like, you know, especially if you're doing like professional game dev, like in a corporate setting, even more important to understand a lot of that. But for me, just doing some like hobby / solo indie dev stuff, GitHub Desktop is nice. It's convenient. But yeah, it just gets a little time consuming, and maybe like didn't feel like, at least for me, like the best use of my time anymore. So I want to say if the cell is not 0, so it's gonna be, it's not an integer, this is a straight variant at this point. Which is crazy. I guess I could say not is integer or something. No. Wait, is... I don't think that's a type check. I think it's a class check. Oh, maybe it'll work if it's not an integer. If it's not an integer, I mean, it's just gonna be either 0. I could say null as well. Yeah, let's try this. I'm curious. Now, if it's not an integer, we somehow now have to keep track. Ooh, that's gonna be tricky. You underestimate how useful GitHub is? 10,000% recommend everyone make use of it or other version control software. Yes, you heard it from Seppi and me. Use it. It's so useful. You can just like get crazy with your code and then go back. So much less fear. Code, whatever, all kinds of stuff. Updating versions of your whatever, adding new libraries, whatever the heck you're doing. Changing the art. And it helps you like set up on multiple machines too. Oh my god. Make a separate branch if you're changing loads of stuff. That's a good idea. So far I've only changed branches. Yeah, same actually. I changed branches if like I need to completely change the direction of everything. Like, oh my god. Like, this is basically a different project. It isn't, but it kind of is. Yeah, when I was switching from my much more component-based system to this one, I did that. Yeah. Makes sense. Makes it easier to jump back multiple commits that way. So part of the reason I was tracking these pair matches was so I could keep a count of which ones were greater than 3 or 4. So now what I would say... Okay, I feel like I might still want the numbers here. I think I may have axed the numbers too soon. So if now inside of the array, it's just seeing like zeros, or it's seeing some kind of node that it can match with. In theory. So it gets to that pair, it sees there are 3 nodes in there. But we know they match, but we don't know which matches they are. We don't know anything about them. We could extract their color. So instead of needing to check for like 9s, 12s, 15s, 18s, and 21s, because they're in there, we already know that they would either be a 9, a 12, a 15, an 18, or a 21. And so instead of checking for those numbers, we'd want to check how many of those are the same color. So maybe if I say this one is also a node, and I'm going to change the colors here, apologies to a colorblind individual who is here with us if they are here with us. I'm going to make that white. So all of these nodes are in the array, but it will know that there's only 2 of this color, and it will know that there's only 2 of this color. And so we would want to keep track. I almost wonder if then right in there we would say, or right then and there we would say into our maybe we just put this in our grid array. Okay, we still have the debug array. And then the grid array, which is what could receive this information. Oops. And it could just only add those. So that would go into the grid array, and I would run this scan again. So right now, this scan wait, where is this going right now? So we're not even using the grid array at all right now. Just put this in the regular grid array. Oh, wait. Yeah. Put itself in the regular grid array. So the debug array has the numbers, the grid array has the nodes. So we're not actually looking at the grid array yet. This was wrong anyway. We're just looking at this. So the grid array has nodes in it already. That's what we're checking here. This would then, since these are matches, this goes into the match grid array, because we know that those are matches. Wait. No, we already know that they're matches. We don't need to check if they're matches again. I would say that these don't go in there. They specifically do not go in there. No. We would wait. So if, let's say we have... Here, I'm just going to get rid of all of these. Over here, by the time we get to this pair, these, since there's more than 4 of them that it's found, those end up going into the match grid array. And we just have to be able to find their positions when we do that. So it's just kind of like this filtering system. First, we have a list of all of the things that even exist in there, and that's the debug array. And then we have a list of all the ones that are matching neighbors. We filter through that list to find the ones that are actually a chain. So I kind of should call this a chain grid array. I'm just doing this for clarity. I am actually going to rename this to the match grid array. It kind of doesn't matter what this is, to be honest. And then over here, yeah, go ahead, call that match grid array. Get rid of this, call this match grid array. And then as far as the chain grid array goes, this wouldn't even be a grid array. This could just be, this doesn't even matter. It's just an array. It doesn't have to be an array of arrays at all. It could just be an array of nodes. Because we're just keeping track of the ones that need to be popped. And as those get added in there, those get popped. So like if there were 3 or 4, whatever, of these stacked up here, by the time it gets to that spot, it would also just stick these in there too. Okay. So now how does that square with the code that we have? So we're going through the match grid array, and what I'm looking to do, so this isn't grid array, this is match grid array. What I'm looking to do is to figure out which ones get sent to the chain array. So technically I'm check match grid per column pair. Yeah, we're just gonna call it that. And so let me make sure I have such an array. This is an array of node. I don't even think it can be node 3Ds. I think it'd be character bodies. And that's just gonna be empty. It looks through the whole size of the match grid array per column pair. And then it's going to look for each cell. It's going to make sure that cell is not an integer. If it is not an integer, I don't think we need any of that anymore. If it is not an integer, well, this is kind of the tricky part, right? You kind of need a temporary array. And you need to make sure that they're of the same color. So we're actually not just sending it into there. We need a system. So this whole checker here needs to be looking to see how many, if any, of these nodes are there more than 3 of. And of those that there's more than 3, every single one of those are the ones that get added into this array. So we need some kind of temporary array per color. Now I could check each color that's even in the section. I mean, I kind of think the numbers would still be easier. Maybe we don't burn the numbers down yet. Because, well, if we found the XY, all we'd need to do is just, yeah, you know what? I think we're gonna keep, I think I'm going to keep the numbers for now. Because I think it's still a simpler way to do it, and it already exists, which is very convenient. And then based on that, we just have to make sure we know that exact cell position for each of them, which is gonna be hard, because even if you know what those positions, even if you know that there's more than 3 of 15s or whatever, well, then you would say go back through, find all the 15s in that pair, whatever its XY positions are, correspond that to the match array that has the nodes, take those nodes and put them in the chain array. That would be the way to do it. I should write that down really badly. Just put it here, I don't care. Oh God. Per column pair for every matched number, if matched numbers greater than 3, match the array positions of those numbers with the array positions in match array. So that would be the debug array. So I would say don't even call it a debug array. What do I call it? The color array? Match the color array positions of those numbers. Match the color grid array positions of those numbers with the match grid array positions. So those have to hopefully be nodes, assuming it's all set up correctly. They should just be there. So we might get if something horrible happens, we could get some error that says, "Hey, there's no node there." That could really suck. Please don't happen. This is so many rooms for error in here. Oh my God, I think this is a potential huge point of error. Oh my God. Match the color grid array positions of those numbers with the match grid array positions of their corresponding nodes. A dictionary, honestly, a dictionary would be a lot easier here. But the problem with that is that dictionaries are messy. But technically, then I wouldn't have to do any kind of matching of positions. They would just already be included together. Should I just make a dictionary though? I'm gonna have to ask ChatGPT or DeepSeek to parse the dictionaries for me, because they can just be really confusing for my little human brain to understand. It would be safer to use a dictionary, that's for sure. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. I'll not do it for now. With the match grid array positions of their corresponding nodes. Add those nodes to the chain array and pop them. Wow. All right, I'm gonna do it. So now we need some more refactoring for my sanity. Instead of debug, these are color grid array. It's not really color, it's color enum values, but oh well. Technically, if I really wanted everything to be easy to understand, I'd probably want to make that color grid array and then find print grid array in my code in general. I'll spell it right this time. Okay. Back on the game scene. We're iterating through the color grid array. We could even potentially do that right here. Oh, check that out. We don't do much matching here. Color cell, match cell. Literally the same thing, except change that to match. So then we'd have the node, in theory, right along with it, which would be kind of nice. You use this music in one of your games? This is all YouTube audio library music. So that is to say, music, that's the name of it, music that has been approved by YouTube to be used in YouTube videos without getting any kind of copyright revenue claim, share, or anything like that. It's the most YouTube safe music short of making your own track and not copywriting it. So you'll at least hear these songs all over YouTube. In shorts and videos, all over the place. So we're kind of listening to YouTube radio. That's pretty cool that you also found it somewhere else. Yeah, I think they are allowed to be used in most creative works. I think you're right. I've never, I don't quote me on that, but I've never tried to, but I think that might be true. Yeah, sometimes I think about like putting this list up on the website or something, so if people want to make sure they use stream safe music that they don't make in game jam entries for our game jams, they could pull from that list. But before I do that, I want to like super triple double check that the license allows for that in a way that doesn't cause them problems. But you've given me some confidence that maybe that would be okay. So we're assigning a color cell, we're assigning a match cell. So we'll continue to check against all of that. Same kind of thing. All of that stays the same. We're checking for the matched pairs. We're updating how many matched. None of that is changing. We're back to where we were before, except now we have this extra information about what node is actually matched. I would even call this like node cell or something, which is a little confusing, so I'm not gonna do that. Okay. Now, once it updates all of those, I was doing this check for chains thing, which is where I got a little sidetracked when I realized I had a problem. But maybe we don't have a problem now. So check for chains, and I need to think about what this brings with it. Do I want to check nines. All this is going to do is it's going to look for if it's greater than. This is this point. How many are in number above 3? So I guess we can just say match 9s for now. But you know, we also should bring with this is the color cell. Or no, the match cell. So if it is greater than that, we can put it in there. And that's gonna happen every time it increases it by 1. Now the problem with that though, hold on. I would say, don't do that. Instead, what if we don't do this count? What if instead I create I don't even know if you need to put it. Yeah, you do. Well, I mean, if you want to check it after it goes through all of them. Because technically, it would be nice, like, let's say, I'm going to try to grab some of this, but not all of it. Like here, if this was matched up, or here, if I captured these 4, and I marked those to be Q-freed, and we got here, and I marked these to be Q-freed, from a scoring perspective, I wouldn't know that these were 2 separate chains. It would, by the way that this is planning, an easier way to go would be to just not worry and not say, hey, you got 2 separate chains of the same color. The way that it's currently set up, it would just say, oh, you got an 8 chain, because it would just see all 8 of them at once. To that end, it would be even simpler if even the different colors weren't tracked separately. I mean, everything would just be so much easier if I didn't track how many pieces were in each combo. It would be so much easier. Or in each individual chain. Man, just like, whoo. Like, it would save me, I think, unless there is an easy way to do it that I just am not thinking of. But I'm pretty sure it's going to be a lot easier if we just pop them all and count it as how many did you pop, that's how many you got. But the actual proper Puyo Puyo formula is a bit complex in that sense. And I mean, do I really give a crap to have such a complex formula? So this is how the formula technically works. It checks how many pieces are in each chain. So if you have 2... Oh wait, is that how that works? I don't think that's how that works. I think it's how many chains there are total. That's not how many pieces are in the chain. That's this. Okay. So this would be easy to do. We could... Actually, it wouldn't be easy to do. No, this would be hard. Because I wouldn't know... So the Puyo Puyo formula basically checks how many chains did you get in a single combo. And for each chain you got in a single combo, you get a certain type of multiplier. You also get a certain multiplier bonus for how many pieces are in that chain. Finally, You also get a bonus for how many different colors are included in that overall combo chain. And then those get added together to an overall multiplier. So like the closest I could get to this without putting in much extra effort would be I mean, I could just say how many Puyos did you pop totally? That's it. I would lose checking colors and I would lose checking individual chains. So if like 2 chains pop at once, it would only know that it would only think of it as 1 chain. It wouldn't think of it as 2 chains. Because I can't just go along the way and say, oh, pop all of those, because based on the way I'm designing it. Because then this one would be left out, right? It wouldn't know until we got to here. And sure, I could iterate through them all and then look at the data again. I think I'm gonna make an executive decision here that is going to just make my life a lot easier. And I'm gonna say, let's just do a blanket pop across the board. So it's not gonna truly imitate Puyo Puyo's mathematical score calculations. It just isn't. It's not. I have to be okay with that. There's been moments like this in the Bloons-like, that was the last game like Jam, and the Frogger-like that I made. That was the one before that. In both of those, there were mechanics that I wanted because it was in the original. But adding it was either eating up a lot of time to try to figure out, or I could see how it would add a bunch of extra time if I did start trying to figure it out. I would like to be in that second category here and just say, you know what? I'm probably going to be going around in a complicated mess of circles if I try to implement that. And we're going to be here doing this one thing for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours more. But if I just say, screw it, don't worry about it. Who knows? Maybe I'll realize a convenient way. Yeah, you know what? We're not gonna worry about it. Not gonna worry about it. Don't care. Don't care. Okay. So, when it goes to check for chains, it will look... Right, so we were increasing by 1 each time. Check for chains, look to see every time it increases, is that greater than... And so something I could do is I could make a bunch of chain arrays, right? If I wanted, I could potentially keep like the color check. That would be the easiest one to keep, is if you match multiple color types together. So you wouldn't... It would be tough because it wouldn't know if you got a bunch. So like if you had like a whole lot here, if you match that many and then you only matched 4, it wouldn't know to say that, well, those white ones that you matched, you're gonna get a little bit less points because there was only 4 of them. Because if you come down here to this 4th one, right? 4 plus, what is this? 9 or whatever, 8 or 9? It'll only know 4 plus 8, so it'll be 12. So it would only know, okay, you got 12 blue ones. I don't know which chain was more. Alright, you know what? I think that's actually fine. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. You know what? I'm okay with that. We're gonna allow that. So to add a little bit of point granularity. I will tell you what. Wait, where are you gonna create this chain array? Have we made that yet? No. Technically, the chain array only needs to happen on timer pop countdown. So we could say variable for the different colors. I mean, at this point, I'm just gonna say 9. So chained 9s, and that's an array of character bodies. Wait, no, didn't I put this on globals? Oh, I put it on globals. All right, we'll just, you know what, we'll skip that for now. I'm actually gonna come back to globals, and I'm gonna put this in the trash for now. Back to game scene. To chained 9s, that's an array. And we could say all the chained 12s, the chained 15s, 18s, and 21s. And those be where we keep count for each one. Now you're gonna have to feed back into that somehow. So you probably want this to return. So you could say chained, isn't that what we called it? Chain 9s, 12s, 15s. Oh, because there's too many arguments for that call. Here, I don't know. Just do stuff. Doesn't matter. And then we make sure that this returns an array of character bodies. Chain 9s is not declared in the current scope. Really? That's out of scope? Oh, duh. My bad. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Alright, so then this is something I have to clear, which is annoying. But oh well. It is what it is. That's a lot of stuff to clear per round. I'm gonna forget. And then I'll remember. Yes, I know. Yeah, I don't know. Variable. Current chain array equals, or array of character bodies equals that, and then return current chain array. Okay. Cool. Okay, so now back here, we would set the chained 9s to that. And then after that, well, we wouldn't want to pop them just yet. We would want to make sure this whole thing has completed. And once that match does complete, well, we wouldn't want to do that. We would actually want to wait until it gets through everything. But that's only per pair. So in fact, you'd want to wait until it iterated through every single column. So that brings us back to on timer pop countdown. So once it's iterated through all of that, then pop chained pieces. I don't know what that's gonna do. Well, I do know what that's gonna do. It's going to say for matched nines in chain nines, or match 9 in chain nines, match 9 Q free. And do the same thing for 12. We probably want more than Q free, like in theory. Actually, this might need to be call deferred so the collisions update correctly, in theory. But if I just see them delete, I'll be happy. Like that would be great. That's a long ways off though. We're not there yet. Assuming there's anything in there, right? So, I mean, hopefully, is there like a pop all in an array or something? Clear, I mean, there's clear, but I would like to actually, that's not what pop does. No, there's nothing like that. No, you'd have to, yeah, it's not gonna work. Well, you'd also need to clear those arrays. That's the other thing. So after everything pops, we'd have to say, so pop chain pieces and then clear. Hey Cam, welcome. How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for supporting the channel. Hope you've been doing good. Clear match vars. I know I'm getting ahead of myself here, but oh well. Oh dear God. So that would mean match or chained nines, clear, change 12s, clear. It's a bit crazy. How's your Puyo-like coming along? Chained 15s, clear. 18s, my matching algo. It's something. It's coming together in a way. We'll see. A lot of testing left to do. Then I'm also going to need match 9s to become 0. 0. Pretty monotonous. Okay. Craziness. Whatever. I just gotta make it work. It's a game jam. Do what you gotta do. Okay, where the hell are we? Right. So we were defining the chain 9s here. Now, do I want to call with match 9s and match cell? I'll put these. I kind of want to wait until I know that I have everything that I want in check for chains. Cam got their core gameplay working. Let's go! Added some debug features and you're turning it into a chain simulator. Wait, like legitimately, like, that's really cool. So like a way to test it to see if everything's working. That's really awesome. Yeah, so Cam did share some of the progress. this one is Cam so far. No twist, or even versus AI. That's alright. I think competition is going to be very low. I have a feeling this is going to be the least entered game like Jam. I'll be surprised. Just a debug. Nice. It's a good idea. I'll be surprised if this Jam gets more than 10 entries. I'm going to consider it a victory if we get 5 entries. Because I think this game turned out to be really hard. So, that is to say, you might be more in the running for any of the categories than you think. I love their score, like, askew a little bit. That looks really nice. Why does that look so nice? It's subtle, but it really adds something to it. Yeah, it's looking so good. I love how it reminds me of like a carnival game. Really nice, like, real looking aesthetic. Like some board game I could buy. Okay. Nice work, Kim. Yeah, I'm just trying to get through this whole convoluted way of making my matches happen. It's fun. It's very, very fun. I'd really just like to feel like I've got the code from beginning to end done, so I can test it and find out what's wrong with it. Yeah. You turned on no static typing error? Nice. No static typing goes error. Nice. You made it error? Mine's on warn. I think I already have a few. Yeah, I've got a bunch of warnings for no static type, but that's okay. Error is hardcore. You missed over 50? I've got about 15 right now. I've been letting them build up. It's kind of a fun thing to go through later and fix. I can see why you'd want to do error checking at that point. Should check for chains. What it needs to look for is it needs to count how many matches there were in each of those variables. So we're already updating the match counts. I mean, why are we not checking it there? Wouldn't that be easier? Why run it here? It seems like a waste of time. It was relaxing to fix a lot of bugs really fast. Nice! Went through and turned every warning that I will always fix to error. I love that! You know what? Maybe I'll try that one day. Why did I decide against putting this in here? Oh, then we're not gonna have the cell. Yeah, alright, I'll make it separate. I'll make it separate. It just means we kind of have to duplicate some code. Well, no, because you're gonna check specifically match 9s. No. This is easy. All you have to say is, I'm inspired by that, Cam. So this would be match 9s count if not match 9s, matched count, if matched count is greater than 3, and then B is the actual cell. So this would just be the piece. If matched count is greater than 3. We also need to know... Oh no, we're assigning the array right here. Perfect. if match count is greater than 3, and this is gonna happen. Now wait a minute, but that's not gonna run. You're not gonna have all of them at that point, because that's just a number. So in fact, what we actually want to be doing, is adding the match cell to chain 9s. We want to append the match cell to chain 9s, even if it's not greater than 3. Which means I don't even need the matched counts. I actually do not need the matched counts. I think this is actually unnecessary. I think all this is unnecessary. I could be wrong, but I think I am. And we can just say if chained 9s is greater, or if chain 9's size is greater than 3, then well, but remember, we were coming through and popping. Well, actually, you don't even have to do that until the end. Just do that at the end. That's all you gotta do. Don't even do that here. Just throw it all in the trash. Throw all that in the garbage. Burn it down. In pop chained pieces, it'd be a little more complicated because we have to say if chain 9's is greater than 3, if chain 9's size is greater than 3, that is to say it's a match, then iterate through and do it. Which is obviously a little annoying. There's probably some really beautiful, elegant way to refactor this. Sometimes that's a kind of nice thing I like to, if I'm in the mood, maybe I'll ask a vibe coder to do it for me. I'll be like, hey, here's my code. Do you have like a cleaner way to code this that's like neater and more succinct? And if it's not unreadable chaos, sometimes it's kind of nice because it can open up some possibilities that I wouldn't have otherwise seen. It's just a maybe. It's just a maybe. Not gonna worry about it right now. So this is where we're gonna do a size check. I mean, it would be interesting to know if none of them were greater than 3. If any chains exist, then check which ones. There's so many ways to do this. Returning a Boolean. I guess you could just say return chain 9's greater than 3. Wait, would that be greater equal? Would that be this? Is that a thing? Yeah. If that, or 12 size great. I mean, it's just, you know, a bunch of typing over and over again. Again, look, I know there's gonna be easier ways to do this. I just don't care. Chained 21s. So just return if any of these are true. So then we can say no chains exist, which means we can just move on. Your wish godot would reflect enum values back to identifiers in the debugger. Okay. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Sounds probably useful. Like, I know I can have enums be... I mean, there is a way to have an enum report its, like, text value or its string value. Read human words on number. There's a way to do that. I did it, but it's, like, it's not... Like, it requires some, like, setup. There is a way to do that. But maybe it's not exactly what you mean. Oh, there it was. I think I did it in Harvest Earth for the... Yeah. I don't know about the breakpoint. I don't know about the breakpoint. I think that would be tough. But oh gosh, let me see. I think it's in... It's been like 4 months since I worked on this. I think it's in 8 months since this particular area, potentially. In the state checking? No, but it should be in debug. No, that's not it. Where's the debug script? Here. Okay, so I think this is how you would do it. Like this. Now that I just put in there, I think, yeah, so is game states is my enum list. So you're kind of iterating through it like keys, or you're finding a specific key, and then I have it set up, and that will give you, so it's stringifying it, so it will give you the name. You could assign that to a variable, and then you could check that in your stack. Where's my globals? Where's my globals? I don't know. It's not the most organized. There we go. But is it? Yeah, it is. Is game state. Yeah, so there's what these look like. So I have my enum here is game states, and then I have a variable whose type is game states. And then if you stringify whatever the current is game state is relative to is game states, which you could just put a number in there too. You don't even have to do this variable thing, right? You would just need to somehow find the value, but yeah, that will print the name of it, and it'll give you, so in this case, it would say pre-intro, intro, pre-menu, menu, confirm. Maybe you do have to do this. Maybe you do have to type this way. Yeah, but then you'll get all this. You know, it's a little convoluted, but works. Okay, so if it finds any chains, it'll do all that. Well, that's just queue freeing, which isn't great. I'd also want, so I'd want to say two things. I'd want to say, I don't even think I'd want to do queue free. I'd want to say, really, we're check for chains to pop. Check for chains to pop. And then maybe in here, I would say pop chained pieces. Yay, I'm glad it helped. Right, it's like, it is. It's just like a dictionary under the hood. Yeah. Right? I didn't, somebody in the chat taught me that. And I think, or maybe I looked it up. Maybe internet, somewhere. I learned it somewhere. Yeah, that is kind of interesting to realize that. And then we'd pass this in here for which one to pop. But you'd want to say, like, once they're all popped, that's when you'd want to finish it. So really this would be pop chained piece. And in this case, that would be match 9. And then once that's done, we might want to emit something like signal bus, or even we could start that timer over potentially, right? Because we'd want to wait for them all to fall again. So we might want to put something here. Wait for pieces to fall and check pairs again. Right, so that would, in theory, go there. Somewhere, somehow. So then in theory, I'd want function pop chained piece returns nothing. And here I would also say wait for pieces to fall and check pairs again, so that way that happens a little sooner or something. And then this would just say piece queue free. I have a feeling I'm gonna need to defer that. Probably need to defer this. Then we would just replace this, make that 12, so on and so forth. I don't know, there's something I'm kind of enjoying about like coding ahead a little bit. It kind of helps. This is like, I'm feeling like this is kind of a new thing I just decided I want to have learned. Is like, if I code ahead just a little bit, it helps me kind of know where I'm going. Okay, so update match counts we don't need anymore, and instead we just say chain 12s append match cell. Chain 15s append the match cell. And then we check later to see if that exceeds 3, meaning that there is a match. Ooh. Where the heck are we at this point? I don't even know. Genuinely no idea. Per column pair of color grid array. If match numbers are greater than 3, match the color grid array positions of those numbers with the match grid array, add those to the chain array and pop them. Okay, I think we kind of did that. I think it's time to see how broken it is. I think that's the point that I'm at right now. So let's do it. It's gonna be so broken. That's okay. What if it just works? It won't. It won't. I mean, it's gonna be tough because does this work through multiple iterations? Like, what happens? Well, I guess. When does the timer start? Let me make sure this is actually going to run across multiple iterations. When a piece is placed, every time a piece is placed, it's going to run this code. So if we get to check for chains to pop, we could say here, print no chains detected. And we could say here, print chains detected. Alright, this is gonna be crazy. But wait, but if it clears... But no, because it... Okay, wow. I haven't tested this in hours. So, get ready for the issues, okay? No chains detected, honestly. Love that. But, you know, that kind of makes... I don't know, that's actually very impressive. Okay. Now, there weren't any matching pieces, so... Let's make sure we spawn a matching pair next. See what happens. Alright. I'm like, come on, where's the errors? Trying to assign a value of type object to a variable of type integer. Ah, yes. That's a mistake. This should be a character body 3D. There's a lot of typing that I have to do still. I should probably go do that. Alright, I'm just gonna spawn a pair right off the bat. Put it down. Trying to assign an integer to a character body. What? I see. So this needs to make sure if okay, wait a minute. This makes sense. I just have to make it make sense. I have to connect the dots in my brain here. The match array is full of zeros, and some of those are character body 3Ds. So the matches are going to be character body 3Ds. Everything else is zeros. So if it goes through the color grid array and it finds every cell in the columns in the color grid array, then that means color grid array XY is going to be either 0 or one of the color numbers. match grid array is going to use the same X and Y values. Right, but that's not looking for a match yet. That's every single one. So yeah, so right here, we would want to say, if value is not an integer, I think I lost that, then assign that, which is kind of crazy. Oh, but then match cell isn't declared. Okay, alright, so then, how about this? Oh, Jesus. If we'll just ignore all of that. We'll just ignore all of that. Here, let me make sure. Okay, I do have it on the clipboard. And we'll just say, hey, you know what? Why don't you just slap that in there? You know what? You don't have to be a variable. Because if there is a match, it should be a character body 3D. Now, what's gonna be nice about this is these are all supposed to be typed as character body 3Ds. So this is great error checking, because if it gives me another error there, then we're finding problems in this code. Big static typing advantage right now. Okay. That's not a pair. Spawn a pair. No error. No error, but also no, that's right, no chains. No, that's correct. There are no chains detected. That's absolutely correct. I was worried, but no, it's fine. A chain would be more than 3. Okay, all right, no error. Here we go. Let's see if it sees a match. Oh! Those Puyos got popped. But see ya, Puyos. Goodbye. I don't need ya. You free him. Oh, let's freaking go, dude. Oh, dang. Now, there still might be problems. Look, there still might be problems. There is every chance that I have made a mistake. But, this is a really good result. I'm very happy with that. Ooh. Okay. All right. All right. Let's see if the physics actually update when I start doing this. So I'm going to start doing random pieces. I had an error because I just tried to print something that isn't printable, I guess. So don't worry about that. Ignore that. Okay, no chains detected. We're going to try to actually play the game a little here. Okay, here's a chain coming. It cleared him! It cleared him, baby! Okay, alright, okay, good. Now what I'd really love to check is pieces falling down. That would be ideal. So... Oh. Okay. That's a bug. I'm not gonna worry about that bug right now. Oh, you should have gotten in there. This is crazy. We're like playing it right now. I'm still gonna hand spawn every piece, but that's okay. Okay, try this. Whoa! I didn't wait. That was a match? Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Was that a match? That wasn't a match. Wait a minute. I'm looking at the replay. That was definitely not a match. Alright, there's problems, but that's okay. What in the world? So it... Oh, I see what happened. Okay, so we definitely need to figure out how to get the physics to work. Okay, here's what happened. What happened was it's actually a little confusing. No, it makes perfect sense. Okay, let me pull up the live stream replay here so we can appreciate what just went down. Okay, right there. Oh, hold on. Hold up. Okay. So right here, we've got two leases. That's 1080p? Jesus. Now what's gonna happen is first of all, I didn't even notice that these got matched. Was that a real match? Okay, wait. Oh, those are two dirts. Oh, wow. Okay. So you can start to see what the problem is here. I didn't even notice that one. So in that match array, it sees these two and it sees these three. As soon as those three match, it's then going to say, oh, look, there's more than 3 pieces now officially that match in my chained dirt group. But that's not true, is it? So it cleared those and it cleared those. Same thing happened here. And the reason why it didn't clear this dirt in the middle is because that dirt, or that sand wasn't already matched. So currently what it's doing is if it sees any matches, that is to say there's 2, 3, up to 3 matches, it's adding them to the chain array. And as soon as that chain array gets bigger than 3 total matches, it's gonna clear just all of them. But what I really need it to do is only clear the ones that are neighboring, right? So this is a little, well, wrong? A little wrong. So I somehow need to know if they're adjacent to each other. How am I gonna do that? Certainly somehow. Real quick, let me at least see if I can get that call deferred to work better. I don't remember how to call defer queue free. Call defer queue free GD script. Just call deferred queue free. Okay. Back to the game scene. Let's try it. Okay. I guess we could check their column position in the array, and we just have to make sure somehow that that the other piece, I don't know. I think it's gonna be a little tricky. Okay, well, let me at least see. Hello, Travi. If this call deferring, it's just clearing them. No. Ooh, pieces still don't fall. Now, I don't know if character bodies can, like, sleep in the same way that... if character bodies can sleep or not sleep in the same way that others do. And thanks, Dormouse. Hello. And piece single is on floor. Only updates when move and slide is called, so it needs to be outside the if statement. Oh, Dormouse! What? Oh, what? Dormouse? Someone knows the code. Okay. All right, hold on a second. Wow, this repo is public. If you head over to my GitHub page, you can find the repo. That's awesome. Thank you so much. What? Is on floor, only updates when move and slide is called. Right, so it... right, so this velocity, right, move and... Oh. Am I afraid of unintended consequences from doing that? What if we just run a move and slide? Yeah, but then we'd have to like set a flag and like unset it. I'll try it, but I'm afraid that like things are gonna get weird. I'm afraid things are gonna get weird if I do that. But let's try it. Let's see if weird things happen. Of course, it's just a match right away. Okay, it's not that weird right now. It is yet to be weird. So far, not weird. Okay, so this is gonna incorrectly match. Wait, why didn't they? Oh, cause that bottom one. Whoa, there they are. I knew there would be an unintended consequence. Oh no. What is that? What game is that? Just insert in the middle of pieces? Why is that kind of awesome though? Oh no. Oh no. Outside of the if separated as well? This is kind of crazy. Oh god, this is really gonna cause problems though. I don't think that's gonna work, Dormouse. Let's see. Oh, well this is, okay. No. I don't think this is gonna work. I think what I'd like to try to do instead, I think what this is kind of amazing, right? But no, this is not the game we're trying to make. Hey, Endo, hey, how you been? Welcome back. Yeah, I hope everyone, you know what, Endo's right. Let's hope everyone's doing well. It's like an amazing new game. Here's what I think. I think move and slide stays in here, and I gotta give you credit because that is definitely where my problem is, and I don't know if I would have known that. I doubt very highly that would have been figured out by me anytime soon. It's been a minute. That's alright. That's alright. That's the way it goes. That's the live stream life. People come, and people go, and people come back, and then they go again. That's how it is. Glad you stopped back in, Endo. How's your game dev journey been? You found a solution. It's a really useful feature for any collision code. Will it work for me, or will it not work for me? Okay, so Dormouse, I think this is just like movement. I think that's a movement credit right there. I'm gonna give you an eagle brain as well. I don't know if that's technically eagle brain. I guess that's debug. Let's give you a debug credit too. You can check how much a collision is overlapping the other shape. Endo's still playing Dreams. All right, that's what's up. You and the 3 other people. That's cool. I'm trying to remember what you were working on. I don't want to think you were working on something and be wrong. But I think I do know what things you were working on. Were you the one working on like the Berserk thing? I'm sorry if that's someone else. But I remember you were helping me. Were you helping me with like music? Maybe you were helping me with music. When I was doing Survive Escape. Man, I didn't even realize it's been a while. It's been a while. It's always been a dreaded bug, the physics freaking out because 2 solid objects are clipping, but you can detect it in code by checking the collision depth. So, okay. Heard. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking... You did a lot of music back in the day and help us survive escape. You did. Okay, I knew I was wrong about the Berserk thing. I never should have said it. Didn't you make like a music like edutainment game? Brohemoth. You made like a music edutainment game on Dreams. I would like teach you about music, and you were maybe helping me with the dynamic of music when you went between areas. I feel like that was it. Yeah, I guess I realized I needed to. That was okay. We got there. We got back there. Let's go. Yeah, so whatever, if you guys don't know what the heck is being talked about right now, ages ago, Survive Escape was a project that I was working on, in this, it's not really a game engine, it is, but it's a game. It's more of a game that allows you to make games within it. And, it's really what ignited my passion for game dev. I mean, I would say Fallout modding, like Bethesda game modding, ignited it, and I would say this helped that spread a bit beyond just that spark. And yeah, I guess I'll say Fallout was the spark. Dreams was the ignition. And so I had this idea for a game, this crazy overscoped game called Survive Escape. It was literally, besides not being multiplayer, online multiplayer, it was about as overscoped as you could ever make a game. So it was gonna be kind of like The Sims meets The Forest, meets like almost like a cellular autonoma. Like not really, but like kind of. Meets like QWOP. Maybe I should say quap in a weird way. And it was just so massive. And the idea was you were stranded in this. Yeah, it was based on an experience I had. Yes, I was hiking alone on the hottest day of the year many years ago, over a decade ago at this point, and I fell and I fully dislocated my shoulder. Not like you throw a ball and it pops out a little. This was like my shoulder did not know what my arm was anymore. They were not talking to each other. They were still like connected, but like they weren't. It was bad. And so, you know, I did get rescued, but it was not as quickly as I would have liked to have gotten rescued. And so yeah, that inspired me to make this game in part. And so yeah, you were stranded and you had to survive despite circumstances. And you know, I had so much that I was building in this game. I was working with awesome people in Dreams to bring it to life, and you know, there was like an article written about it. It got some, you know, it got a little momentum. But you know what? I realized I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I wasn't gonna be able to finish this, and you know, Dreams, from my perspective, was looking like I was never going to be able to take this game outside of Dreams. There was a time where that was a possibility, but it started to become clear that wasn't going to happen. And so I decided I want to start learning how to make games outside of Dreams. And so here we are, where I am at today. And instead of trying to remake this game in like Godot or Unreal Engine or whatever, I realized that I need to learn from my mistakes and trying to make this big game and just start making a bunch of little games. So lots and lots and lots of iterations of making little games later, here I am in the Game-like Jam, which challenges us to make games in 1 month based on an existing game. And if you don't know about it, the current one is linked right there in the chat. Previously, right now we're doing Puyo Puyo, also known as Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, also known as Kirby's Avalanche, also known as Kirby's Ghost Trap. The last one we did was Bloons Tower Defense. So the object is to make a game as similar to Bloons Tower Defense, the original Bloons Tower Defense, as possible. And we had some awesome entries to that jam. And then before that, we did Frogger, which was objectively the simplest one, and we should probably keep them that simple in the future as well. But we had some awesome entries to that one too. And so this time we're doing Puyo Puyo, which is a much more difficult game. It's much more difficult, and I'm struggling, but we're gonna get there. Next one's gonna be super easy, I promise. It's gonna be the easiest one yet. Easier than Frogger. I already know like 3 that I'm choosing from. Because they're ones that I was like looking at before, but I was like, nah, that'd be too simple. No, we're gonna do one of the 2 simple ones. And yeah, so part of the idea of this jam, it took me a while to realize I wanted to do this jam, but the idea is that I don't have to I'm not gonna overscope my game, because the scope is right here. Here's your scope, you know, and you can scope down from this, or you can scope up from it. It's up to you. But I'm trying to pick simple games, although I'm finding that some things are deceptively simple, which is part of the lesson. That's part of what I want to learn, is how to gauge the scope of a game and try my best to, you know, be able to make games within that scope. Yeah. I'm having a lot of fun. I'm really proud of the games that I made. It actually got me to finish my first games outside of Dreams. I have games now that I've made, which is awesome. You can check out the ones I've made for the Game-like Jam. Link is in the chat to Hyper Game Planet, which is my itch account for games that I make. And the Frogger-like was known as Bunker. My Bloons-like, I actually accidentally updated it to an old version, so it's actually a little broken, but it's pretty much fine. I'll fix that eventually. But I'll show you the Frogger-like for now. And the art direction is kind of all over the place, so you know, just forgive that. But I did get a bunch of music in here and other stuff. Let's see, is it muted? Perhaps it is. There we go. We got music, we got sound effects. And it's like, it's done. Like, this game is done. It is Frogger. You can keep playing infinitely if, well, you probably won't, because there's about a point that's nearly impossible to continue. But maybe if you're a tool-assisted speedrunner, perhaps you could play it forever. But it's only then. So it's actually a complete game. I have a complete game outside of streams. Now, if I was trying to come up with my own idea, which I did try to come up with my own idea for a game, and it was somewhat related to the survival game. And, you know, again, I thought I could knock it out in less than a year, and it was approaching 2 years, and I was like, yo, something has to change. I'm never gonna learn how to make games if I don't finish some friggin' games. So, this gave me that victory. So yeah, so I'm working on Puyo Puyo right now, and man, it's tough. I'm really, like, I'm happy with how it's turning out, but, like, you know, there's some work. There's some work to put into it. I've got pieces that spawn. I can rotate them around. We can move to next levels and stuff. But what I'm trying to get set up today is the matching. And my matching is kind of working. So yeah, I can spawn pieces, flip them around, slam them down. We've got some collisioning and things. Big shout out to people in the chat for helping me put this together, just like you used to help me, Endo. So we can go to a next level, and it's kind of like we're digging deeper and deeper underground, and you're going to be playing against pieces that are already placed. I would love to do that soon. That's going to be a whole thing. And then yeah, so today what I'm trying to figure out is the matching system. So you'll see actually these will all disappear, but of course what we want is for them all to fall down. The matching system is still broken. I need to fix it, but I just started putting it together, so hopefully we'll get some progress soon. Yeah. Now, Dormouse, you bring up an excellent observation that move and slide needs to happen. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking there's 45 errors. Jesus. Attempted to push back an invalid previous. Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah, we have to. But I thought we cleared it. Aren't we clearing these? I thought every time. So if they're cleared, there shouldn't be previously freed things in there. Well, that's something to figure out. Okay. Well, anyway, noted. That's very interesting. So what I'm gonna do is, per Dormouse's suggestion, I'm gonna run move and slide again, and I'm gonna do it in the craziest way possible. So what we're gonna do is we'll say check for chains to pop. If any chains exist, pop chain piece. And so when that piece pops, I'm going to want to emit a signal that says piece popped, which means this is going to run quite a bit. But here's the thing is no, you know what? That's not what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to have it happen when. So anyway, long story short, also end out Survive Escape. Maybe someday I'll make Survive Escape again, but like I would have to become an incredible dev, and I would have to build a team. But I do hope to someday have the skills where I could make it again someday. I would love that. I would love that very much. Thank you for everything you contributed to it musically, Endo. I'm sorry it couldn't come to fruition. So where it says, if any chains exist, I'd actually probably want to say after It goes through those checks. Then, and look at me, I'm text coding now. I'll never go back to visual coding. I'm so all in for text coding. Here's where I'm gonna say signal bus any pieces popped, and we want to emit that signal. Works both ways. He gave me a lot of motivation to get creative. Yay! I love that. Well, you're welcome. Love that. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for Dreams, I wouldn't be live streaming. Dreams is why I live stream. It doesn't exist anymore, but back in the day, so how do you even use indreams.me/leisurely? Does that still work? Yeah, it does. Oh God, I mean, it's kind of true. It's not really true. I gotta update that. But there used to be a little badge you could get right here before Dreams started scaling itself down. And the badge would be like, streamed Dreams for a total of X amount of hours. It would tell you how many hours you've streamed Dreams on Twitch. And I was like, I want that badge. I want a little badge on my profile. So I streamed on Twitch just to get the badge. And folks like Endo would come through, and yeah, I love that. We'd have this both ways thing, right? You would help me, I would help you, and I was like, this is beautiful. I never want to code any other way ever again. I mean, I will sometimes, but I'm always going to want to share that process because yeah, there is a great back and forth that happens. Yeah, so definitely credits to Dreams, folks like you in the Dreams community for making me realize that there was that option, that potential, that ability to, or a benefit from sharing the journey. Dream still works fine for me. Just a bummer how quickly the community jumped ship after the last update. Yeah. I'll be honest. I jumped ship before the last update. I was already on my way out, and it just. I mean, I also kind of saw the writing on the wall of the last update. But yeah, that is sad, right? Because for depending on what you wanted, what your goals were out of Dreams, it may still meet those goals. For me, my goal always was to have games that I could sell or share with people who don't necessarily own Dreams. So once it was clear that was never going to happen, I mean, it was just, I just wasn't, I didn't really want to be there anymore. But yeah, I mean, it's still like, it's still like the best value for getting games that you want to play. There's thousands of games people have made on there that you just, for $20 or whatever, maybe less now, can just get access to all those games. And then it's still a social media, or it's still social media to an extent, right? So you can still meet people and hang out with them and compete against their high scores and things like that. And you can still be creative and export some things to an extent. Music, visuals. So yeah, I mean, it makes sense that for some people, it's still a valuable tool and place. For sure. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense that would be quite sad to see the landscape change so quickly. Oh, it's included with PS Plus. Nice. Yeah, I'm sure there's like little bursts where people pop in every once in a while. New people join up with little things like that. Alright, so if any pieces are popped, I'm going to make sure that this signal exists on the signal bus. Signal, any pieces popped, and then back on the piece placed, or sorry, piece single, I'm going to have, we're going to have a little flag. It's going to be variable, let's say adjusting. Boolean false, so like an adjusting phase or something. So we're gonna connect the signal bus, any pieces popped, to on any pieces popped. And func on any pieces popped. Simply put, pimply soot. I'm going to say adjusting is true. And then we say if separated, I don't know if you want to do or. Yeah, I guess, well, we'll kind of want to potentially reset just fell if it starts moving. So if it's not on the floor, okay. I kind of wonder if what happens if I said or adjusting, right? And then we just have to check whenever it settles down again. When does checking match? Is checking match? Does that exist? Wait a minute. Is that actually declared? I think it would have to be. Or we get an error. So when does checking matches get emitted? Oops. Checking matches emit. Two different places. In the physics, whoops, oh, okay. In the physics process, if is checking for floors. Okay. Everything is on the floor. Okay. On next piece pressed. Okay, that's like a button that I made. Oh, okay. Alright, yeah, so that would just basically be when the next piece spawns. So this is probably this. Can we like have a signal for that by any chance? Would be really great. Let me go to the game scene. Spawn piece pair emit. Let's say that when spawn piece pair emits, that's when we'll say we're no longer in the adjusting phase. That seems reasonable. Okay, so back to piece single. Connect yet another signal in here. Spawn piece pair. Unspawn piece pair. Func on spawn. Not pawn, spawn, piece, pair. Oh. Wrong spelling. Returns void, and then adjusting false. Alright, what is that like? Now, the only that I was trying to fix here was the adjusting period when pieces are removed and ones above it need to sync down. So making sure that that actually correctly functions. Okay. All right, here we go. So will this orange dirt fall down when those pop is the question. Nope. No, it did not. Oh, because you had to press next piece. Yeah, I don't love that. Okay, well, let's try it. Next piece. No, wait. Okay. Well, that didn't work whatsoever. That didn't work at all. Okay, all right, cool. Cool, I think this is probably gonna be difficult. Maybe I can like call defer to update the Boolean. I don't know. Oh, dear God. Okay. Oh, we're in danger, aren't we? I was really hoping that would work. Okay, so... Okay. Okay, yo, this is fine. No, this is correct. Okay. No. Ugh, this is good. So, now I'm gonna come here and remote, and I'm gonna check any single piece to see if they're adjusting. They are currently adjusting. Yeah, and they're separated. So that's why that didn't work, because you put that in the wrong place. Okay. Gotcha. So we don't want to say that. We would want to say... I see. I mean, I kind of like an else or if or something like that. So let's say make piece fall. Yeah, but that has to be, yeah, but that'll be not like work, right? Turns nothing. No delta, so we just have to pass delta into it. And I guess we could say elif. Well. Oh, that's not even separated else. I see. Okay. It will be separated though. It will already be separated. That is already going to be true. It's a little confusing. Because this would be saying... what if we say... That's saying if it's not... No, if it's not on the floor, make it fall. And this is also checking if not just fell. Or adjusting. I think might be more what you want. Right? Maybe that's all we needed to do. I think. But I mean, no, because think of what Dormouse was saying, right? It's not going to be able to check if it's on the floor or not. It needs to check if it's on the floor again in order for that to work. So I might even say a separate if statement if adjusting if it's on the floor, I mean, it doesn't really matter. If it's not on the floor during adjusting, and this is only true if it's separated. There's probably some better way to construct this. I don't really care. If adjusting, and if not on the floor, then I would want I guess I just want to do make piece fall, right? But wait, you need a move and slide in there. So you'd have to do a move and slide. What is that? Is that something? I'm not even sure like what's necessary and what isn't. We're gonna find out. Okay, set it up so it's definitely gonna try to topple them over. Okay, here we go. What happens? Nice! Okay, the piece actually fell down just as it should. If we spawn the next piece. No bumping into them. Let's go, baby. Ah! No, no, no. No, no, no. Why are you that is? Oh, oh dear. That's not intended. What? What? Okay, question. First of all, welcome, Lili. Thank you for joining us. It's good to have you back. First time here today. Yeah, where are you going? Where you want to settle down? That's a good spot. That's a good spot. So I'd like to know this. We're gonna say print p single says adjusting is true, and then once this happens, it's gonna say that adjusting is false. Cat, yes, yes. always a happy thing. Just a little less lonely, a little more cozy. Dude, matching is hard. It's hard. It's like really difficult. Okay, remember we need to test the pieces falling down. Okay, that should do it. Okay, so there they went down. Adjusting is false. Adjusting is false. Wait, it never became... It was... Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Adjusting got set to false. That makes sense. We could just say only if it's already true, bother setting it to false. Yeah, so this is actually not that important. We could say if adjusting, then make adjusting false. That way we don't have extra confusing prints. Okay, so adjusting is true. Good. Now if I spawn the next piece, adjusting should become false on all of the pieces. Okay, pause it for a second. Wait. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 falses, and I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces, except for these two. But it should already be false on those two, right? Or is it? It is. Adjusting is false on the top piece, and adjusting is false on the bottom piece. So they are already false. For now. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, so the piece went down and was sort of placed. What's it now? Adjusting is still false. Adjusting is still false. Unpause. The piece gets placed. Whoa. Wait, there was a match there? Yeah, oh, I guess there was a match there. I didn't see that. These are all currently in the adjusting phase. I mean, really, you could just say if it hits the floor, it doesn't need to adjust anymore. You know what I mean? You don't even need to do that second signal, by the way. But the question is it actually going to even run that? I'm actually not sure. I need to listen carefully to see if the audio is playing at that moment as well. But we could say And I'm still not sure that I need both of these movement slides. But I think I do. We'll see. I think you do. Well, you have if not is on floor. So then you would just do if is on floor. Make this else. And say that if it is on the floor, adjusting becomes false. And you could do this sound too if it doesn't already play. I don't know if it does. Piece single. Let's just see. I didn't really need to separate that. That's okay. And then, here, before you even do that, I mean, in theory, I don't think I even need this spawn piece pair connection. You can throw it in the trash. Well, we can keep this if we want. Throw that in the garbage. And say right here, adjusting is now false. Okay. Here we go. Just try to orchestrate some matches. The matching is broken in a way that might actually be helpful here. Where we can match things that aren't supposed to be matched. Okay, there we go. So falls. Oh! What? Do tell. What are you on about? It didn't get marked as adjusting. Why not? Why would you not get marked as adjusting? Why wouldn't you do that? That's weird. That's weird of you. That's very weird of you. Okay. Okay. Then we're gonna say piece single, comma, name, comma, adjusting is true, and then if you could also do the same thing here, that would be very helpful. It might be because it's thinking it's on the floor early. That actually makes the most sense. Oh, that does make a lot of sense. Yeah. Oh, I see that. Because it probably was on the floor for a second. Really, we needed to be settled on the floor. Okay. Alright, never mind. We can't have it being on the floor be what sets it to false. Unfortunately. I mean, probably, but I'm not about to try to figure out that. So, nope. Did we get those it fells? Okay, I don't know. Let's say it thudded. It's a sound effect word. Okay. So what, I don't know. I'm still not sure what the problem is. Why when I spawned that piece and moved it around, would it have fallen the way that it did? Unless it was adjusting, maybe because it started adjusting early? When do we, on any pieces popped? Wow, I really don't understand what. I don't understand. Can you actually please go back and put the checks in there? This is hard. This is difficult. I will do hard things. I will. And I'll tell you that they're hard. Because I'm like at making things. Oops. Okay. All right. If I start spinning this around, are you gonna separate off again? There! Why did you do that? Why did you do that? On the top piece and the bottom piece, adjusting is true. Okay, so... This is character, but I cannot read that. Is that a 4? Is that a 9? Was that supposed to be a 14? Wow. Okay. So that's a 14. And that one, adjusting never became true on it. And what about the one below? That's bottom piece. Oh. Is bottom piece the one that got cleared? I wonder if it's like a naming problem? I don't think so, though. I don't think it's a naming problem. So when the piece was floating through the air, its adjusting was already true? I'm very confused. Why don't you give me a next piece? Okay, pause it. So we have the new piece pair. Within the new piece pair is a top piece and a bottom piece. And so what we do is we reparent it onto the grid. At which time it is either going to replace the ones that are already there. If the one, I guess if one that's already there gets, so if top piece or bottom piece get removed, when it reparents, let's say, so in the last example, I don't know, I guess this is what happened. In the last example, the bottom piece would have gotten added to the grid after the existing bottom piece got removed. So the existing bottom piece was deleted, this one went into its place, and somehow it kept the values from the old one? And so when it creates this new name, that's because when it goes to reparent it, one already exists, and so it renames it so there won't be like a conflict, a naming conflict, I guess? So right now that says top and bottom piece, right? So as soon as I place it down, let's wait for it to place. Wait, it's never placing. Whoa. Oh, is it still paused? That would explain why it's there. Okay, there, now it's placed. Okay, so now that it's placed, you can see that this became 39 and 40. So it just gave it like a new name. But if we were to clear the dirt or the obsidian, so let me spawn a couple obsidian here. Please. and I wedge these in between. So now when those get removed, top piece is now gone from here. So when I spawn a new piece, oh, I ended it. Dang it. Wow. When I spawn a new piece, I guess it goes in as the other one, but it inherits. So anyway, I guess the way to deal with that would be to rename the node before it goes in there. Just make sure it never takes on that name. That seems really silly. I don't even know if I believe that that makes sense. It just doesn't seem like that's how it works, but maybe that is how it works. I don't know. Like, maybe the way signals connect is they look for things that have the same name under the hood somehow, which is a little surprising. I don't know if that's true. So I guess whenever we do the reparenting, we also rename the node. I don't really know how to do that, but I'm sure it's quite doable. Reparent, gscript, rename node. Reparent through code, but I specifically want to rename. Okay, you know what? Forget that. Yeah, but if I do that, Google AI, if I do that, but wait, that doesn't make any sense. I think you would just say, I think you would just do set name here. Assuming it's not looking for the name, obviously. Set name. I'm just gonna call it separated. And then reparent it? I don't know how I feel about this. Let's see if it still works, I guess, in general. Okay, still works in general, so that's good. And then in the remote tab, we can see that it's kind of working. I mean, these are actually still giving them these unique names, but at least it's not, I don't know, I don't see how this really makes any sense, if I'm being honest. I'm confused. Which one is the one called separated? Okay, it's that green one. So I definitely want to make sure I clear it in this next one. There, it split it. Did the same problem. Same thing. Now, if I were to reparent it and then do it, I don't know, maybe that would matter somehow. It's quite confusing. What happens if I do the set name there? I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to test this theory if somehow the name is causing an issue. I don't think that's true. We got problems. We got problems. Problems on problems. Okay, where are we at? We've got all of these named adjusted, incidentally. Spawn the next piece, that's called a piece pair. Drop that down. Okay. Now let's try to recreate that where these pieces separate when they're not supposed to. Okay, well, I didn't see the problem happen. Maybe it's like better? Maybe? Possibly? Okay, it's not gonna quite work, but we need to clear that stone if I'm gonna test this. Okay, that'll work. Oh! Why? Why have you done this? This one is not adjusting. None of these are adjusting. But no adjustings got set to false. So why would they stop adjusting? I do see we have these character body 18, 19, 20, 21 adjustings are true. Which is before they get renamed. Jesus. Okay. What? Oh, I'm confused. I am very confused right now. What is happening? So it's called character top piece, character bottom piece. Adjustings are true. Then it's character body 18, 19, 20, 21. Adjustings are all true. And that would be before they get renamed to adjusted. Which is impossible, because how true can never be true? Well, because you're printing it before you're setting the name, right? So how could it ever be named this? Right, so you'd want to do it after the name. That's how that would change. But it is interesting because it tells me that it hasn't been set to adjusted yet. So really it's adjusting will be true. It will be true on that. This is so weird. Oh, I'm living in a world of confusion. Why is this the most complicated thing I've ever done in my life? Okay, so what if we put it here? Probably gonna feel like we're getting whack-a-mole situation here. The problem's just gonna pop up. The piece pair separating early. I feel like that's just gonna happen now. Oh my goodness. Okay, there's the top piece and the bottom piece on the left. Top piece and bottom piece on the left. You can see that they're all named character body. If I hit next piece, the reason why it's not resetting them is because they aren't already they aren't already false. So we break all of those, pieces fall down, adjusting was true on top piece, bottom piece, but see, if the naming was anything, then we're just gonna have like the same issue, right? So I spawned the next piece, which didn't make anything false. Okay, well, I'll tell you that's a problem. If nothing is ever becoming false. On spawn piece pair. Is on spawn piece pair, is that something? Piece pair emit. Yeah. Yeah, that happens. Maybe. On checking matches. If not checking, oh no, the signal never fires. Okay, that's actually very good to know. That's very good to know. So then what happens in the debug when I press next piece? Checking matches false runs. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, so back to piece single. I would say just if we're doing checking matches, I feel like that Boolean is mostly just a debug thing. So I'll rename this to checking matches, connect on checking matches. Oh, that already exists. Oh, seriously? Oh my god. Okay, get rid of that. Come down here. Update grid array, if adjusting, make it false. Okay. This is complicated. This is very I think maybe this is harder than Bloons tower defense. I can't believe it. I can believe it. I feel it in my bones. Okay, the remote tab is open over there. Let's see if we can get a match that's underneath. Not really the match I needed, but it's the one we got. Okay. So break that. Pieces fall down. Check the output. Nothing's gonna be false yet until we press next piece. None of these are marked as adjusted yet. We have character bottom piece and top piece got Q freed. Okay, spawn the next one. Nothing got made false, which is concerning. Whoa. Whoa. Well, because that's checking if it's already... Okay, I'm very confused. I don't understand. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I don't understand what's happening. I'm confused. How are they ever getting made false again? How is adjusting ever becoming false? Oh. Oh, it's being made false in here. What? Oh no 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 no. Sorry. Please stop. Please stop doing that. I forgot to clean up a little bit. Oh my god. Okay, open up the remote tab. Try to get some stuff to fall down. Not doing the best job of that. Okay, here we go. Okay, we gotta press next piece for it to become false. Okay, so top piece got removed. Top piece got removed. Bottom piece is left behind. Nothing is renamed. A bunch of stuff are adjusting true. Spawn the next piece, and now, hold on, pause it real quick. And now you can see all of these have been adjusted, and it's now set to false. Adjusting is false. It renamed character body or character bottom piece. All of these got renamed, and that was actually before it actually set it to be false. Okay. So it changes the name and then it adjusts it to false. I feel like this is not gonna give us a better result. Oh, I don't know if I tested it correctly. I think what I really needed to do was push it up against a tall section. Okay, that's obviously a bug. That is a known bug, that sometimes you can place them inside of other pieces. I'm choosing not to worry about that right now. Oh, well, that erroneously made things match, but that's okay. I don't fully know why, but I'm not seeing that weird separation bug, although I have a feeling it still exists. It's just under such a highly specific circumstance that I just haven't recreated it. Obviously, we got errors galore, but I think that's unrelated to this one particular issue. So, I don't know. I think it just gotta kind of move on for now and come back to it. Oh, there! You saw they kind of like separated. Why? Why would you do that? When you're a piece pair, buddy, you can't be separating from each other. They should not be moving sliding at that time. A spawned piece should not be moving slide. A spawned pair should never be moving sliding. Period. Should not be adjusting. Adjusting should be false. So that is to say, you know, if it's not separated, which it shouldn't be, if it's not separated, yeah, thank you, Rorik. Yeah, it was because I was rotating the piece, but before I could rotate the piece into other pieces and they wouldn't separate from each other. They would act as a single unit when they bumped against other pieces. But now, because of these recent changes I've made where pieces readjust when matches are made, somehow they're separating from each other. Yeah, I wish, but unfortunately sometimes they get stuck in the air, which is not good. I wish I could call it intentional. Like, it worked out in that last instance, but it doesn't always work out, which is a problem. I wish I could, Rorik. I do. Thank you for the kind words. We're getting there, but it's gonna be a tough road. It's a tough game. It's a tough game, guys. It's a tough game. I swear to you, the next one's gonna be so simple. It's gonna be so simple. We're all gonna have our like main game made in the first like week, and then we can just like do whatever we want after that. You're working on the AI part? Might just vibe code all of it. Understandable. Maybe. I mean, hey, I don't know. I say understandable, but I don't know if I've ever truly vibe coded. I don't know. I would say, you know, be mindful of someone having an opinion about it and convincing me that that shouldn't be allowed. But what are you gonna do? It's 2025. Like, what are we gonna police people vibe coding? Like, there's nothing we can really do. Bob Rossett, happy little accident. I wish. It's an unhappy accident. I wish. If it didn't lead to like bugs, we'll see. I'll definitely keep in mind that, yeah, if it's just like visually a little goofy, then it's happy. But if it's actually like breaking the core functionality, yeah, you said nothing. If it's breaking the core functionality, I have a problem with that. But I should keep in mind what you're saying, that, hey, be willing to, like, let it go. Okay. I'm willing, but I'm not committed. Okay, so if it is not separated, please make sure adjusting is false. And if you could just tell me... Stop bumping against the microphone. I'm gonna say unseparated caught adjusting. Setting adjusting to false. Okay. So we can see if that's happening. And that's assuming that the piece, because the piece pairs that are falling should always be not separated. They should always be not separated. Sorry. We need to say if adjusting. This is like, what? Okay. We have to actually truly catch it doing the adjusting for that to make sense. Okay, let's try to clear these. It's gonna be a long road. It's gonna be a long damn road. Okay, those are gonna match. Adjusting is true. We're gonna spawn the next piece. So it was not caught doing anything it's not supposed to do. But, oh, whoa. What is that? What is this? I don't know what that is. Color grid. Non-existent function set in base nil. What? Color grid array get. Oh yeah, because it went outside of the grid. Oh, well, that's why we can't have pieces. Yikes. That is a bug. That is a known bug, that things can be overlapping like that. and it will cause the game to crash. So that's, oh man, we got problems. Oh, we got problems. I hadn't considered that, but here we are. That, I need to fix that bug very soon. Very, very soon. I need to fix that one. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm in danger. This is the hardest game. Okay. So there's that. Keep track of the output here. Next piece. Kind of makes sense, there's no problem there. It seems to be more obvious when it's next to a tall stack that happens, so let's make sure we create a tall stack. I think maybe what you were talking about, Camwin, earlier with the collision density or whatever, I think that might be how I would fix that bug. Oh, there it goes. Okay, what? I mean, to be fair, it didn't get stuck, right? So this could be a happy accident. If it unsticks itself, fine, have at it. Now, we never got that situation where it was not separated and adjusting at the same time. So I'm not sure what to think at all. But I guess at this point, just gotta keep playing and see if anything weird happens. What? Doesn't match! I feel like I pressed next before the match got made. I think I'm gonna go with that being what happened there. Because currently it doesn't auto advance to the next piece, because I'm still setting up what is the moment that it would do that at. So that means I can auto advance it, and I think if I auto advance it, that's going to make it not detect matches, would be my guess. If I auto advance it too early. So I mean, it's not terrible right now. Other than the matching being a little broken, of course. Where it matches things that aren't adjacent. It matches non-adjacent pieces. Wait, he's still there. He's still there. There you are. But I'm not seeing the same. Oop, I pressed that a little early. Gotta be careful. Probably would be good. Alright, so I'm gonna try to like be okay with it for now as it is, and start figuring out the matching problem. Like the fact that non-adjacent matches are matching, and you know, I'll circle back to this. So this is gonna match. It's gonna match these two obsidian purple ones, and it's gonna match those two. Because those are non-adjacent, but they're both in a matching array, which is not good. So how am I going to check that they are actually adjacent? I don't know. Let me draw out the way that it kind of is right now. See if anything obvious pops up. So right now we have these multiple arrays. So whatever it would be, chained stones. It's not how it's written, but that's okay. Chained stones, chained dirts, whatever. So in here, there's gonna be some amount of like blocks, right? So whatever. Inside of that array are some blocks. Same thing with the blue. Okay, you know what? We're just not going to. It's gonna make this a little simpler. But you get the idea. Okay. No. Okay. So it's got these arrays. And so if it sees new, so it basically isn't keeping track of the positions. So if it finds new stone matches, it's just gonna plunk them in there. But we can know that, oh, let's say these 4, okay, we know that those last 4 are actually over here. And these 2 are on the left. But it, in this array, doesn't know that these are not adjacent to all of these. So somehow I need to check or arrange them in such a way. You know, we could iterate through, you know, we have this like concept of like checking 2 at a time, 2 at a time. 2 at a time, 2 at a time, but that's not going to account for everything. You know, I guess it could look to see if they're not. You'd almost want it to see if there's 3 or more in a column and or in rows. So we could also, these are actually nodes. It says node 3D, they're actually character bodies, but whatever, it's fine. We could check the positions in world space, even. Those positions should be floored. They should be nice flat floats that are integer-like. That's tough though. That's tough though, because yeah, that's tough. Right? Because like these have something in between. But let's say we can just imagine that that's longer. If it's looking at these and it says, well, I mean, there could even be 2 different matches here, right? Like that. So how would it even know? If it says, okay, well, the other ones in there are further apart. This is tricky. This is kind of hard. Yeah, I guess that doesn't... Oh, dear. I think I have to reimagine the way this checks for things. This is hard. I think I'm ready to look at those algorithms now for inspiration. Bart said they just looked up what? Let me see if I can find what they said. I'm ready. I'm ready to get some inspiration from them. Oh, Kai Guy. And then Bart said that they did look them up. I'm doing it. Breadth first search, depth first search. I need some inspiration here. Breadth first search, depth versus difference. What? Huh? Use Q data structure for finding the shortest path. Oh, paths. Interesting. Begins at the root node and proceeds through the nodes as far as possible until we reach the node with no unvisited nearby nodes. Walk through all the nodes on the same level before moving on to the next level. Builds a tree by level. First in, first out. Last in, first out. More suitable for searching vertices closer to the given source when there are solutions away from the source. There are not solutions away from the source. Using various applications such as bipartite graph, shortest paths. If weight of every edge is the same, BFS gives shortest path. That's a really good idea. That's a really good idea. So when I construct this, when we say this piece has a neighbor to the left that matches, a neighbor to the bottom that matches, and even the array that gets created, which has the nodes in it in certain positions. If I had some way for it to look up and to the left or right, or it needs to look in every direction, it kind of needs to figure out if it's isolated or not. Like, is it... It basically needs to be... Like, if I find a single match, if I have an array of nodes, if it finds a single match in there, I'm just gonna fix this. If I have a single match in there, so let's say it targets this one, maybe it can even start down in the bottom left or something, I don't know. It'll look for every cell that has a node on it. And if it sees that there's something there, then it will traverse up. And it'll say, is there something that matches my color? Up. If there is, it'll add the first one to an array. Traverse up and say, does this match my color? If it does, add that to the array. Looks up one more time. Was there anything there that matched? No, there's not. Great, so now only these two are in the array. It can also then look horizontally. So look over to my right. Is there something there? Yes, add it to the array. Is there something there? Yes, add it to the array. Keep going. Yes, add it. Yes, add it. No, don't add it. Okay, but now what if there's a piece right? Oops. What if there's a piece right here? So that will have looked up and stopped there and gave up. This will look that way, stop here, and give up. So is every piece gonna do that? So then this one would look up. It would see that one and add it. Come to here, stop adding. Go this way. These would already be in the array, so it wouldn't need to add them again. And it would still hit that same point there. Then it could check the next one and start going up. See that there's nothing there, stop searching. Look to the right, do the same thing. These already exist. Now I stop. Come to this one, look up. Oh, look, I found one. Add it to the array. Look up, nothing is there, stop the search. Come over this way, and just like that. So okay, all right. Okay. Now the question is, how am I going to get it to traverse this? Well, you would just increase the index on the array, either on the x-axis or the y-axis, relative to the starting point. So that means I'm going to need a starting point. So traverse node at starting point x and y. Traverse the node at starting point x and y. That's going to check y plus 1, or if y plus 1 is same color, then add it to the array. Add to chain array. If y plus 1 is set to a color, add it to chain array. Otherwise, I guess we want to say break. Probably. Let me find the here. Exits the execution of the current. Yeah. If it is, add it. And we can just say else break. And then we would do the same thing with X. You've been recording for the past 2 hours. Dang. Like for a YouTube video? Nice work. I guess we could just say this. That's tough. Take a break. You've earned it. So this would be the same thing, except it's going to be X. Same thing though. Thank you, Roger. I feel like Dungeon a debug credit. Probably Cam as well, although I haven't actually implemented it yet, but you never know. I think we should give Kai Guy a... Do I even have like a matching? Let's give Kai Guy a matching credit. Okay, one to Bart. And Roger, of course, for hydration. Okay. This is hard. This is difficult. So I need to set up this traversal system. And this needs to happen. Well, first of all, I wouldn't want to... check these anymore. All at once. Instead, I would want to check them along the way. So this would be defunct. Except I would kind of use some of this. We'd use some of this again. But right here, where we just append it in there without much thought. Chain 9s append, because what this is doing is this is not appending it with respect to its relationship to other matches. And that's what the traversal is going to help do. It's going to help confirm that yes, there are things that are next to each other. So I kind of want to create like a special new array, I would think. So I'm going to say create chain array. Now what this is, now wait, hold on, what's this doing? So this is saying, for all the cells currently laid out, check to look at ones that are matched, that are some kind of matched amount. They might not be next to each other, just if there's two or more of the same color next to each other. Find all of those for me. If those are of the match 9, which is just one of the colors, just trust me, those numbers those numbers matter. It's increasing this pair matched, but are we ever using pair matched? No, this was useless. This is literally doing nothing, even now. Actually quite useless. It's true. So we create the chain array specifically for this, which we know is a 9. We already know that it's a 9. So what this is doing is this is finding the character body node, the piece itself that exists at that same position where we know a match is. Now here's the problem, is we have to wait until it's done setting all these up before we can start traversing it. So I don't think it's time to create... But it has filled out. Because it's doing this on a per pair of columns. So what needs to happen is you need to let... Well, the match grid array is already what you have, that's what you're already traversing through. I think what you're getting rid of is this pair by pair thing. Like, that kind of goes in the trash. We don't need that anymore. Okay, here's what we're doing. Hold on a second. Put it all back. Put everything back. Do it now. Test it. Commit it. And then gut it. But I think the whole pair checking system, which is like the whole idea that I had, I think it's bupkis. I think it's gotta go. So let me just make sure I did restore this. I believe I have before I commit it. Oh, I pressed it too soon. That's okay. That wouldn't be a problem eventually. But that match did get made. So here, okay, looks fine. Fine enough for now. So I'm gonna commit this, and we're gonna say, matching works, but ignores adjacency. Now, let's gut it. Honestly, I mean, I think you just don't even need the per pair thing. The per pair check is useless. Completely useless. Instead, we want to iterate through the entire, every column in well, actually, technically, match array. Match grid array. Well, we could say color grid array. We could still look at the numbers. That would be fine for now. We don't need to look through 2 columns only. We do not need to do that. This is useless. Don't need it anymore. Real quick, let me just unbreak. Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me just redo this. Redo this removal. That was pretty much not even necessary. Okay, now up here, forget the column checks. This time, when we iterate through every column, you also need to find the Y in globals color grid array Euler color grid array X. Right? We still could iterate through that. Oh, we probably want to say size there. So this is iterate through every cell. And we actually want some code from down here. Check for the match values. That all can stay the same. Look for the match values, assign a color cell, and then check to see if it is something that has a kind of match. Okay. Now this is where we do our traversing. If the color cell is set to the value, that is to say, it is detected as being a part of a matching conglomerate, which may not be adjacent, and that's what we're going to try to figure out. We definitely want to add the first one. So let's say this. Let's say, I don't know, check for chains to pop. Create chain array. I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do here yet. I think this I would actually want to have the global match grid array. No, you could still do the number. No, you can still do the number. You want this to have the color cell for now, at least. Just the color cell. Okay, func create chain array. It's gonna call with color cell. So right off the bat, color cell is gonna get added to our chain array. So we're creating a new temporary chain array. So we'll just call it chain array. And that's an array of, well, technically I'd want it to be of character body 3Ds. Okay. I guess we could just say color cell. So that means, well, but no, no, that would be incorrect. Remember, color cell is an integer. Wait a minute, how do we do the match? Oh, so that we need to bring down X and Y into there as well. For that to work. Well, we could also define variable match cell. We could define that. Right? Maybe? Yeah, because we know it's already going to be a match at that point. And then we don't have to bring on X and Y. Well, we do need X and Y because we need to traverse. So, nope, we might as well just wait on that. But right, but the only way you're gonna match it is based on the right. That's quite confusing because that's gonna run on every possible match. Right, but that's okay if it adds multiple in there. It's totally fine if it adds multiple in there. By default, it adds itself. It'll just skip it if it's already in that array. By default, it adds itself in there. And if it's gonna find the others... Okay, this makes sense. So then we say chain array append match cell, and then gets a little crazy. I don't even know how this is gonna work. I guess does this need to be a recursive function? I feel like not even a for loop. If I would even say, well, if this is gonna be crazy. Because how many iterations do I do? Well, here's the thing. It's X, okay, is how many columns there are. So there's only 6 columns. And there's 12 cells per column. Which means we could subtract, or we'd look at, so if, let's say the X was at 3. Okay, we know that means it's in the 4th column, because arrays start with the 0. So if X is 3, we know it's in the 4th column. Which means, well, we need to check to the left and the right of it. So if we're checking to the left, that means it needs to check 3, or it's not 3, it needs to check 2, 1, and 0. There's 3 to its left. So it's number 4. Well, it's number 3, and it has 3 to the left of it. If it's number 3, it still has 4 and 5 to the right of it. So it needs to check 2 to the right and 3 to the left. Well, I don't know. I don't know how to figure this out mathematically. Math is often where it's time for me to ask the vibes. Is there like some math operation that can like figure out, is that like square rooting? Like if I have the number 3, how can that immediately return a 2 and a 3? Relative to the fact, well, just subtract it from the maximum number, right? So if you establish that max x integer is 5 and max y integer is 12, well, 11, then we would say I guess we create a new variable. All right, let's do this after all that. Create a new variable called, I don't know, current x. We already know that it's x. X or left well, how do I describe this as left? I guess X is left and right. It's very confusing. And then Y was like up and down. Let's say before X, count before X is going to be 5 minus, or max X, pardon me, minus X. So if that's 5 minus 3, that's going to equal 2. But that's actually to the right. So that'll give us 2. Now if I were to subtract can we make it the same length? No. I gotta move these things. That's slightly better. Okay. If I were to say count past X, count after X, wait, you're mixing them up now. That one's after, this one's before. Nice, prior. I just want them to be the same length. Is that so wrong? That's gonna equal count after X minus max X, or max X minus count after? Is that ridiculous? Because if this is 5 and this is 3, that's going to equal 2. There's 2 to the right. We know that. If this equals 2, we have the maximum. 5 minus 2 is going to equal 3. So that's 3 to the left. Let's try a different one. 2. If we do 5 minus 2, that's going to be 1. That's not correct. That's not what 5 minus 2 is. 5 minus 2 is 3. So that would be correct. Then we do 5 minus 3, which is 2, and it'd be 2 to the left, which would be 1 and 0. I think this makes sense. So then I want a count after y, which is integer max y. I could make a function for this, but I'd rather just like be able to see it all visually. And then count prior to y would be max y minus count after y. Okay, so this would be how we're traversing. We're traversing, or the iterations. I want to traverse to the left this amount of times, traverse to the right that amount of times, traverse above. Does that make sense? So if y is, there's 12 or 11 potentially. So if the piece is at position 3, so that means there would be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There'd be 8 above it, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 8. Okay, so there's 8 above or after, assuming that's what after means here. I'm just a little confused. And then below, if it's 3, there'd be 210, which is 3. So 11 minus 3 is going to be 10, 9, 8. That's correct. 11 minus 8 is going to be 3. 210. Yeah. Yeah, okay, good. Now, I want to say 4 I'm going to say T for traversal. There's going to be multiple traversals, so I guess we'll say... I think you could probably do a function for this. So we're just going to say traversal. Are you sure about that? You want to make sure that that returns something useful, though, right? Maybe it returns what we're going to append to the chain array. But we'd have to make sure that it doesn't already exist in the chain array. I think you would want... I mean, technically, you'd be traversing through the maximum possible of iterations minus 1. Which is 72, right? 72 possible cells? I think that's true. Do I know that? Is that something that I know? Yeah, because it's just 6 times 12. So you could also do max cells integer 72 or whatever, I don't care. For cell in range max cells minus 1. So besides itself. Iterate through all cells except for self. Iterate through enough cells besides self. So if it's iterating through 71 cells, we first would want to, I guess, assign a variable to, well, I think we'd want to check if cell matches, or if cell, yeah, really just if cell matches. And that's going to be a Boolean returned function. This is crazy. Cell matches, returning a Boolean. So whatever, just return false for now, I don't care. If cell matches pass, that's gonna need to know a lot of information. It's gonna need to know mean, if that's gonna go through that many times, how are you gonna do that? How are you gonna do that? Can't we have range like dynamically change, like a recursive function almost, a recursive for loop? I feel like we've done that before. But I feel like that's easier if it's an array that's emptying. Like I could have the max cells keep decreasing, just like gradually. I don't know that you need this for cell in range. I feel like you don't need that. I think something you'd want is to get that count. Like we need to know if we've counted. Okay. Back it up. I'm gonna say if count after x is greater than 0, right? If it's not greater than 0, then it doesn't matter. I mean, if we get something that's at 0 and 0 minus 0 is 0, well that's, well it won't be 0, it'll be 5. It'll be 5 minus 0. So that means there are gonna be 5. This will end up being 5. Wait. 5 minus 0 is 5, right. And so then this will be 0. Which means that would also be 5. That'd be 5 minus 5, which will equal 0. Right, okay. If count after x is greater than 0, then we need to check, and here's the other thing, is we need to, oh my goodness, check cell matches. And so we're gonna say traversal direction. Let's call it this, traversal direction. And that is going to be an integer. And this is going to be, since this is after x, that means we're going to move one step to the right, or we're increasing it. Traversal direction is the right. This is crazy. But we need to also know its starting point. So we need to know what x is. Also an integer, so it'll just pass x along. Now let's just start with that. There might be something else. Probably. But I would like this to return more. I would like to, or just because it matches. Well, no, but that's fine, because if we know that it matches, then we can assign it to a variable. We don't even have to assign it to a variable. We would then, well, we'd want to update an array. We'd need an array that was already created, right? It's crazy. And this is happening. Oh, we have create chain array. Oh, this is create chain array. Oh, we've done that. Got it. Cool. And it's running this per color match. I think your problem here will be that when it hits 4, it's going to pop them before it goes and sees that there was a 5th one, which would be bad. You want it to wait. So that's something to think about. I mean, we're not popping it yet. We're just creating the chain array. And then but you're creating the chain array within create chain array. That's okay. You just wait until all those iterations are done. No, it'll probably be okay, maybe, possibly. If the cell matches, all you gotta do is then check. Now remember, but that it needs to return more than that. No, it cannot return a Boolean. It needs to return a character body. I mean, it can return a number. It would maybe be easier if it returned a character body. Okay. So that would be this match cell here. This is crazy. No, it wouldn't be easier. I think you'd want it to return an integer and return the X that matched, right? So we could say if cell match is greater than 0. Well, no, it could be 0. It could return 0. So that's something to think about. Well, no, because it's going to be the value contained, not its position. Well, in that case, you really need to push color cell down, which we're not actually using in here yet. So we also need to say color cell. This is friggin' nuts. Color cell, which is an integer. That's what it needs to return. Because it's not going to necessarily match itself. Well, it certainly isn't. Well, that's not true. Hold on. That's not true. No, it is. No, it's not. No, it's not. You need the X and the Y. Jesus Christ, me. You do actually want the color cell. You do want that. But I think you also want Y to come with it. So that way we can know what position it's at. And that's what it needs to return. Is its position. Its X and Y position. That's crazy. I would even say call this cell chain. And then we'll create a variable for chain cell. We want to return. Yeah, but it has to be. Actually, that would be better as the character body. This is hard. I love it. I'm loving it. It's hard, but I'm enjoying this. So it's not going to be necessarily greater than 0, but we need to make sure that it is not an integer. As long as it's not an integer, we're good. Well, yeah, I know that it can't be a type integer. That's what I'm saying. But it's saying, okay, I see what you're saying. Right, that makes sense. Okay. So I guess we can just make it null. You can have it return either chain cell or null, and then that'll be fine. Okay, Jesus. Character, body, 3D, return chain cell. And what that's gonna equal is the X and Y position. Now it's only gonna return that if the traversal. So this, for this we need to do for T in range. Right, we need to put the range in there. That's important. If count after X is greater than 0, we have the traversal direction, the X and the Y, the color cell, and in this case, the count after X. So I'm gonna say this is just iterations. So for T in range iterations, not all pass return a value. I know that's right. Do I know that that's right? Wait, what do you mean? What path doesn't... Oh, right. Return. Got it. Well, honestly, I'd like it to return null. For T in range iterations, I wouldn't even say that. We would need to say variable current iteration equals iterations. And every time we do that, right, but then if you're subtracting from that, it's going to be a little messy. I don't think it's that messy. So that's going to come in as, if the direction is 1, so let's say the position is at 3, and we're checking for every X after 3. So that means 4 and 5, right? So that means I would want to say current iteration plus equals 1, but not quite yet. Not quite yet. If now that's just going to be 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, and 2. If iterations is 3, it'll be 0, 1, and 2. So I would want to reconstruct the match cell. But we're checking color. We're checking color. Okay. Which we're inheriting from this color grid array XY. which is the position in the array that we want. So if color cell plus current iteration is set to we need to be more specific. Way more specific. I would even create a variable there. So variable current cell integer equals color cell plus current iteration. Because what I need to say is globals color grid array current cell y. If globals color glitter if globals color grid array current cell y is set to the color cell, then we have a match. And that means that we're gonna assign variable chain cell character body to the... Now we don't just want to say X here, we need to say current cell Y. Now this is gonna be different for X and Y. So this would be like cell X chain or something, and I would need a different one for Y. I mean, I could make that all in one function, but screw you, I don't want to do that. Just not. We're just doing X right now, so we're only checking if things are in the same row. That's all I have capacity for. My little brain can't take it. Okay. It's gonna find the character body in the match grid. Even if it didn't find it, it's still going to increase the iteration by 1. But if it did find it, it's going to return that chain cell, which is going to be a character body 3D. So if that exists, I then want to append that to chain array. I would recommend making this a variable. So variable yeah, but you're checking through many of them, right? Oh dear. Oh dear. I mean, I can type it all again. That feels ridiculous. Like, I could just do this once again, which is just awful. But I can't quite assign the variable because this isn't an iteration. So, I mean, unless I made it an iteration, right? If the count after x is 0, 4. For I in range, count after x. Feels a little ridiculous. Then we can set this as a variable. Whatever, ICell. This is crazy. Character body 3D equals that. If ICell, then chain array append ICell. Okay, so we have an if here. So if it does find a match, it's going to return chain cell. If it doesn't find a match, then it needs to return null. So if I've even remotely approached functionality, what I'd like to see is what is in the chain array after it gets through this for loop. Excuse me. Just trying to fix this. Okay. Print. What script are we on? Game scene says observed chain. But it's only gonna check after, so it has to be everything to the right for now. Could we get like a new line there too? Okay. Oh my goodness. I don't know. I don't know what this is gonna be, but it's gonna be interesting. Might be an error, and I gotta fix it. It might just not be what I want. Or it might be exactly what I want. Oh, you gotta go this way. Hold on. Let's lay up the simplest, most effective possibility before we test it. I'm gonna make sure that they're a matching pair right off the bat. So there shouldn't be any matching that happens anymore. And we're gonna line those up. Okay, we got an error. Out of bounds, get index 26? You what? Uh-oh. That's not a number I thought would exist. Oh dear. 26? Color cell 21. Let's come back here. So when we start to create, when we start to create the chain array, when the timer ends, it creates the chain array. At that moment, we don't care about column A and column B anymore. X is 0, which makes sense. Y is 0, 0, because it's in the bottom left. The first one to check would be in the bottom left, I guess. Maybe? I don't know if that makes sense. Counter position 4. Sorry, what's counter position? I don't remember anymore. Did I make that? Is that something that I made? I didn't make that. It made that. Wait, what? What is this add counter position? Contain. What is that? I don't know what that means. At container position? Okay, well, I see that what this is doing is it's looking at, I see, it's these things that I didn't put into variables. So this is match values, this is val. So counter position is val. Container position is globals.match values. That's what that's saying. Okay, got it. So it's saying I found a match at 21. Okay, that's right. Because they're both obsidian, which are number 7. 7 times 3 is 21. Trust me, that's the truth. So that is right, that it matched with 21. Okay. So now, oh, then you have value in color cell. It saw the match, therefore it creates the chain array. Okay, now, in create chain array, we establish all these variables. Chain array only calls with X, Y, and color cell. So X is 0, Y is 0, color cell is 21. That is correct. The chain array gets one thing added to it, which should be the first block, which it does appear to be. So it's at 0 and 1, which would be consistent if we look at the grid. And we look at the first piece, it's at 0 and 1. So that is correct. It added the starting point piece that it's traversing from. It added that into the chain array. Correct. And that is this. No, not that. I thought I told it to do that. Yes. Yes, when we first create the chain array, it automatically adds 1 on there, right there. Okay. Right. I see. So we're here at the top. Okay, so it goes through there. The match cell is going to be the same one. It establishes the maximum cells as 72, the maximum X as 5, the maximum Y is 11, that's correct. Count after is 5, that's correct, because it's at 0, there's 5 after it. Actually, there's not 5 after it. Actually, there'd be 4 after it. Technically. Now that I think about it. Right? Sometimes I wish arrays didn't start at 0. only once in a while. And then it's saying the prior is 0, which is correct. But what if I just made it, would it be so bad if I just made that one lower? Would that be wrong of me? Because it only can, so the maximum that it could possibly move to the right or the left would be 4. The maximum that it could go up or down would be 10. that actually makes a lot of sense. So I'm going to run it again and get the same error, but with that corrected. Just to see what happens. Or at least to tidy up the code along the way. So make sure I spawn a pair, start the game, slam it down. Okay. Now we're getting that same error, and it's one number lower. That's fine. Okay. Alright. So back through the stack. The max X is 4. Since it's in the 0 position, it can move up to 4 places to the right. The count after X is 4. And then the prior is 0, because there's nothing before it. That is correct. The count after Y is 10, also correct. Prior to Y is 0, also correct. Okay, great. Now, we're going to iterate through the count after X. So I is 0, the counter position is 0. Count after X is an array size 4, which is going to be 0, 1, 2, 3. So that's that range count after X. It iterates through 4 of those. Now currently iCell is null because we never even got past that. Okay. I'm guessing. So what? Yeah, okay, we never got that far. That it received an assignment. Alright, so let's go down to cell X chain. In cell X chain, we establish a traversal direction, which is 1. It needs to move to the right, positive 1. That's good. The X is 0, the Y is 0. That's correct, because it's in the far left corner. The color cell is 21. That's what it's going to look to match for. The number of iterations are 4. I'm starting to see what's happening here. It's saying index 25, so it looked... I think we just added the wrong thing together, because it's just adding 4 and 21. So we just had to fix a little something. The current iteration is 4, which would be correct if it hadn't. Oh, I think you might want to subtract that rather than add it. I think that might make more sense. That's kind of weird if it's going to look for the furthest one out and work its way back. It's kind of crazy. It's like doing this. It's like, I'm here. Let me look at this one, and then boop, 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 boop. Okay. Whatever. Probably not necessary. I mean, you have the current iteration being set to iterations. I'm not sure. Okay, and then there's kind of the obvious thing right there. You're saying color cell plus current iteration, which is going to equal 25. But there is no 25 that it can go to. So, okay. All right. What were you trying to achieve with the current iteration thing? I guess we're trying to figure out what cell we're on. You don't want to add color cell onto that. That's incorrect. What you want to add onto that is X. That would make a lot more sense. I think. I mean, but even then, is that going to be totally true? I don't know. Can we not go to the outside and work our way in? What if we just didn't do that? What would that be like? Could be nice. So if that's the case, we would be looking at x plus 1, and is that... Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Let's say that it equals 0. But it needs to be 1. No, it needs to be 1. Because otherwise it's going to check itself. Which we don't need it to tell us that it itself matches. Right? Right. So it needs to check 1 plus the next one. That's why... Well, I think you would want direction in here, right? So you might want to say... that it equals 1 times the direction. So if it's going the other direction, it'll be a negative number. What if you do this times traversal direction? And then you'd have to do this times traversal direction as well. Right? And instead of subtracting it, you'd want to add it. Right? I don't know. I'm about to find out. Okay, I'm gonna make sure I spawn a pair, put it in the corner. Okay, no errors. Not an error in sight. Okay, let's see what's being reported to us here. Game scene, observed chain. So it's not checking to see if it's already in the array, so it's adding doubles. We don't want it to add doubles. It's not terrible, but it's hard to tell, so we need to use has. If iCell and if chain array does not have iCell, then append it. I'm just saying. Okay. Add a pair, start it, slam it down. Check the output. Alright, there's two things in there. Horrifyingly, it seems to have removed one. I guess maybe it overwrote the chain array somehow. Would be my guess. Perhaps it's creating two chain arrays. Oh, that's gonna be complicated. Alright. Oh, dear God. Alright, hold on a second. I actually have to... I gotta do something about this tea, which I had previously drank. It's got to go somewhere, so I'm going to go help it go somewhere. I will be right back. Just give me a few minutes. A few minutes, and I'll be right back. I'm going to run some ads while I do that. Stick around, please. Please, you can skip them if you want. I'll be right back. There'll be a timer on screen and everything. And then I'm going to get back to this. I'm going to figure out how to make sure these arrays are filling up correctly. If you see ads, you'll see ads. If you don't see ads, you won't see ads. Okay, I'll be right back. And I might not use the full 5 minutes. Okay, here we go. Enjoy the music. If you're co-working with me, stretch your legs. Do stuff like that. I'll be right back. freaking time. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Alright, what's going on with this? What is going on with this right now? Hey, have you guys pressed the like button lately? I'm just contractually obligated to remind you to press the like button. That's all. Okay. So is this one of them though? I see 6499 6509. Yes. So the top piece would have been the beginning of the traversal. So what it would have found in the traversal was the bottom piece. So it found the bottom piece, and then it probably started traversing the bottom piece. From the bottom piece, it added itself. It didn't see anything to the right of it. So nothing got added. The thing to the left didn't get added. Okay. So I need to figure out why it would behave in such a way. What did I do? What did I tell it that made that happen? Well, you create a new chain array every time you run naturally, create chain array. So I don't know if, I mean, technically, maybe that other chain array still exists somewhere, but this is the game scene. This isn't relative to a piece. Really, what the chain array needs to be relative to is on a color by color basis. So when it finds a color of some such, I guess I could go back to having arrays on a per color basis. But the problem is it needs to be colors adjacent, so that's why we have to create new arrays. No, you do need a new array. And create chain array is created when, so it iterates through every column. That's 6, or 0 through 5. And then it iterates through every single cell. So that means it's creating a chain array for every cell. No. But more specific than that, it's creating a chain array for every global match value. No. Don't do that. Instead, we need this variable color cell to be set up here. Right? And then we would say that color cell gets updated if it matches. Now that's only gonna find, I mean, what if there's multiple colors? And that's the problem. I kind of would rather have a dictionary, if I'm being honest. A dictionary that has as its keys 9, 12, 15, 18, and 21. And then in there is where the chain array is. Now that doesn't necessarily mean that it won't find things. So if it finds a chain of 21s over here and a chain of 21s over there, well, we wouldn't want it to add to the 21 key because, well, then we'd have the same problem we currently have. So we would need to know if a 21 already exists. Well, you need to create a new key. Oh no. Oh, this is hard. There has to be a better place for this. Like, what's the moment that you want to create the chain array? So as soon as the pieces, and can we get a simple board? Just a simple board. So we have two nodes in here, two little pieces in there, and as soon as they get placed down, it's gonna start traversing on this one. And it's gonna look, it's gonna check this, it's gonna check that, nothing, nothing, nothing. Great. Then it's gonna check this one. Nothing, 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 nothing. Now after it checks it, what does it do? I mean, it's tough because you almost need to iterate through all the arrays. Oh, this is crazy. And remove the ones that get removed. I mean, creating so many arrays feels like a mistake. Because really what I'm trying to detect, you know, let's say I add 2 more over here. I would want to see this have one separate chain array and this have another separate chain array. So it creates 2 separate chain arrays. One with these 2 and one with those 2. And then the next iteration, if we put 2 on top of here, it's then going to add 2 more into the chain array over there. So now there's 4 over here and 2 over there. And that's what I'd want it to be able to do. But right now, it's just going to keep overwriting it with the last one that it saw. And so it's going to keep emptying it out. It's kind of hard. Like, how do we know if it's updating an existing chain array or it's creating a new chain array? I have no idea. Wow. Wow, this is difficult. This is really difficult. That is like, man, that's been my motto for this game. I'm a bit stumped on that point. I mean, I'd almost wanted to iterate through what's in the chain array. I almost wish that it would traverse, you know, it would say, okay, I see that there's 2 here, so this is the starting point. Iterate up here, iterate over there. Instead of otherwise. I could also create like if they like knew who their neighbors were, that would be really helpful. Ooh. Right now, each of these pieces do keep track if they have a neighbor above, below, left, or right to them. So what if we kept the character body reference of what it is that it's to the bottom, left, top, or right? So then, before it adds a node, a new node into, or a new character body into, so I guess we'll say this. So it already exists like that, where there's 2 in the corner, and it's created an array. Obviously, we have to still keep it from overwriting it where it forgets that one. Assuming that happens. And we add 2 new pieces over here. It would start with one of those pieces, start iterating through them. And when we go to add it in here, it would say, am I a neighbor to any of these? Or is any of its neighbors the same as these? If not, create a new chain array. If in the case of this one, it does see that it has a neighbor that's already in the array, don't create a new chain array, and instead add to it. Wow. Okay. All right, here we go. Buckle up. 8.5 hours, my God. So currently we create the chain array if it sees any old match. But we actually want to make sure before it creates the chain array, if color cell is set to val, create or make a match cell variable, which I think we make right there, which we could just not make it right there too. I don't think it's going to be different, so we could just push this down. I think, probably. So create that. And we want to say for I in chain array, which is down here. Oi, oi, oi. Right, so just kidding, don't put that down there. Keep that here. It's gonna be kind of tricky. I feel like you do need to create, so, okay. Wait a minute. Put it back. Sorry, put it back. I'm sorry, put it back. Put it back up here. We need to say update chain array, not create chain array. This will call down again with the match cell. It's very confusing, but I'm kind of enjoying it. Which is, yes, character body 3D. Push down match cell. Okay. Now, if, and we're gonna actually get rid of chain array right there. So that means we're also gonna want to push the chain array down. Which is gonna be typed as an array of character bodies if match cell, well, you have to say for I in, well, but you don't want to create the chain array yet. That's only if the chain array even exists. And if it does exist, where is it? And how are you checking it? How do you know which chain array to check? Uh-oh. Well, you already know that there's a set of match values. So it is safe to create a chain array at this point. What you need is for this chain array to actually exist somewhere. That's where a dictionary comes in handy. So I would need to generate a dictionary that has a bunch of like iteratively, customly named things. Period, bottom line. Creating a dictionary. Create an empty dictionary. Right, but if I need to generate a key name, I guess you could stringify an integer. That's pretty annoying. How you gonna go back and search through it though? How are you gonna reference that array? This is actually breaking my brain. I think my brain is broken. Because we just don't know how many matches there could potentially be. I don't know how many keys I'm gonna need. So how am I gonna define these and be able to reference back to them? I think at some point I really need to ask for help, some vibes. I just gotta be honest, I need some help. So I'm gonna ask another chat. So here's what we're gonna say. I'm gonna say, create an array if the current match cell does not have a corresponding. Create an array if the current match cell does not have a neighbor in its neighbor array that matches the existing chain arrays list of cells. Create an array in a dictionary. I'm concerned. I'm very concerned. If I'm being honest, I'm very concerned. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to explain this to the other chat, but I'm gonna try. There's a grid of, there's a 6 by 12 grid represented in the various grid arrays represented in the various globals grid arrays, where the X row is each grid's column and Y, and each index in the X row is a cell in the column, represented sometimes as Y. I need to check for matches in a, what's it called? In a breadth first search, I think, type of way, to find matches of the same color represented by 9, 12, 15, 18, 21 via globals match values. That are adjacent to each other. So at the end of a round in my game, there would be at least, if the pieces on the board match in color, if the pieces on the board match in color, they would either be added to one array because they're adjacent, or multiple arrays because they indeed match but are not adjacent to other even matching colors. It would need to account for various color possibilities. I'm stuck on where to do that at this point, but I left a comment about where the array could be created. Maybe. Propose some solutions and explain why it will address my situation. I'm not expecting much here, but I'm curious if it can just help me have some ideas about placement relative to the way things are set up. I don't think even, actually it's match 4. Actually it's match 4, not 3. But whatever. Hopefully it can give me some ideas. I don't expect it to give me anything I'm gonna really use, like, directly. But we'll see. Scan a 6x12 grid for matching colors. 9, 12, 15, 18, 21. Group adjacent matching pieces together. Handle multiple separate groups of the same color. Trigger pops when groups of 3+ are found. That's right. Solution, flood fill algorithm. Now, I have been recommended this by you guys already. Maybe I should do that now. The most appropriate solution is a flood fill or seed fill algorithm, which is perfect for finding connected regions. This is a type of breadth first search that will efficiently find all connected pieces of the same color. Okay, just explain it. This is interesting. Your current code only checks horizontally. I know. I didn't quite get there yet. I was working on that. Cell X chain, while this solution checks in all 4 directions. Okay. The visited grid prevents infinite loops and redundant processing. Love that. It properly handles the case where matching pieces form complex shapes, not just straight lines. Okay. I mean, the way you're explaining it sounds very good. But what's it going to be like in practice? It properly handles the case where matching pieces for... Oh, we talked about that. The solution is more maintainable and easier to debug with clear separation of concerns. Replace your current on-timer pop countdown implementation with this one. Okay. Keep your existing check for chains to pop and clear match variables functions as they are. The solution maintains your current signal-based architecture. Okay. Let's see what it looks like. I really would love for you to explain more about what you did, but hey, I'll ask questions. I'll just look at it and we'll ask questions about what I want more explanation on. So it creates a dictionary, nice, that holds all matched groups by color. Okay. Interested how that's going to separate out ones that match by color but aren't adjacent. Initialize visited grid to avoid processing same cell multiple times. Oh, this is actually very similar to what Bart's had sent previously. Remarkably similar. That means we're on the right track. For X, in global's color grid array size. Right? It's just going to, just automatically just add that into the visited array. Nice. Right, I was missing that entirely. I mean, I was just going to do like checks, like, is it already in there? But that was definitely going to cause a lot of redundancy. Okay. Pop off. For Y in global's color grid array, X size, visited X append false? Whoa. Why? Why would you do that? Wait, why would you do that? So it's looking for X. In the color grid array. So that's just every column, right? Or every row of the array. Every array nested within the array. The global color grid array. So that's going to be 6 of them, 0 through 5. And that's going to append nothing? What is this appending? It's appending an empty array to visited. So it's recreating an array of arrays. Got it. So then there's going to be 6 empty arrays in visited. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Then for Y in the grid array X, so now it's going to start looking for the 12 that are within each array within the array. Huh, Jesus. It's going to, oh my god, just blow my ears out, why don't you? I'm trying to think. So for Y in those 12 per row, it's going to append in the rows that are now in the new array that's been created, the new 2D array that's been created. Within each of those, it's just going to make them all false. So we'll basically end up with a 2D array, row 0, or array 0, false, 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 false. Row 2, or array 1, false, 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 all the way down 6 times. Okay. Scan through all cells. For X in global's color grid array size. Okay, so it's going through the color grid array, every row, every array within there. It's then going to go through every 12 cell within those arrays. And it's going to create a variable. So this is going to find the color. So if there's 21 and 21, it's going to add 21. So this is actually kind of what we... It's basically going to find... Wait, what is this doing? It's saying, okay, what is the current color that we're at as we iterate through every row and every cell? Identify the color. Got it. Okay. Skip if not a matchable color or already visited. Oh, nice. And then that's when it decides to skip it because it won't be false yet? So what is it if it's not false? It's not true. Well, I don't think it'll even be there. I'm a little confused how that's gonna work. Wouldn't it need to have... Maybe false means it hasn't been visited yet. Right. If it hasn't been visited, if it is false, and then where do we make visited true? Down here. Got it. Okay. So it's checking to make sure... So false is good in this case. We want to make sure that it is not yet visited. Okay, understood. It's also making sure that it isn't not matchable. It's like, do I match with this? Yes? Okay, we can continue. Has this not been visited yet? It hasn't been visited? Okay, we can continue. All right, understood. I swear to God, if I have to copy and paste this, I'm going to feel goofy. Find all connected pieces of this color. But if I'm going to do that, I'm going to understand it. Find all connected pieces of this color. Match group. And it's setting that to a function, find connected matches, which is going to call X, Y, color, and visited. So that way it can check the array. It's taking the entire array with it. It's color and X and Y. All right. Only keep groups with 3+ pieces. I guess that'll run after find connected matches. If match group size is greater than or equal to 3, all matches. What was all matches? What the hell is all matches? Oh, dictionary to hold all match groups by color. Okay. Alright, that's our dictionary that we wanted to create. Got it. Don't love that naming, but I'll take it. So if that color is not already in the dictionary, I'm still not sure how that's going to account for non-adjacent color matches. But okay. If the group is greater than or equal to 3, well, it wouldn't be equal to, it'd actually be I don't think we'd want to say or equal to 3. I think we'd want to say if it's greater than 3. That actually might have been an error in my code previously, now that I think about it. I think I had actually done that. Yeah, it was actually an error. Really? Is that true? That is currently something that I have unintentionally implemented? Well, I can't really... put this back the way that it was, can I? Before I committed it? Unless I commit it. Or uncommit it. So I would want to undo before I did all of that traversal stuff, which is crazy. I can't even undo that far. It won't even let me. That's too many undos. I'm very curious though. Like, was I matching 3s before? I mean, I must have been. Well, no, because here is where we were then checking to make sure it was greater than 3. Interesting. Okay, well that was an oopsie. So we have to make sure that it knows that that should be greater than 3, not greater than or equal to 3. If not all matches have a color. Oh god, that's so confusing. So that is to say, that dictionary, make sure that it's not already in the dictionary, which concerns me. This is gonna add a key. I presume, an array to the dictionary. And the key name is going to be the color. So questions that I already have. If match group size should be just greater than 3 because this is a match 4 or more game, not 3. Also, wouldn't if not all matches has color ignore matches of the same color that are not adjacent? All matches color append to match group. So match group would have already been established from find connected matches. Okay, so find connected matches. It comes with the starting X, the starting Y, the target color, and the visited. It creates a match group, an empty array, and a queue, also an empty array. Directions for checking adjacent cells up, down, left, and right. So it defines all the directions, X, Y, 1, Y meaning up, -1 meaning down, +1 on the X meaning left, or right, -1 on the X meaning left. I'm not sure that it understands that this is not left, but that's okay. Probably doesn't matter. So it appends the vector 2 to the queue. It then finds, oh, that's... That seems strange, but okay. So this is going to be a bunch of vector 2s in the queue. And so those are going to have to be parsed at some point. But maybe it's going to do that just fine. And then visited, so that way we can make sure not to visit it again. It'll take that starting position on the X and the Y, and it's going to add it in there at that part in the array, the 2D array. It's going to make that true. Then we have a while loop. While not queue is empty, so like a for but if here. So as long as there is anything in the queue to begin with, I'm not sure why there wouldn't be, but I think that would then iterate through. Thank you, Roger. I think that would then iterate through everything in the queue. Am I understanding that correctly? I'm gonna ask another chat about that. Oh, Roger already knows. Oh, thank you. Who needs the other chat? We got Roger. We got the regular chat right here. We'll say that's coding consultant. Okay. So iterate through everything in the queue as long as it's not empty. Neighborhood friendly warlock. Hit level 20 and came back to the store. Oh no. Oh man. MMO days. I hope they stay long behind me. Unless I found a really nice MMO that didn't have microtransactions. That'd probably be the only situation that I would try an MMO again. As if it was good, decent, fun, and had no microtransactions. Okay. While not queue is empty, then we want to take the current, we're creating a new variable called current, and assigning that to the first thing in the queue, and then removing it from that queue. All right. We're setting a variable x to the current dot x. So since that's the queue is going to have a vector 2, that's where it's parsing the x and the y separately. Okay. Not sure why you wanted to do that, but why not? Microtransactions for skipping quests to obtain cosmetics. Only are the times I allow it. The thing is, that's fair. Like, I want to say right now, that is fair. I respect it. I too went by that rule. But what I found out is I still bought them. I was still susceptible to them, personally. So from like a moral standpoint, it didn't bother me. From a personal standpoint, I was not able to thrive without losing money. So that's the only reason I say that that's my requirement. Skill-based game, money-boosted fashion, still obtainable otherwise. I will say, actually, that's actually not how the games I played worked. So I played Elder Scrolls Online and Fallout 76. Those are the primary ones that I played. And actually, wow, I really appreciate you saying it that way, because they had tons and tons of cosmetics that you couldn't get unless you paid. But you're saying cosmetics that you can still get without paying. Okay, I like it now. I like it now. I know, that was the beginning of the end. Horse armor. I know it. I know it. God, I know it. Beginning of the end of the whole series. The whole company. Okay, so it splits up the x and the y in the queue. The vector 2 that it added in to an x and y. It adds to a match group. So it created match group up here as an empty array. Append global's match grid array xy. So that's going to be the character body. They sabotaged EA with that one move. I don't even know if I know what that means. They gave it knowledge of the dark arts. Right. It wasn't just the beginning of the end for Bethesda. It was the beginning of the end for everybody in gaming. Wow, Bethesda, low-key the turning point in the gaming industry. It's nuts. It's not that surprising. There were some interesting people that sat on the Bethesda board. I wonder if what I'm not gonna get into politics, so I'm not gonna say who it was. But if you do a little research, you can find out. And don't tell me when you find out. But let's just say there was somebody that is connected to a very controversial political figure who sat on the board of Bethesda. And I wonder if them being on the board coincided with horse armor in some way. I bet it did. Oh man. I'm getting deep into the gaming conspiracy theory now. Okay, add to match group. The thing, and this is, it only is adding it if the queue isn't empty. So if it got in the queue, hey, thanks for popping in, Roger. enjoy the whole. I'm trying. I tried to, like, you know, put it together myself, and it's using some of the components that I got together myself, but it's doing other things that I really very much needed. Yeah, I'm not gonna just copy and paste some code from the other chat, because I really, even if you're from you guys, you know, I always want to make sure I understand it. Plus, it might not do what I want, so I definitely have to understand it. Thank you, I appreciate that. That's some moral support. You know what? You get a moral support. That's what you gonna get right there. All right, racking them up. Okay, so it adds the character body that corresponds to the X and Y in the queue that it made because it wasn't empty. I'm a little confused, because is it guaranteeing that this is an actual match yet? It's finding all connected pieces of this color. Find connected matches returns an array. Okay, and then that's the array that it's currently building. It hasn't started checking directions yet, it's just queuing up itself. It's adding itself to the queue, and it's marking itself as visited, making sure the queue isn't empty. The queue won't be empty. It's going to remove the current one, set that to X and Y, and then it will append that current X and Y as a character body to the match group, which is what it's returning above. Okay. Then it's going to check all adjacent cells. So for every direction in directions, it'll create a new X, which is X plus direction X, new Y, Y plus. That is better than what I was doing. That is much better. And me creating separate functions for every direction, for left, right, up, down, for each one. That was pretty sloppy. Yeah, alright. Well met. Touché. Check bounds. Well, if new X is less than 0, oh, so making sure it doesn't. Well, mine would have not necessitated that. But then again, this is much cleaner than all that I did to avoid necessitating that. So, fine, very well. So it's just making sure that it's not. Oh, and then just doing size. That's pretty smart. That's pretty smart. Instead of me, I was setting the maximum value manually, which is barely not hard coding. It's basically hard coding. It's slightly not hard coding, but it's pretty much hard coding. Wow, that's such a good way to do it. Okay, so making sure that there's not a 0 to the left, or that it's, sorry, rephrase that. It's not the direction, whichever direction it goes in, whether it goes up, left, right, down. It's making sure that the current one that it's iterating through is not less than 0. Or that it's not greater than or equal to the size. Yeah, that's right. We don't want it to be equal to the size. That was when I reduced that maximum 5 down to 4, maximum 11 down to 10. Literally, they just did that by making sure it's not greater or equal to. It's so much more legible. Well done. Okay. Same thing with Y. Now that one says greater than or equal to global's color grid array new X size. Right, because it can only find the Y via the X, because it's contained. The Y's are contained within the X. Okay, and then it's going to continue. What does continue do again? It skips to the next iteration. Oh, so wow. So it's just right. Okay, I forget that's what continue does. Continue says, hey, everything else down below, if we're on a continue, forget all that crap. Just do the next one. Okay, got it. Dude, I wish continue was named differently. Like, I wish it was like skip. Just call it skip. I don't know. Like, I don't see skip used anywhere except when describing the definition of continue. So why not just call it skip? I hereby propose that this is a stupid name. Okay. Maybe I'll remember someday that should be called skip. Or that is skip. Because I'm going through my mind like, okay, what kind of things can I do with a for loop? I can continue. I don't want to continue. I want to skip. And so I don't skip. Okay. Check color match and if visited. All right. If the color grid array new X, new Y, so it's actually going to look at, so this would be like 21 or whatever. So it needs to make sure it matches the target color, which will be 21. Well, that's for, it's not always gonna be 21, but for my first test, it will be 21. So it's gonna make sure that it matches that and that it's not already visited. So this would need to be false. If both of those are true, then it's going to go ahead and say, yes, I have visited, and it's going to append it to the queue. Right, and so then that's the end of that iteration, right? So it's going to keep iterating through over here through each cell. It's going to go through each one and run find connected matches again and again. And it's going to examine the ones in the queue until the queue is empty and everything has been visited. And then it's going to return everything that from the queue ended up going into the match group. Okay. Still don't see how the adjacent, how it's going to check for things that aren't adjacent. I'm still not sure how that's supposed to work. Only keep groups with 3 or more pieces. Also, I've addressed that might be a problem. So how does that fit into all matches? We have the all matches dictionary. I'm not sure how that fits into all matches. I see, it's gonna check through all matches and make sure the color doesn't already exist in there. So it won't, because it'll be empty at first. Then it's going to create a new key based on that color. And then make sure it's empty. Then it's gonna append everything in the match group. I'm still concerned that this isn't gonna work well if there's multiple colors that aren't adjacent. So then it's going to do process match groups, which calls with all matches. That's the dictionary. For color in all matches, for match group in all matches, whoa. Wait a minute. Are you telling me? Huh? That there's gonna be no, I don't think it is telling me that. No. 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 I think there's still the problem. I wasn't sure if maybe it was gonna add like multiple match groups per color. I don't think so. Do multiple match groups get added per color in all matches? I don't think that's true. If match group size is greater than or equal to 3, which should be 4, I'm gonna say at least. Other places like if match group size should also be greater than 3. Add to the appropriate chained array. Oh, no. Don't do that. Because this is, sorry, I shouldn't have given it that. Because I'm not sure the match color at the end makes sense because it doesn't account for non-adjacent colors that are a chain that would match with other non-adjacent, which would match with other, albeit matching but non-adjacent colors that are a chain. That was my mistake, to even leave the chained 9s, chained 12s, etc. in there, right? Probably an easier way to remove those pieces. Okay, and then finally it just says check chains to pop, check for chains to pop, which I think it leaves alone anyway. All right, my questions have not changed, so let's see what it says. I am absolutely right to question these points. These chatbots and the word absolutely, or the phrase absolutely right. Let me refine the solution to better match your requirements, match 4+ game, and simplify the color handling. Okay, can you just tell me the change? Oh, it's still typing in. Well, we definitely want to make sure okay, let's just see what we got here. Match 4 requirement change all greater than or equal to 3 to greater than 3 as requested. I don't like when you put it that way. You're making it sound like I made a mistake. Simplified color handling. I did it as you requested. Simplified color handling. Remove the color specific arrays, chain 9s, etc. Now stores pieces with their color data in the match group. Processes all valid groups regardless of color. Better adjacency handling. Each find connected matches call finds exactly one connected group. Multiple groups of the same color are handled automatically. Okay, I'll take your word for it. I mean, I'll look through it. The visited array prevents double processing. More flexible processing. The process match groups function now handles all valid groups. Each piece in a valid group gets popped immediately. Cleaner architecture. No more maintaining separate arrays for each color. Clear separation between finding matches and processing them. The algorithm will find and store each connected group separately. If there are, I'm really curious how it does that. If there are two separate groups of red pieces, I wonder if it's just gonna pop them before it even finds the next one. If there are two separate groups of red pieces, there'll be 2 entries in all match groups. Nice. Color handling. This is kind of like what was really tripped me up. This is like where I was like, I need help from the vibes, because I don't even know how to wrap my head around this. Color handling. We keep track of color during the search, but don't need to maintain separate arrays. Right. All processing is done based on found groups rather than color categories. Still efficient. The hell? Still efficient or on time, where n is the number of cells. What are you talking about? Only process each cell once to visit a tracking. The solution should be more maintainable. Okay, let's check it out. All match groups. It renamed it to all match groups. We'll store all match groups regardless of color. So now this is not even a dictionary anymore. What? So it's going to be an array of arrays. Okay, so no more dictionary. Okay, and then a visited array. Initialize the visited grid for X in global's color array. Yes, look through all the X rows, mark them, or create an empty array within each row. And then it's going to make sure they're all false. That is to say, they've not been visited. Every cell is false. Scan through all the cells. So it's going to look for the size of, so all 6 of those that it has. It's going to look at every cell within those rows, and it is going to assign a color for whatever it finds in that location. If the global match value does not have the color that was set, or that position has been visited, skip. It's going to find connected pieces, so it's going to create this empty match group variable. I really wish it wouldn't infer these things, but we'll just have to fix it. You probably wouldn't know how to infer it correctly anyway, so it's fine. Find connected matches. It's going to run that function calling with XY, color, and visited. It's going to go through everything that it finds. Whoa. Right, so per cell, there's going to be a separate match group. Well, I guess not, because find connected matches. Is that going to work? We'll fill this up. And by the time that's filled up on that cell, because in here it won't check ones that have already been visited, so this will get filled up. It only needs to visit one of them. It's crazy. I don't think I could have possibly imagined that. Assuming this works, I don't think I could have imagined that. That we just check the first one and then traverse through everything after that And then within the loop where we're checking the first one, create a group of all the ones that it found related to the first one, check the size of that, add it to match groups, then it processes the match groups, making sure it's greater than 3. Now that's popping the piece, and popping the piece is going to queue free call deferred. Okay. So now in find connected matches, which is what it's assigning to match group, calling with XY color and visited, returning an array, it is going to create match group, an empty array, create queue, empty, define the directions. Then it's going to append the current position to the queue as a vector 2. It is then going to set the current position in visited to true. Then it is going to iterate through the queue, assuming the queue is not empty. And it is going to remove the first thing in the queue and set it to the current. Then we have X and Y, the current X and Y that we have based on what was in the queue. It is then going to add the match group where it's going to, whoa, wait, it is creating a dictionary? Whoa, is this creating a dictionary inside of an array? You can have an array of dictionaries? What? That's possible? Defining an array of dictionaries, 2023. Wow. You can. Wow. I mean, presumably. Okay. That never would have even crossed my mind. Brilliant. Excellent. Wow. So the dictionary is going to keep track of the piece. That's the character body 3D, and the color. That's the color number, and that's going to be in match group. Whoa. Neat. Convenient. Then it's going to check adjacent cells, so it's going to have a new X and a new Y assigned to the current X and the current Y with the directions, so either up, down, left, right. It's going to check the boundaries, make sure there's nothing lower, or that it isn't lower than the lowest possible. It's not greater than the highest possible on either the X or the Y. If it is, then it just skips and does the next iteration. It's going to check for a color match and if visited. So if the new X and the new Y in the color grid array is set to the target color, so if the current, not the current, but the traversed iteration is matching our target color and it hasn't already been visited, then we're going to make sure we mark it as visited and we append it to the queue to then iterate through further, since the queue won't be empty, and see if it needs to be added to the match group if it hasn't been visited. Then once all that's done, finally, we return the match group. So then the match group gets fed into all match groups. Okay, alright. This is very intriguing. No need for color-specific arrays anymore. Yeah, that's right. Now, I have heard people say I would never copy and paste code from a chatbot. Yeah, well, you know, I'm not gonna just type it all again. I read it, I understand it. I don't love the comments, for one, and I don't love the inferences, so I am going to update some of that. But I gotta be honest, I think we can just replace a lot of this code. So we don't need any of this. That is trash. That is garbage. Keep all the existing things. That's all fine. No problem. Clear old pair. That's old. That's something else. Don't need it. We need it, but we don't need to deal with it right now. On timer pop. So this is part of what we're replacing here. It's got our on timer pop. So we just get rid of all that. Update chain array. We don't need none of that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. It's gonna replace that for us. Any chains exist. Don't need it. Don't need it. Okay. I love it too because it's very similar to the way I was already structuring it, you know? It's just kind of like it added a different flavor to what I already had going, which I appreciate. Cannot infer the type of color variable. Because a value doesn't have a set type. Yeah, these inferences, not great. Don't love them. So we're gonna deal with that. Alright, let's start from the top and start fixing these inferences. Don't care about that. Do I want to call this all match groups? Like, to me, I feel like I would name that after, like, chains. Right? Because it's only gonna append it if it's already a chain. So really, this would be all chains, if anything. Or can we just call it chains? Can we just call it chains? How about that? And this is going to be an array of friggin' dictionaries, which is hardcore. And then there's visited, which is an array of vector 2s. Initialize visited grid. Array friggin' dictionary. I honestly can't even believe it. I had no idea I could make an array of dictionaries. So that was a good thing to learn. I now know that. I don't know, for some reason in my mind, like, a dictionary is like more complex than an array. So how could a dictionary be how could something more complex be inside something less complex? It boggles the mind. But I guess it doesn't. I guess an array is just sorting things. I could put 2D arrays in each of those dictionary keys. No! No! Please, God, no. Please. Please. That's kind of cool, though. Like, you know, who knows? Hopefully if I'm doing that, it's not because I picked an overly complicated game like Jam Game again. Hopefully it's because I picked a simple one that I decided to overscope. I'm telling you guys, the next one's gonna be real simple. Oh my gosh. Y'all are gonna have to decide to make it more complex. This is a promise I make to you. Alright. For X in globals... Okay, so this is initializing the visited grid. I don't care. Shut up. For X... Game like Jam... EU4... What does that mean? What is EU for? European Union? For X in global's color grid array size. So this is just going through each row. Oh, it's a grand strategy game. I see. I've never even heard of it. Europa Universalis. That sounds awesome. And maybe a little stressful. No, I've already there's many that I was considering for the last jam, and I was like, ah, oh, that's too simple. That's too easy. No, we're just gonna go back to that one, and we're gonna do that. We're gonna do those, one of those. Because chances are I'm wrong, and it's not too easy. But I would rather at least one that on the surface I think is easy, rather than this one, which I thought, oh, this one's like medium. Ah. Ah. I should really try making a little prototype before I choose a game like Jam Game. That could be interesting. Okay, so it's gonna go through all of the color grid arrays on the x-axis, or every top level array in the 2D array, and it's going to make sure it adds those. I'm gonna say create visited array rows, well, columns. Create columns for visited array. If you're doing a pure data handling way, it's probably a medium game. Yeah, okay. Is pure data handling a medium strategy? I feel like that's an advanced strategy. But yeah, you're probably right. 4Y in global's color grid. So this is then going through the cells. Cannot find member append in base vector 2. You have to learn that algorithm someone suggested the other day. Well, that is actually what is being done now. So I was a little stumped, so I looked up breadth first search and depth first search algorithms, which I think flood fill, which is what you're talking about, is a breadth first search algorithm, I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, it's a breadth first search algorithm. And so I started to like begin to conceptualize a breadth first search system myself. And for me, that was very difficult. I did kind of like begin to get it. I did. But mine was like kind of overly complicated and not as elegant as what the other chat was able to come up with for me. And where I ran into an issue was storing non-adjacent color matches, which was kind of the whole reason why I needed to reconfigure, because I was able to find matches just fine, except when there was a match over here and matching pieces over there at the same time, it would match them all, and it wasn't checking if they were adjacent. And so that's why I started looking into the breadth first thing, and I started to put it together. But once I got to the point where it was like, okay, now I need to store these and these separately, like, and then be able to clear. I could not put my brain around how the hell I would do that. So I needed to ask for some help on how to do that. And it did that, and it cleaned up my breadth first algorithm into something much more reasonable. So like I was doing, I was running like different functions for every direction. So I was establishing, and again, this was me just kind of trying to imagine it on my own. So I was checking every piece before the left side of the current piece, and I was checking for every piece to the right of the current piece. I was checking for every piece above the current piece and every piece below the current piece. And then I was running a separate function. So I basically have like an X direction. So we'd run it once to the left and when it runs to the right, and then run it once above and once below, and that would check for all of them, which was okay, but like overly complicated. And then the other chat was just like, what if you didn't do that? What if you just put it all in one place? I was like, that sounds great. And so it did. So it reduced everything I had to like this and made it really, really nice. And one thing I was missing from my breadth first search algorithm, like completely missing, was a visited. I didn't have any kind of concept of visiting. Now someone, who I think you're referring to, Bart's, actually shared code where they had used the visited concept. But I mean, look, I was looking at something that I just didn't, again, if I'm not building it and learning the mistakes, it's really hard for me to look at it and understand it. But because I was having problems and then I got help that made what I was doing better, now I can look at Bart's code and be like, I get what that's doing. And so Bart's had that visited in there. I didn't even realize that that was important. And so instead what it was doing was it was like, well, if this is already in there, ignore it. Which there were lots of times where I had to keep checking that, which ended up getting really confusing. Whereas if I had just already been saying, don't even bother looking at the cell if we've already been here, that was like, oh, right, I should do that. So that is to say, like that was going to be hard for me no matter what, because I'm such a beginner when it comes to so many of these things. That was going to confound me, even when someone just presented it and told me that that's what I should do. I'm just like, huh? Until I try to do it and realize what's wrong with what I'm trying to do. But I hear what you're saying. I think different people would have different experiences with it depending on their skills and their strengths and whatnot. But I'm gonna say I don't think we'll get 10 entries to the Puyo Puyo Game Like Jam. I don't think we'll hit 10. I think we'll be lucky if we get 5 entries to this jam. I really do. I mean, currently there's no entries. It says there's 3, but it's not true. There's 0. I had to reject all 3 of those. And there used to be 4, but that person dropped out because they got burned out trying to make it. So, and there are people in the Discord who are sharing their progress, so, you know, that might get us to 4 or 5, which is fine. You know what? It's okay. But I think that that's a testament, potentially, to how difficult this game was. It could also be a testament to the game not being very interesting for someone to make. Or if people are busy, randomness. All of that's possible. I think the difficulty of it is going to make it very hard for everyone to participate in, which I'd like to avoid in the future. Okay, so it's trying to find member append in base vector 2. What are you talking about? I said that it's an array of vector 2s. Isn't that what this says? That's what this says. But maybe it really wants me to infer it. I mean, I could just say an array. Will that make you happy? Fine. I'll just say an array, and we'll be done with it. Yeah, I feel like typing this might be a little messy. you know, unless I filled it with a bunch of vector 2s. And I'm not going to do that. So we'll just say it's array. Create columns for visited array. Create cells in visited arrays columns. Scan through all cells. Okay, you don't have to say that. For X in global's grid array size, so it's looking through the X iteration. This is another thing I wouldn't have thought to do. I wouldn't have thought to separate for loops that do the exact same thing. Like, I would have tried to bundle it all into one for loop. Like, well, it's the same thing, so it should be all bundled. But maybe it shouldn't. Maybe it's better to keep them separate since they're iterating through different things or doing different things in the different iterations. So that was also breaking my brain by trying to wedge everything into like a single grand for loop. Just a lot of these like these things that I'm really glad to be experiencing, but wouldn't have really understood on my own. Okay, so for X in global's color grid array size, then we're going to go through every cell, and we're going to assign a color. Now, saying color doesn't have a set type, that's going to be an integer, is what that's going to go ahead and be. Color is an integer. And it's going to set that to based on the positions in the color grid array. Skip if not matchable or visited. Yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory. If not that, or if it's been visited, skip. Find connected pieces. Yeah, yep. Only, oh, and then well, we don't want to type those here. We'll type those later. Oh, and we could also type this if I really wanted to. For I int, and I do. Obviously. I'm just gonna keep, oh, look here, we'll type this. So this is gonna be a dictionary? No, an array. This is the array of dictionaries. So it's actually an array of arrays. Whoa. Okay. Right. Match group is an array of arrays, and in that array are dictionaries. In those arrays are dictionaries. Actually. So this is an array. Find connected matches. If match group size is greater than 3, all match groups, oh yeah, so I renamed this to something that made more sense. Chains, append the match group. Right, do I like match group? How about a chain? What if we call it a chain? What do you think about that? It's a little confusing because you have chain and chains, but I don't care. I mean, we could say all chains. I would be okay with that. Just to make it stand out a little more. I can live with that. Process match groups. Process all chains. Okay. That's what we're calling that. And we're not gonna process them. What are you talking about? For chain in all chains, if chain size is greater than 3, piece data, yeah, I guess it did create piece data. For piece data in chain, pop piece, if all chain size is greater than 0, do that. Okay, what do we process? I'm gonna say pop all chains. So that's what I want to call it. We don't need clear match variables anymore. Now back in find connected matches, start X integer, start Y integer, target color integer, visited array. I guess I'm okay with target color. Not what I would have called it. I mean, why not just call it color? I guess that's helpful because we'll need color some other. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, match group is an array. Q, also an array. Now this is an array of vector 2's, right? And then we have directions, which is an array of vector 2's. Not entirely sure why you need to do that, but no, I guess you do. I guess you do. I guess it's smart. Yeah, it's really smart actually. Good job. Q append vector 2 start X start Y, so that's the positions in the queue to deal with. Set that position as visited to true, or in the visited array. Make sure that it's set to true. That's coming from above. Will that work? That'll reference another. I didn't realize that you could reference an array outside of a function that's declared. I didn't even know that. I wasn't even gonna do a pattern. That works? That's possible? Because this visited array is only created within this function. And then in that function, that visited array is called as an argument in find connected matches. Find connected matches has visited, and then it's actually updating the visited array. I guess that's fine, because I don't think that's well, I guess that's true. Is visited able to be updated in find? Is visited as defined in on timer able to be updated in find connected via visited start X. You pass the array in as an argument to the function, and it's essentially creating a new local array. Right. But that's never being pushed back up to this. And that doesn't matter, I guess? I mean, what's the point of then checking if it's been visited or not, if visited is only being updated down here? The function the array that it's returning isn't visited, though. That's not what it returns. It returns the chains that it finds, not visited. So perhaps, in theory, after this, well, I mean, I don't even know how I would. Does visited need to have the updated information via visited start X start Y? Does it need to have that updated information applied to it from find connected? Because otherwise visited is just going to be filled with falses, right? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm confused. I'm right to catch that. The current implementation has a critical flaw. Okay, now here's the thing. Sometimes it'll say I'm right and I'm not right. So I'm not gonna take its overwhelming celebration of what I've pointed out as being true. The visited array isn't being properly shared between the main function and the flood fill. Here's the corrected version. What did you correct? Can you just tell me what you... A Ryzen GT script are passed by reference, so when we modify visited in find connected matches, it updates the original array. I knew something was wrong. The visited start XY equals true does... It does. Okay, where did they... This modifies the original visited array. How? Wait, did you actually make a change? Mark as visited in the original. Okay. Wait, what? What? Well, no, it looks like you were already doing that. Why would you do it twice? Oh, good catch. I didn't even see that. Yeah, I wish it would have told me what it updated. It would have made it a lot easier. I probably could have asked. Let me just ask. Can you list the exact things you just changed with the code change and a brief explanation? Add a dedicated create visited grid function. Variable grid set to an empty array. Okay, so it's not going to... Okay, now this is where copy and paste is not my friend. Because this is going to be gone now. So this would be removed. And instead, it's doing create visited grid. I like that. Good naming. Okay. Well, we do want that to return an array. Creates an empty grid array. And staying visited. Just calls in grid. Sure, why not? Calls this grid. Put that in there. And then at the end of this, we'd want to return the grid, append the empty, append the falses. Okay, that's the same. Why? Separates grid initialization logic for clarity/reusability, ensures fresh visited grid is created each check, no stale data. Updated on timer pop countdown to use created visited grid. Yep. Confirmed visited modifications in find connected matches. I gotta at least give you an eagle eyes for catching that was their dungeon. I mean, you did see that. It wasn't explaining what I needed explained. Okay. Not the clearest explanation. Visited start X start Y equals true. That is already there. Don't think that requires a change, right? Literally the same, not different. But then this is new, where it marks adjacent matches. Arrays are passed by reference. These modifications directly update the original visited array. Without this, cells would be reprocessed. Yeah. Remove redundant size check. What? Remove duplicate if match group size greater than 3 check. That's true. Yeah, that is redundant. Yeah, you're right. Critical fix summary. Whoops. Visited wasn't updating. Duplicate size checks. Result. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'll do that. That was introduced by me. It copied that from me. That redundancy. But it's not particularly necessary. So this right here, we don't need that. It will already have checked up here whether that chain size is greater than 3. So indeed it doesn't need to do that again. I still haven't refactored find connected matches. So actually I might as well just borrow its rewrite of that because can you give me find connected matches as you just rewrote it in its own code block? Just it's easier to copy and paste, okay? It's easier to copy and paste. What do you want to do? I'm not gonna copy it. It's gonna be awkward and uncomfortable, and I can just click this little copy button. I didn't try refactoring yet. I might as well just do it this way. People say, "Oh, I never copy from chatbots." It's like, man, it's not the copying and pasting. It's the taking it without trying to understand it, or expecting it to work even if you don't understand it. This was bad. Or having it make the entire project for you. Okay, anyway. Okay, so I don't want to call this match group. I'm calling it chain. And then, so the thing that I got hung up on was the fact that it was calling in visited, but it wasn't gonna actually be updating it. So I think we're at the right place. Chain is an array of arrays that contain dictionaries, right? No, an array of dictionaries that contain arrays. Q, an array of vector 2's. Directions, also an array of vector 2's. Okay, so it adds the starting cell, defines the visited, and then it's going to iterate through the queue, assuming it's not empty. It's going to set current, which is a vector 2. It's going to take the first one out of the queue. It's going to assign x, which is an integer, to current, to current x. Assign y, which is an integer, to current y. Add current piece to the match group. We're calling it chain. Append it, piece and color. That is fine. I wish these were typed, but I don't think we're gonna get that luxury. I think we can only type so far. But technically, this is a character body. We'll have a little notation. That should be a character body, and that should be an integer. So it's going to append its character body at that position as piece. It's going to append that color number as well. Checked all 4 adjacent cells for direction in directions. That's an integer. That's an integer. Such a better way than I was doing it. I can't believe it. Man. I wouldn't be able to come up with it. I wouldn't have. Skip if out of bounds. Yeah. Right. Alright, you can leave that in there. I'll let you keep that. But I wouldn't put it there. I would do it like this. That is kind of helpful to have that there. So I'll say this. Skip if x is out of bounds, skip if y is out of bounds. Okay. Because the word continue just continues to confuse me. So I'm very happy to adjust that. Add to group if color matches and not visited. That's pretty self-explanatory. If global's color grid new x and new y is set to the target color and has not been visited per our current recreated visited array, it's then going to make sure it does mark it as visited. Wait, but how is that going to update? And then this needs to return chain. Did this actually change anything? Because that's still not propagating up. Also, why is it appending to the queue again? Oh, it did that anyway. It didn't do anything differently. The only thing it did differently was it just initialized the grid somewhere else. That's all it did. This is, I mean, whatever. Look, hey, maybe I'm wrong. This is totally unnecessary, but whatever. But maybe I'm just wrong. I mean, I wished it would have understood what I was trying to say. Instead, it was just like, how can I make you right? What the hell is that? Don't make me right. Tell me if I'm wrong. Come on. trying to learn here, not be like needlessly placated. Ridiculous. Okay. I still don't. Is it a reference? Because I thought like what you were saying, right? You pass the array as an argument, and it's essentially creating a new local array. Right? Exactly. So then, what's the point of checking if it's been visited or not, if this never gets updated? I just don't get it. I don't understand how. I don't think it's correct. Are you sure visited is being passed as a reference and not creating a duplicate local array that does not then update the visited array in on pop function or on timer function, whatever it's called. I could be totally wrong about this. I just want to make sure you're confident that it will function that way. I'm just trying to learn, man. Like, I even tested this. Godot arrays are always passed as references, not copies. Prove it. Confirmed by Godot docs. Arrays are always passed by reference. Yeah, but what's the circumstance? But that's not in a function. That's not between functions. That's very different. Okay. I'm inclined to believe you. That means what Dungeon said, if I'm understanding what she's saying, is wrong. Because that's what I also thought. It might be right or plausibly lying. Alright, let's look it up. Passing array as argument in function, reference, or copy. What the hell is this? What are you talking about? Get more homework help? I'm not at school. Ask follow-ups to get help with your toughest homework questions. No. When we pass an array... Oh, sorry. GD script. Very important. How to pass an array as an argument in a function. 3 years ago on Godot. It's the same as any other argument. Please elaborate the issue. No. Pass by reference. I like to pass some values by reference. Personally works with passing reference by value. No. You're not. Nothing's up to me. Confused about passing arrays as reference. Okay. I made a simple script to illustrate the issue. This is a global script and scene script. Global variable array. Scene array. Function ready. This isn't exactly my situation, unfortunately. Right, so I think that would be... I think we might be okay. I should probably just test it. I thought eraser passed by reference. I have this situation. Variable. My pool. Function. Calling function. My pool 0 blah blah blah. Print my pool. Modifying function. My pool. Pool vector. Okay. Yes. Array. And then they're updating it. So it occurs to me that maybe the engine is cloning on modification. If so, this is not the kind of thing I expected. Right. Ah, page not found. Cool, 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 cool. What? No, I don't know what it says. No, no, it doesn't exist. No, no. Alright. Alright, you know what? We're just gonna test it, and we're gonna find out. I'm gonna stop pussyfooting. Let's just see where we're at. Let's just see if it works. Let's just see if it freaking works. I want it, but you know, wait, oh, okay. Let's just see what happens. Alright, time to build the engine from source to get to the bottom of this. Naturally. Obviously. Okay, those pieces got matched. They got super matched. Oh! Invalid function pop piece in base node 3D game scene. The object derived class of argument 1 previously freed is not a subclass of the expected argument class. In base game scene. Used to clear the array, but DeepSeek took that out. Said I didn't need it. I was like, okay. Okay. If you say so. So I would say after where I originally had that was here. So clear chain data and well, it's tough because it's looking in all chains, which is calling down. I guess there it's a reference. It is a reference. It must be a reference. I had no idea. I did not know that. I find that surprising, and I still struggle to believe it. Like, if it was a true reference, wouldn't I be able to, like, click on it and it jumped me up at the top? Let me see what it says this is. Okay, all chains, it says it has one thing in it. Filled up with a bunch of cleared, with some cleared things? I don't actually know. It doesn't say previously freed. It does say the pieces are null, despite it having a color. And that's local all chains, not the global all chains. The global all chains actually appears to have the same data. So maybe it is a reference. It does appear to have the same data. So I guess if I have this call with all chains, the color wouldn't be freed. Okay, I wasn't sure if it would say like previously, because it says previously freed here, so I didn't know if in the stack trace it would also say previously freed, but it says null. Okay. Well, literally, func clear chain data, which is calling with all chains. Calling with all chains. You can just clear it. Honestly, you can just do that. I don't think you have to make a whole function for it, but whatever. And that's gonna happen after it processes them, so that should be fine. Maybe, possibly. Okay, did not. Okay, here we go. Clears it, which is good. Add up another. I gotta start thinking in chains. There's that. That looks good. Oh, chain. Bam. Boom. So I haven't yet implemented the code that would then check it again. So that is fixable. We can fix that. So it runs the function again. But this looks okay so far. But the real test is having colors over here, having a match over here, and a match over there simultaneously, which, by the way, is going to be kind of hard to set up. It would probably be easiest if I placed the pieces ahead of time and then made it simple enough that I could, in one move... Oh, it's going to be kind of hard. That's actually a kind of difficult situation to manufacture. Let me give you at least a debug credit. And let's add in, so it, once it clears it, it'll check again once they all settle. So I need some kind of moment for, hey, have all the pieces settled. How are we going to determine that that moment has occurred? I don't know. I actually have no idea. I guess we would iterate through them all. We can't just make sure they're all on the floor. I don't think that's going to work, because we need move and slide to check if stuff's on the floor. So maybe things we could just, in addition to is on floor, right? Like I can't just iterate through them and ask them if they're on the floor. That just doesn't, I don't think that makes any sense. So I guess I could run an is on floor function on each piece. That could work. Of course, then we have to move and slide them for a second, which could be potentially risky. That's the fun part, is the risk, obviously. And we'd be trying to move and slide real fast? Like it would just be for a single moment? I don't know. Something about that I don't like. I don't like that. That sounds like a mistake. So maybe what we'll say is we'll have a special variable. Oh, right, well there's just fell. Does the sound move and collide? I have no idea. I don't know. Would it? Because then it wouldn't slide around, it wouldn't move. Dude, actually that might have helped me earlier. Because, well, not necessarily, actually. That's a really good idea. That's a really, really good idea. That way they don't move. That is an interesting idea. I need to test something though. And I'm gonna need to pause the music to test it. I'm trying to figure out if the sounds play, because there are sounds. There are sounds. Check it out. Look at that. They exist. But what I'm trying to figure out is, do the sounds play when they fall down after a clear happens underneath? Oh, yes! Oh, good! Excellent. So then, if that's the case, then that means that I can check just fell. Because just fell plays. Just fell is true at the same time as the sound stuff happening. I think. I'm pretty sure. Now we still have to iterate through at a certain moment in time to see if they all just fell or not. So what's that moment going to be? We could do like a very short timer that just checks every like 0.5 seconds or something, or every 0.1 second. And it just keeps checking until it sees that they've all landed, and if they have all landed. Now, if they never all land, that's a problem. That would be very bad. That would be very, very bad. Because then the game would just be broken. So, a little risky to put something like that in there. Might be nice if there's just a natural timeout that moves on if it does it too many times. So let's try that. Let's say that we're gonna clear chain data, and then I'll create a new timer. Call it when a piece settles. Oh, that's a good idea! Right. Then we can just say, hey, was I the last one? Smart. Thank you. Love that. We'll say that's matching. Okay, so back on single. At that point, I guess I would just emit a signal. We don't have to emit a signal. I think I'd rather emit a signal. But technically I don't have to. I could just use a reference to the game scene. That would work as well. So like whenever that sound would play. Where is that? Here. It thudded. That's how we know that it has definitely hit the ground. But I think there's another place? No, it's only place. Oh, we can also just do when the piece fall emission happens. Anytime that happens. Right? Okay, well that's also emitted from the piece pair, which we wouldn't want it to check it then. So we would, I maybe could add like, if it's the pair or not. So in this case, it is the pair. In that case, it is not the pair. And then if I come over here to audio, where we declare the signal, piece fall is pair, which is a boolean. When piece fall is pair, I don't actually really care if it's a pair or not. Maybe I do. I actually could see myself caring at some point. It could be good for special sound effects, like if you place a piece pair, that would be different than if you place a normal piece potentially. So whatever, we'll say if it's a pair, do that. If it's not, to do make a different sound, maybe. Okay. Well, but wait a minute, but then it's not gonna make a sound, so don't do that. Well, yeah. How about don't do that right now? To do make a different sound if is pair or not, maybe. How about that? Okay. Now I can come back to, or we'll go to game scene, and I'll connect a bit mystifyingly. It's a bit messy to do it this way. I think that's a mess. You know what? I don't like it. I don't want to do it. I changed my mind. I want to keep audio signals to be audio signals. That's what I want. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. It bothers me. I don't like it. Don't do it. Just make a different signal. Call it signal bus. Peaceful. That's kind of confusing though. Say this, say single piece fall. Because this happens when any piece falls. Okay? Okay. Come back to this, throw that in the trash. I don't like it. Don't make a different sound. Waste of time. Okay. Now come to, well, come back here. And say, make sure we're in the right place over here. Oh. Wait, I put this in the wrong spot. This does not go there. This is not when the piece pair falls. That's when the single piece falls. Okay. And then on the signal bus, I'll create that. There is piece placed, but that's a different type of signal. It's not the same. It's very different. Signal single piece fall. I don't like that. I wish it was fell. It kind of bothers me that it's fall. But I'm gonna let it go. And then on the game scene, I'll connect that signal up. So many signals. I mean, it is the main game scene, so. Single piece fall, connect. It's the brain. What do they call it in Unreal Engine blueprints? I forgot. There's something that they call that. On single piece fall. Blah blah blah. Funk on single piece fall. And what we wanted to do was to then check So we're gonna say for piece in grid get children size if grid get children piece dot because that returns an array, right? Of course. If it's just fell, we need to make sure that every single one has just fell. If any of them have not just fell, I mean, we could just do it every single time, right? Because the thing that I'm trying to check right now... Wait, what am I trying to check? Oh, if it's time to check for the next... We need to make sure all the pieces are settled. Okay, wait, so then how do I want to actually do that? I'm actually not sure how I want to do that. They all would need to return true. If they all return true, then run it. I'm not sure how I'd write that. Like, if any of them return false, like, keep retrying the loop? Like, return? Is that what return would do? So if any of them have not just fell, return. Or we could say, if this, else return. No, because we don't need that. If not return, and then if it manages to get past this, then start the timer again. Timer pop countdown start. Whatever. What do we make it? One. What the pattern looks like? Not my specific code. Wait, what pattern? Oh. Interesting. Iterating through the children. If the thing is true, it found one. And then break. Okay, I gotta remember what the hell break is. Exits the execution of the current for loop. Right? Okay. If found one never became true after the for loop, do the thing. Okay, let me see if I can translate this pattern into what I need. So we're not gonna do it by size. We're just gonna check if the piece just fell in each of them. Did it just fall? Specifically, for a piece which is gonna be a character body. In my case, I want to make sure that they're all true. So I would need to create a variable here. Variable I like that. Found one. I kinda hate it. But in my case, I don't want to. Well, I'd want to find. All fallen by default, we're gonna say is true. If the piece has not fallen, then all fallen becomes false. After the for loop, if all have fallen, if it remains true even after doing that, then start this. Is that the pattern? Oh, break. Right, because after each piece falls, right, it doesn't have to keep reiterating over it. Right, we don't have to return. We just wait until the next piece falls to check if any of them in the children have not fallen. Okay, that sounds like that would work. I don't know if I've actually done this correctly, but thank you so much. Holy crap. Thank you. You're amazing. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Let us see. So that is doing like an entire second after it happens, which is a little bit more of a delay than I particularly want, but whatever, who cares? You took the screenshot a few weeks ago asking your friend if there's a better way to do that pattern. Oh, wow. I guess there wasn't. Okay, so now I have to actually recreate that scenario. So that means I have to get a combo, which means this would also be a way to track combos. Oh, I can game it. I can spawn the pieces to make this happen. All right, there's one. Oh, what happened? Something happened. Invalid type and function pop piece. The object derived class previously freed is not a subclass. Oh, it's not clearing it again. Interesting. Very interesting. Maybe clear all chain data isn't actually clearing it? Because after the first time that it did it, it should have cleared it all out. But it didn't. So that at first would have popped a bunch of obsidians, which would be in here as 21. There's the 21s, and they're all null. So that definitely did not get cleared. So why not? I'm a little confused, so here's what I'm gonna do. It's late. Don't give me code, just explain why all chains might not be clearing in the clearing function. If it should be clearing that, say so. By the time the pop countdown timer ends after on single piece fall, it should be clear, but it isn't clear. Just help me understand why. Please don't give me code. It's late, alright? We're 11 hours in. I need this crutch. Here's why all chains might not be clearing. Local versus persistent. All chains is created fresh every time. Okay, well then it especially shouldn't conflict. If you're expecting it to persist between timer, I'm not. No, I don't want it to persist. It will, it does, it is persisting between timer runs. I think, unless it isn't persisting, but maybe it isn't. Okay, let's see if all have fallen. Yeah. Oh, it's persisting. So that's interesting. Unless somehow it doesn't make any sense. What? I'm confused. Your expectation. On single piece fall, timer pop countdown, clear chain data. Should fully reset the system. Likely reality. Is it calling the pop function with the old array again? Huh. How would it do that? So again, all chains is created right there. It's updated here. And then they're all popped, which means, when I say pop, it doesn't actually, like, I should rename that from pop to maybe destroy, or maybe free all chains. Maybe we should say free. I feel pop is confusing since it coincides with an array function. So to free all the chains, and then we clear the chain data in all chains right after that. So I would think if it called this again, it would have, the only way it can call this again is if it had run this already, which this just clears it. So I don't think so. Especially because every time it runs that, right, it's creating a brand new array. My expectation is that on single piece fall, timer pop countdown, clear chain data should fully reset the system. That is my expectation. The timer's timeout may trigger while previous chain data is still being processed. Yeah, that makes sense. Physics steps or signals might... I mean, I'm surprised since there's an entire second. Like, it seems like enough time. So that confuses me. Physics steps or signals might cause overlap between clearing and new chain detection. Independencies. Globals, color grid array. Oh. That's true. That's true. Oh. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's this one. You okay, Travi? That was a loud meow. I don't know if you heard that one. That's what it is. It's not the all chains. It's those. I gotta clear those. I gotta deal with that. Okay. All right. That makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. All right. Let's fix it. So now, how am I gonna do that? Well, I mean, it can just rebuild it every time. I kind of like to make like a globals function for that. So I have like an on restart function here. And that resets the grid array, but I don't even think I'm using grid array anymore. I think this is nothing anymore. Or here, search for globals grid array. Yeah, literally it's not even being used. This is actual garbage. True garbage. So I could just have a function for reset grid arrays. Reset grid arrays. And then we'll make sure all the grid arrays get cleared out because they're gonna get refilled in again. So it doesn't really matter that they get cleared out. Match grid array and color grid array. Okay, let's try it. That's definitely it. Because it would have kept all that stuff in there. Makes sense. So we're trying to get a combo. I mean, it would be nice just to make sure it works even without a combo. And then we can do another one just to see if clearing it out is safe. Actually, I would love to see it clear out previously placed ones. Oh! Hold on, we got problems. Same thing. Can we say free piece? I also don't think I need to defer that call anymore for whatever that's worth. Invalid type in function pop piece. Invalid type? The object derived class of argument 1 previously freed is not a subclass of the expected argument class. Well, no, it's previously freed. But wait, why would you say that? That's a bit surprising. I'm a bit surprised. But aren't we replacing it? Here, let me look at the arrays and see what they have in them. Remote globals. Excuse me, Travi. Okay, match grid array. Does have stuff in it. Of color 6, which is obsidian, that's 7. So those are definitely still in there. But wait. Yeah, but there's an obsidian right here, so that does make sense. I'm actually confused. This is actually very confusing to parse. Give me the color grid array. Tell me what that's gonna be easier to look at. So we have 6, 6. In the first column. 4, 4, 7. Okay, no, 6, sorry. My bad. 6 is not obsidian. 6 is stone. My mistake. 6 is stone. 7 is obsidian. I apologize. So 4, 4, 7. Okay, so it sees these correctly. That's correct. That's right. 2. Oh, now in here, in this column, it's saying there's still 21, 21, 21, 21 in there. So it isn't actually oh, dude, I made the reset function, but I never called it. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. I was like, I made this reset function, but I'm not using it. Okay. So when we do clear chain data, I also want it to do globals reset grid arrays. Okay. Now test it. We're okay. We good. Well, we're on to the next problem. Whatever that may be. Okay, let's play the game a little. See what we get. Alright, let's just spawn a pair here. Clear those. Give me a new piece. Let's put them over here. Clear those. No error. Good. Very good. Now we're gonna try to make a combo. So I'm gonna spawn a pair there. Give me some randoms, please. Let's see if I can. Oh god, I panicked. I panicked. Oh no, that's not quite what I meant. But okay. Oh man, now I'm getting to the point where I have to actually just like be good at the game. That's good. That's good. That means we're making the game. This is a good thing, even though it's breaking my brain a little. Okay. Oh god, why is it so hard? Why is it so hard? I guess put a piece here. Okay, now if I clear those greens, which I can't game those as much as I'd like to be able to game them. I could... Oh, that was a mistake. No, it wasn't. Not yet. Give me some greens! Give me some greens! Oh my gosh! Okay, we got one green. One green, one green, one green. Oh no! Don't break it. There's a bug that I have to fix. Come on, give me some greens, man. Give me some greens! Oh my god. I need those greens. I'm gonna need those greens right now. Okay, we got a green. Bam. Okay. Get those. Break that. Pumps those. Let's go. Combos exist. All right, I'm sorry. I don't know. Why did I have to get violent? I don't know. It felt right. Oh, you got combos, baby! Oh, yes! Oh, frig yeah, dude. Okay, all right. Okay, okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, this works. Oh, come on now. Besides that one little bug where they can clip through, that is an outstanding bug. Very true. Nice. Frickin' yes, dude. Okay. All right. Focus. Now, I would like to not have to press next piece every single time. I would like it to know, now that it has checked and it didn't find a piece to click. Wait, why didn't it match those? Okay, hold on. What? So there's 4 of a kind there. So that was a combo. You have to be able to see the combos. So let's find out what it does, what it thinks is going on here. We're gonna print the array, which is cleared, which is not good. Oh, whoa. No. You need to, when you run that again, you have to refill out that array. You have to fill it. You have to fill it back out again. That's the only way that's gonna work. So yeah, we have to like scan, which is actually kind of difficult. Because the way that happens is when piece placed occurs, which is only every time a pair goes down. Every time this happens, I think you just have to run on checking matches again. I think you just have to run on checking matches. So do checking matches, is checking true? False? True? False? If is checking timer pop count. Oh, and then I'll just start the timer pop countdown. Oh, hell yeah. Go ahead. Can we make it a little shorter? So perhaps the way to fix this is to come back to the game brain, and instead of having this start timer pop countdown, have this emit checking matches true. Right? Yes. That might lead to something unintended, but we'll find out. So I gotta get more. I gotta get more combos. Okay. All right. Nope. No problem. I mean, not no problem, but oh, okay, that's fine. Sure, but you want some stones? You gotta start setting it up with more obsidians. Obsidians are the only ones I can guarantee that I'm gonna get. Okay, that's not gonna create a match. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, now it's not even seeing 4 at a time. Whoops. Okay, we can't be, so we, okay. You can't just be clearing it all the time. You can't do that. You can't do it. You can't be clearing it all the time. That's too much clearing. It's too much clearing. I would say maybe the clearing is a bit of a mess. Okay, how about this? Clear chain data, forget resetting the arrays. Never mind. Never mind. Instead, reset the arrays only after all have fallen. Then clear it. What do you think about that? And then in theory, check it and rebuild them all. I think that might work. Oh god, here we go. Okay. We're playing this game. I totally can do this. Well, before we weren't even getting one match, so let's make sure one match works. It doesn't. Oh dear. Okay, it actually does see that there are 4. Is it because I made my timer 0.5? Is it because I made it 0.5? Does it need to be 1? Just tell me. Does it need to be 1? Was 0.5 my mistake? Perhaps 1 is magically very carefully chosen. I mean, that's actually very concerning if it's that volatile. Okay, we're gonna game it. I gotta test this. Okay, what? Oh dear. We've got troubles. Oh, we've got troubles. And so it didn't even, number one, it didn't even clear it, and it didn't even see that as a match. Which actually makes sense because the checking for matches, oh god. This, okay, I gotta be honest with you. I think that this is not well set up for this. So it's not looking for 21 to match it with. It's looking for 7s, but the 7s have already been converted to 21s here. So it's never gonna notice those as a match. Which is really bad. It's actually really, really bad. That's a problem. That's a big, big problem right there. That is an issue. That is a big ol' issue. It would have to make sure that its neighbor, when it's going to assign neighbors, it needs to not only check to make sure that it is a match of the same color, if neighbor get no piece mesh piece color is set to its own piece mesh piece color, then update all this. I would need to say that, or but here's the thing. No, because that will be the same. No, that will be the same. Oh god, I'm in danger. I'm in trouble. I think I need to think a lot harder about this. Where are we at? 11 hours, 15 minutes? Okay. Alright, this isn't gonna be as easy as I thought. So just to like confirm some things here. If I go back to game scene, we're not out of the woods. Let's forget this checking matches thing. Just for a second. Let's just let that go. And what if instead of fully resetting the grid arrays, we only reset one grid array? Okay. I'm gonna make this false, horrifyingly enough. Or let's do it the other way around. I know this is a mess. I don't care. I'm gonna make this true here. Come back to that. And we're gonna say if matches only, do that one, otherwise do them both. I'm sure there's a more beautiful way to do this. I don't care. I just don't care. I don't give a crap. Okay, so back to the game scene. We only wanted to reset the matches. Those are the nodes. That's where it gets Q-freed. The numbers, I do need the numbers to clear out as well. So actually what needs to happen is when we pop the pieces or free the pieces, right? We have the piece data piece. We need to do more than that. We have to update piece color position data. And that would be piece data color is what we'd want to pass along. Now here's a big problem is, what if new pieces fall into there? Well, don't worry about it. They could get overwritten, and Bob will be our uncle. So let's say reset piece color position data. I know, it's insane. I don't care. Reset piece color position data, which is gonna call with... Now we need more than the color. We need more than the color. We need the X and the Y. But the X and the Y are not stored in here. But they need to be. Yeah, they're gonna need to be added in there. So we're gonna do it. We're gonna say position, and that's just gonna equal, that's gonna be a vector 2, and it's gonna equal, I guess, current. Just have it equal current. Right? Current is the vector 2, the current X, and the current Y. And that's what gets added in there. So then we'll have this call with position. I actually would also need color. So we're gonna say freed color and freed position. Freed color is an integer. Freed position is a vector 2. And we kind of need to do exactly what happens here. Right here. Is say reset position. We don't even need to do that. We just say reset X, reset Y. Equals freed position X and Y. Then what we have to do is update globals color grid array. Take away the color grid array situation at X, reset X, and reset Y, and make it 0. Make them 0. So actually, we don't need the freed color. I don't think that's necessary. I mean, you could double check, I guess, to be safe. If... I don't know. If reset position... I mean, that could be nice. I'm just gonna assume we don't need it. I'm just gonna assume we don't need it. Turns out we need it. Okay, we'll deal with that. Yeah, we'll know. I think we'll be able to tell. Something will be wrong. It won't work good. Reset color position data, and then we're also gonna clear the grid array. What is that like? Does it work gooder? These are important questions. Okay, let's put some random pieces down. Make sure that's all good and well. Love to see the array at this point. Okay, it's tracking everything correctly so far. Let's game it a little and give us, well, I'll tell you what, give me a random here, give me some more randoms, and then give me a pair, and then pop it. Oh dear. Invalid type function free piece in base node 3D cannot convert argument 1 integer from integer to object. What? How could you say something like that? Why would you say that? I'm confused. I'm very confused. Paste and a piece is an integer? How did that happen? Because there, that's filling it with piece. I've toyed with this, and this has led to something. I've upset the balance. Okay. What? So for chain in all chains, so in a particular chain, it's got piece 0, piece 0, now this is, oh, so that's when I reset them over here in globals, and we're duplicating it, which is going to make it 0. So there's nothing to free anymore. You don't have to do that. I feel like there's a timing issue. That's what I think is really happening here, is a timing issue. Because in theory, technically, this is not supposed to even happen. Or this shouldn't be a 0 by the until after this. Right? So I feel that we're running on single piece fall too early. Print game scene ran on single piece file. Like, I think that that's happening too soon. And it's clearing it out too soon. I think that could be a thing. Yeah, it's running it so often. Okay, the only time that needs to happen is if it cleared anything in the first place. So that's interesting. How am I gonna check that? If we have the signal that emits when every time a single piece falls, I need to say, no, not every time a single piece falls. Only if we're in a combo. So if a single chain has occurred, that's when it should do that. That's a very important stipulation. So how do we determine that we're in the middle of a combo? I mean, I guess I could set a variable. Checking for combos. And so after it runs, free all chains one time. Oh, we have any pieces popped. Perfect. Oh, are we even using that? We are. That's on single piece. What happens over there? Oh, the adjusting. Interesting. Very interesting. And we emit single piece fall right there. I don't think that's gonna line up. I don't think you're gonna be able to line that up. I just don't think. I just don't think. I mean, there is. Yeah, no, I don't think. Maybe. Honestly, maybe. What if I move when any piece is popped, adjusting true? So it's only going to happen after pieces are popped. What if I move single piece fall over here to this? So this one will be marked as true, as just fell. So it's not only single piece fell, it's adjusted piece fall. I don't know if that's actually gonna be any better or function good at all. but I'm gonna try it. I gotta hurry up. I'm running out of time today. Still, good victories, good progress. I would have wanted more progress, but it wasn't meant to be. More was not meant to be. It just wasn't. Okay, unadjusted piece fall. Okay, so I think just change that. Just change that. Nothing else. What is that like? It's a timing issue. I don't remember what I was in the middle of doing that I might need to be going and thinking about, but that's okay. It just has to be okay. Okay. Nothing's broken. Love that. Always nice. Now I gotta get a combo. That's... Well, I think you want to do more than that. Here, try to do that. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Combos. Maybe you got a combo chance here if you game it a little. Slap that down. Now you just need to get some greens. Bam. Green got. Pop. Oh, it didn't do the second pop. All have fallen. Okay. All fallen true. Well, because all it's doing is resetting the grid arrays. We needed to start the timer again. But this is good. So let me check. What does the print array currently look like? So currently, we've got all zeros here, which is correct. 9, 9, which is correct. 18, 18. 4. Okay, we've got a bit of a problem here. Because as you can see, it's got extra ones. So 9, 9 are these two sands right here. 18, 18 are these two stones. Then we've got 4, which is the dirt, and 7, which is the obsidian. Now it thinks there's a 4 above that and a 7 above that, which is very wrong. Over here, it thinks there's a, well, that's true. There's a 4 there, there's a dirt there. There's a 3 here, and there's a 21 there, which is correct. It's got more than 3 21s. We've got a 0, a floating random 0 stuck in there. That's an old bug. That's not good. And then we've got 2 extras that are up here, which is also not good. So it didn't clear all those. But it did clear 1 here, and then we've got 21, 4, and 3. So that's correct. So it's got some stuff left behind. I honestly don't even know how it got another 4 and 7 here, but I'm a little concerned. I'm curious, what's in the global's match grid array? So things that are strange, that are not good. Let's look at this one. So that's gonna be 4. So in 4, it actually only sees 3 things. So it's actually correct. The match grid array is correct. It's updated to reflect reality, which is a very good sign. And then the second column is not reflecting reality. The second column, oh no, it is reflecting reality. Yeah, because nothing is in there because the match array only cares about things that are matches. Now, if I was gonna update the color array again, one way I could try to do that, maybe, is by I don't know. I feel like this isn't good to run checking again, because it's not gonna match. It's not gonna find the ones that it. And if I just run start the pop timer, it's gonna iterate through all this mess, which is not good. Because these only update at the moment that they fall. Well, then you can run check neighbors again. And then it can look at it fresh. So I would say, reset all the grid arrays. Reset them all. And then run checking matches true. I don't know. I'm not sure that's gonna work, but we're gonna find out. Okay, first just make sure a basic thing works. Okay. Let's try another match elsewhere. Okay. Basic things work. That's good. Let's get a random piece. Now I gotta try to get a combo. I need to make a combo simulation. Okay, give me a pair. Put that down. Now I just need to get 2 stone to build up to there. Or 1 stone. You could get 1 stone as well. Just give me a stone. Bam. Okay. First match. Second. Okay, alright. So there's good and there's bad. The good is that it did do a combo. That's excellent. The bad is that the top piece didn't fall at the right time. What? What was that? Can you show me that one again? Can I just take a look at that? Would love to just see what happened there. I'm a little confused. Would love some more information. Why did you do that? It would have to have been set like it wasn't separated. But it was separated. Why did it not have physics? It didn't have move and slide applied to it. So the thing that would make that fall after it was separated would be... Oh my god, it's a whack-a-mole situation. If it's separated, it checks to see if it's on the floor. If it is on the floor, well, it won't be. Well, it will be. It will be on a floor of a such. But once that piece underneath it falls out, it won't be on the floor. And so it should make that piece fall. Which should do this. So why didn't this happen? The only way I could think that that happened is if it was on the floor somehow, which it obviously wasn't, or it wasn't separated. Well, that's gonna be tough to recreate. Okay, so what does the array look like? The array is perfect. The array looks great. It has reconfigured everything just as it should. So we should be able to even keep building on this. Now I have to recreate that situation. I really need to set up, I think I'll definitely do that tomorrow. I'll set up a debug so I can just like design the board that I want and then run it and see that board happen. I think that's gonna become very useful. Although it is nice to like test a bunch of stuff. Very, very useful. So I wanted to find a moment where the piece would automatically give me the next one. Which in theory I could potentially still do. Wow, I really wonder why that happened. I don't know. Can we start gaming it, please? It's gonna be a little tricky. If you could give me some stones, that would be great. Oops. Well, I guess not now. I was trying to see if I can catch that happening again. I also wonder, maybe there was some kind of weird, like, kind of unrelated bug. Some kind of edge casey situation. Oops. Yeah, that's... You saw some of the bugs going on there. That's okay. Hey, Kai Guy. Yeah. Yeah, you know, some things... Yeah, I love the late night peak. Some things are going well. Some things are going well. I mean, we've certainly got a lot closer to the matching working. To some extent, the matching works pretty good. So it's going to match all those. What is it doing? But there's some funkinesses. Okay, at least it's stopped in midair. But there is some matching happening. There is some matching, which has been a huge labor of love to get the matching. And it can even do combos. But now we're getting some pieces that are getting snagged. It's working the best it has. Except there's this new snagged thing happening. I think it's new. Unless it just wasn't, and it was just all along happening. I don't know. But I would say it's going well. I mean, it's taking longer than I would have thought to do literally anything. But I see now that it needed to take that long. Velcro blocks is a feature. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like the time I'd spend trying to make it a feature would take more time than if I just tried to fix it. But you know, often in these moments, it is like, oh, could that could be interesting. Sometimes bugs reveal interesting potential games, for sure. Not that that's what you're saying, per se. Okay, so let me find that piece. It's been adjusted. It is separated. I think maybe this is an unintended consequence of running move and slide again, because that was a recent new thing. I wonder if there's floating point errors. And because we have like a way to correct for the floating point errors, but that was under the presumption that we're running move and slide like one time. And now we're running move and slide again in places where it wasn't originally happening. I have a feeling that pieces are slightly changing, and that's causing these snags. That's my hope. Although that does require some very special debugging. That's for sure. That I'm probably not going to get to tonight, unfortunately. Oh, look at that. That's at 3.532. Well, yeah, because it's stuck in the middle. So that actually makes perfect sense. That's not a weird. I mean, that's weird, but not the weird that I'm looking for. It's actually really, really, really weird that it's happening. Really, really, really weird that it's happening in the middle. I don't even know what to think about that. I wonder if we just run another snap, like we just readjust it in between clears. I think that's it. I feel like we start adding in more move and slides, and then we have more clearing where everything gets checked again, but not everything that originally got set is getting set once again, and so it's just behaving just ever so slightly differently. Not this jam. You're still deluding yourself. You can get something in for the G-Develop Big Jam. Nice. No, I mean, you're thinking about it. You're thinking about it. That's all. It's not a delusion. That's just, you're trying your best, you know? That's fair. So this doesn't even have a floating point error. Yeah, you gotta be okay. You gotta be okay. All of these are right. 5.0, 2.0. So what the heck does it stick to? What does it think it's colliding with? Is that some information I can get? I mean, the thing is, even if I can get it, right? Like, how am I gonna get it for exactly only the block that I need? I don't know. That is weird. That is very, very weird. That it's just floating in the air like that. How did it do that? How did that even happen? I don't know, guys. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna figure it out. Not tonight. I think that's a tomorrow. That's a tomorrow task. I would love to puzzle it out right now. I would just love that. But there's been a lot of victory There has been a lot of victory here on this day, and for that, I'm super, super, super grateful. If you are here and you haven't hyper smashed the thumbs up button, hit that like button, press it, see what happens, get those thumbs up. Get those thumbs up. It helps. It means more people find out about hyper game dev, about these game jams, and we can grow our community and have more fun, and that's cool, I guess, or whatever. So thanks if you're willing to hit that like button, guys. Unless you've already pressed it. If you already pressed it, don't press it again. Unless you press it again after that. You know how that goes. Gathering assets, figuring out how to scope it down at least. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, see, you're trying your best based on like the time you have available. Nice. And that's a whole system you can practice over and over again. So good job. You already hyper smashed it. Don't do it again unless you do it again after that. So this is I'm happy. There's just new problems that arose. I don't know how to fix this problem right now, but oh, you know what would be really nice? What I should have done, actually, I should have printed the array. Where does it think it is? You know, like where does it think it's at? You know, it has to be somewhere. It thinks it's floating up in the air 2 spaces. Yeah, there's some wacky towns happening up in here. So yeah, gonna have to puzzle that out tomorrow. But we can match pieces. We can match pieces and get combos. That alone is a huge, huge victory. Thank you to everybody who came through and helped me today. Means a lot. I'm proud of myself. I'm gonna be back tomorrow to work on this more. It doesn't even. Why didn't it see that match? Oh no. We got problems. I don't know what to say. I'll be back tomorrow to work on this more. If you're watching this after the live stream. Oh man, it's hard. This is so hard. Next game like jam won't be so bad. If you're watching after the live stream, tap or click behind me here on the left to see the last time I worked on this. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next time. I do hope I see you there. Oh man, yeah. Oh wow, I got problems. It's so confusing. The next game like jam will be so much easier. It'll be so much easier. It'll be like so easy. You'll be like, wow, I can't believe she made it so easy. She didn't have to make it that easy. It'll be good because this is hard. I'm enjoying myself